Good morning, everybody. Blaine Austin here with Sewing Machines Plus, and welcome to day 3 of Hoop Fest. Guys, we have another great day in store for you. I hope that y'all have been getting to see day 1 and day 2. Man, we had a great show so far, had some great education, some great products with some fantastic pricing, and a lot of winners, a lot of stuff we're giving away. So it's been a lot of fun. I want to tell y'all real quick how you can win and a little bit about how Hoop Fest works. So basically, we're going to be giving prizes away all throughout the day, every single day. And how you can win is just by making comments, asking questions, whether you're on Facebook or YouTube. It's very, very simple. So we're going to be looking for you making comments and asking questions, and we'll try to answer those questions. They come through really fast. So what I want everybody to realize, when you get close to, like when we're doing demonstration, we get close to the end, if you can, just get, if you maybe back off your chat just a little bit and give the people who have a question about the machine a chance to ask questions, and we'll see it that way. We don't want to miss your questions, because a lot of times it goes so fast, the chat, y'all see how fast it goes by. It's hard to catch all those. But we do have 3 chatters are monitoring the Facebook and the YouTube chat. And that's Marina, Rhonda, and Melinda. This morning are going to be, again, watching that. Our call center, they're all, fired up this morning, ready to answer your calls. And then we have live chatters that are actually on the website, too. So if you're on the website and a chat pops up, you can ask those questions as well. And this morning, I got my compadres in here. We got Kennedy and Roger and Kyle.
Good morning.
All in here, excited to go. And so, guys, we're super pumped, and I can't believe it's already Wednesday. Can y'all believe it's already been 2 days past?
Going so fast.
It is going so fast. It's crazy how fast this goes by this week. So, but we hope that you're enjoying it. I tell you what, I'm just so having so much fun and enjoying watching all these great educators. I tell you, that's one of the things that we work really hard on, is the content and the educators that come on and talk about the machines, and even the educators that are teaching sessions. It's amazing. It really is amazing how good these people are. And it just kind of inspires and motivates you to see some of the creative things that people can do. And, I don't know if the people who watched yesterday watched Zandra Shaw. Was that not amazing what she did?
Yeah.
Making, it looked like hair out of yarn and putting the little rollers and stuff in. I was just thought, how creative. How could somebody come up with that? But anyway, they do. It's amazing to me what we come up with. So, and speaking of being creative, part of Hoop Fest was a contest that you could enter your own embroidery project. And we had over 50 entries that entered a project. And so they got them in. The entries are closed, but voting is still open. So voting will stay open till close of business on Thursday, the 15th, and then we'll announce the winners on the 16th. So you still have time to go and check those out. Now, how you find them, you can just go to, SewingMachinesPlus.com. On the homepage up at the very top, the banner, it says Hoop Fest. Click on that banner. It'll take you to the Hoop Fest page. Now, at the top of the Hoop Fest page, you're going to be able to see it just says gallery. You can hit that gallery button and it'll take you and you can see all the entries of their projects and just vote on your favorite one. You can vote one time a day. And so you can vote today and tomorrow again and for your favorite one and hope that they win for you. So it's pretty cool. And the prizes they're going to get, it's pretty awesome. So we're going to give first place a prize package. They're going to get the Golden Scissors Trophy. And that's something that we give away every time we do a contest for the first place winner. And the scissors are actually functional, but it's pretty cool. Mm-hmm. It's pretty cool, isn't it, guys? And so we'll give them a Golden Scissor Trophy, a ribbon that they can place, first place ribbon they'll put on their project. And then second place gets a ribbon, third place gets a ribbon, and all three of them get a prize package. So we got a great prize package put together for them. And then we have the $25,000 Dream Studio giveaway that each one of you have a chance to win. And it is pretty awesome as well. And I tell you what, there it is on the screen right now. Guys, look at all that. You get that Juki sewing machine. You're getting the Baby Lock, a cord, the sewing and embroidery machine. You're getting the Brother Airflow 3000. You're getting that big SWF 12 needle embroidery machine. You're getting that wall of thread, 360 spools from Floriani, and then you're getting the 2-tier Stay Perfect electric lift table. So, man, what a great addition to your sewing studio that would be if you won. And each day we're picking a finalist. So Monday, our finalist was Debbie Struckton. Day 2, yesterday, was Catherine Hutchinson. And who knows who it's going to be today? This afternoon, we'll pick that finalist. And so on Friday, we'll pick our 5th finalist. And we'll put all their names in a hat live on air, and then I'll pull the winner out. But what's awesome about it, even if you don't win the grand prize, everybody gets a prize package. So we got a great prize package put together for everybody who gets in the finals and of the drawing. And so it's going to be an awesome time. And you know what? There's no purchase necessary. You can just put your name in by just chatting and asking questions and participating in our show. So, and the more, every day, you have a chance to get in that slot. So keep doing what you're doing. It's a lot of fun. And one thing I also want to say, guys, we're never going to chat you in chat. We're never going to send you a message through Facebook or something and get your information or ask for your information. So just make sure that, when you win something, we're going to tell you where to go to redeem your prize. That's the only way we're going to contact you about any kind of prizes like that, because we want to make sure that, there's a lot of fraud out there. And we want to try to make sure you're protected as well. So just know that we're not going to be asking for information from you directly through the show or something like that. So anyway, got to say a big shout out to some people watching this morning out there in the SMP Nation. We got Kitty Robinson. So good morning, Kitty. Glad you're watching the show. We have Maureen Burns. She's watching this morning. Virginia Flume is watching this morning. So good morning, Virginia. We have Sylvia Dinkins and we have Sheila Irvin. So good morning to all y'all, and good morning to the rest of the SMP Nation. And I always do this every time. Hey, if you're brand new, this is the first time you've ever seen any one of our shows, put a number 1 in the chat right now and let us know that you're new. And just tell everybody, put a number 1, put your name and where you're from, and everybody will know that, because the SMP Nation is going to welcome you with open arms. And we got a big SMP Nation out there and a big following, and they all work together, help each other, and we want to welcome you to be part of that community. And we have chatters that can answer your questions, and we have some experts watching the show today just in the SMP Nation that can help you as well. So everybody really helps, and I see a lot of number 1s coming through right now. And so welcome to the SMP Nation. Welcome to our shows. And guys, every week we do a show. Now, this is a festival, we call it, where we're doing a week-long show. So we're streaming live Monday through Friday. We're going to stream 8 hours a day. And so we'll do that. We do that once a quarter. So in March, we do Quilt Fest. In June, we do Hoop Fest. September, we'll have Sew Fest. And then we'll have a Cyber Monday show, which is all day long. And then we have our Countdown to Christmas show, which will be 5 days streaming live, 8 hours a day as well. And then we do regular shows every single week on Tuesday and Thursdays. It starts at 10 a.m. Pacific time, 12 p.m. Central time. And every Tuesday, we have a show called Takeover Tuesday. And on Thursdays, we have SMP Live with myself and the whole team here. And we usually try to have guests that come on. We highlight products. We have great specials. So we just do a lot of things and have fun. So we invite y'all to be part of that. And if you haven't, subscribed to our YouTube channel, go subscribe to it. Hit the bell notification, and that'll notify you when we're having new content. And give us that thumbs up. And if you're watching on Facebook, just go like Facebook, our Facebook page, and then join our Facebook group. I think Kennedy is running that group.
And Blaine, we just hit 1,000.
We hit 1,000
members this morning.
So we hit we got 1,000 members. And here's what's great about the Facebook group. If you haven't joined it yet, go join it, because you're getting some inside information about things. You're getting some specials. You're getting things that not everybody in the public gets. So it's kind of a really cool group, closed, and everybody really helps each other out. If you have any kind of problems or you want to ask a question about something, everybody in that group can help you. So it's a great group to belong to.
And we did say that since we hit 1,000 people, we'll do a giveaway. So once we all get back from Hoop Fest next week, get excited, because we'll be working on some stuff.
All right. So, and then, we've got about 30,000 people that are on our Facebook page group. We've got over 20,000 on our YouTube page. So that keeps growing, and we want you to be part of it. So if y'all haven't done that yet, go do it. And welcome to the show, the newbies, and all the people who have been with us. Thank y'all for sticking around, and I'm glad you've been here all week. And I tell you what, we have some of you out there that have watched every single festival that we've had, and you watch almost every single show that we do. And we sure do appreciate your loyalty and appreciate that y'all sticking with us. And most of all, we appreciate each and every one of y'all just being a SMP customer. I tell you what, we love our customers, and we do whatever we can do to treat you right. And we have one policy at Sewing Machines Plus, and it's try to find a way to say yes. That's it. That's our policies. And we try to find a way to say yes to you, and we try everything we can do to help you out. And so I think that a lot of y'all can chime in and tell everybody else how good our customer service is. They pride themselves in the call center to really help you and take care of you. And then our retail stores is the same way. They're going to always, welcome you with open arms and try to help you. And so it's awesome to work with a company that cares about you. And that's what we do. So thank y'all so much for shopping with us and helping us. And we're going to be happy to help you. So, but anyway, guys, we got a fun show ahead of you today. We got some great giveaways, and we're giving away for this week. Are y'all ready for this? We're giving over $100,000 worth of products away.
Wow.
That is, think about that. There's no other company in our industries doing what we're doing. Over $100,000 worth of products that we're giving to you. And all you have to do is just watch the show. It's that simple. Very easy, very easy. So guys, are y'all ready to get this kicked off this morning?
Yes.
Y'all ready? Everybody ready? Well, guys, we are so excited. I tell you what, we're going to start the whole show off with Brother this morning. And guys, we got a brand new product. It's called an SE2000. And we have Kathy Sipes. And Kathy started sewing for others as a team because she would rather sew than babysit to make money. So she has 45 plus years of sewing experience. She loves to sew. She loves to share her knowledge with people. And I tell you what, we're super excited to have Kathy part of the show. So welcome, Kathy, to the show.
Hi.
Hey, Kathy.
How's it this morning?
How are you this morning?
I'm doing well.
Well, we're so excited that you're part of our Hoop Fest. And I know that we got this brand new SE2000, and everybody's excited to see all the new features on it. And I'm going to let you go. I'll be back in about 25 minutes, and we'll tell everybody how they can get this, okay?
Okay, sounds good to me. So good morning, everybody. I just wanted to let you know about Brother's new SE 2000. It's a combination sewing and embroidery machine. Not only is this a wonderful machine for those that are just starting, you may not be as intimidated by the size of it as you would a larger, higher end machine, but it's also a great machine if you are the owner of a higher end machine that's large and too bulky to carry to classes and sewing retreats. That's why I got this machine, is so that I could go to sewing retreats and quilting retreats and have a compact, lightweight, it only weighs 20 pounds machine. So I'm going to try and switch my camera over right now to get to the camera that's directly on the machine to show you a little bit more about it.
Well, I think we just lost Kathy. I don't know what happened. She tried to switch cameras. All right, we're going to give Kathy just a second to come back. So guess what we're going to do, guys?
Let's do a giveaway.
Exactly. So you know what? When technology happens, you win. So we're going to do a giveaway real quick while Kathy gets rebooted back up and tries to come on. So guys, the first thing we're going to give away this morning, we're going to give away a sew mat. What do y'all think about that? So guys, this is our world famous sewing mats. And I always tell you, if you don't have a sewing mat already in your sewing room, you're doing your machine a disservice. And the reason I say that, these things are very functional. All right, not only do they look awesome, and the blue is the Brother Blue, the gold is the Baby Lock Gold, perfect match. The red matches the Janome and the Bernina machines. And then we have all these other really cool colors that you can choose from. Now, these things, what they do, they reduce the vibration from your machine, so that way it doesn't transfer it to the electronics. Guys, think about this. Our machines now are like computers. They cost thousands of dollars, so why not make a little small investment to help your machine last longer? The other thing it does, it dampens the sound from any machine, so it makes it quieter. It also protects the surface your machine's sitting on. So if you want to sit it on your dining room table or your kitchen island and you don't want to, scratch it up or do anything, it's going to protect that extremely well. The other thing it does, it also doesn't let the machine scoot around or anything. It's going to keep it in place. So really cool to have these. Guys, they're so functional. You can take a damp cloth just to clean it and let it air dry. Very easy to take care of. And they just look cool. We have 12 colors to choose from in 4 different sizes. We have sizes that'll fit a serger all the way up to these big, combo machines, the big top of the line machines in an extra large size. So they're really cool. And so anyway, if you haven't got one of these yet, get one. You can go to SewingMachinesPlus.com and just type sew mat in the search bar and it'll take you right to the product page. But guys, we're going to give somebody one for free right now. So Kennedy,
all right,
here we go. First thing this morning, spin that wheel. Here we go. Everybody look for your name. The Melon Patch by Deb. So congratulations, Deb. You just won yourself a sewing mat. What we need you to do is go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of that page where it says claim my prize, fill out all the information, and in the notes section on there, most importantly, put what size of sew mat you want and what color, and we'll get that shipped out next week for you. So congratulations, Deb. All right, guys, I think we got Kathy back, so let's go right back to Kathy and she can start her demonstration.
Hey, everybody. Good morning again. Sorry that I couldn't get my camera that zooms to work. It's live, so you just have to roll with it. So I'm using the webcam from my computer to show you a little bit about this machine. Let me tell you some of the features. This machine is a combination embroidery and sewing machine. It has 193 embroidery designs built in, 241 sewing stitches. It stitches at 850 stitches per minute. And it also has 13 fonts built in on the embroidery side, as well as a couple of additional others on the sewing side. So you can see right up here, this I know you can't see close up, but this is a chart that lists all of my sewing stitches. And this is what I would refer to if I were on the sewing side and I had this embroidery unit off. As long as the embroidery unit is on, the machine knows that I want to embroider. So with that being said, let me go over some of the embroidery features that I think are just awesome for this machine. For one, we have a scissor cutting button. I touch that and it cuts my threads at the end of my seams. But in embroidery, this machine will cut your jump stitches and it trims your threads at the end of a color sequence. So that's an awesome feature for such a nice little compact starter machine. Another thing that I love about it is I can put multiples of a design in a hoop, and then I can ask the machine to color sort it. So let's say I have 3 red, white, and blue stars that I'm going to stitch for 4th of July. It's going to group all of those, the white, then the red, then the blue together, so I have less thread changes. I have the ability to add additional designs to a design page before I ever start embroidering. And I think that's just an awesome feature. So let's say that I wanted to make a patch. On this machine, you do have 10 different frame styles with 12 different frame shape, 10 frame shapes, excuse me, and 12 different styles that you can stitch. So if you want to make a patch, it's easy as just using those built-in frames and then adding your design all at once so it stitches out quite easily. And what I mean about that, I'll show you this little patch that I did on this baseball cap. So I added the little red 4-wheeler that my grandson had requested and used the satin stitch and the circle to create the patch. Can you see that all right? So that's an easy way to make patches. And I know that they're so popular right now, as everybody wants patches for everything. So that's another thing that I like to do with this machine. I also like the fact that it has the larger 5x7 embroidery frame, and it comes with the template. So if I need to know how to place my designs, I can just easily mark the placement guidelines in my hoop, and then everything, I don't think you can see my markings, but everything is marked so that it's easier for me to line up. Another wonderful feature about the machine is it's wireless enabled. So what does that mean? It's going to give me a little exclamation point over here by the wireless icon, and it's going to allow me to go, or tell me that I need to go to the website and download the newest update for my machine. But it also gives me the ability to use Brother's new Artspira app that you can get for your phones or tablets. So that's another fun thing that you can do. With Artspira, I can either use one of the designs that they provide, or there is a drawing section. So you can draw your own designs and then stitch them out and wirelessly send them to your machine, which is what my grandson did on this little towel. He drew that little vehicle of some sorts. So that's another awesome feature about the machine and in the embroidery side of it. We also have the needle up and down button, and this little magic button that you can see on the side right here is my magic needle threaded. How easy was that for me to thread my needle and still do my presentation all at one time. That's the thing that I use probably the most is my needle threader, because as we get older, we don't see as well. So that's one of the must-haves for me whenever I'm looking for a new machine. So to thread the machine, all I'm going to do is follow the numbered threading path on here, come over here and cut my thread off. And then this little magic button, you push it down and it puts the thread through the eye of the needle. The text feature in this machine is pretty awesome. So I can go in and I can maneuver text. See if I can get some right here up on the screen. I've got several choices, but once I get something entered, I'm just playing with letters. I have the ability to go in and edit my text. So I can do a font edit and I can cut those letters apart, and then I'll be able to go in and individually either change the font, or I can also increase or decrease the size of the font of that particular letter that I'm working with. I can add text to designs. I can resize in this machine. I can rotate. I can move my designs around as I need to in order to get everything to fit in the machine. So I've just been having a lot of fun with it. This was something this design is built into the machine, the little candle with the numbers, although in the machine it had polka dots. So I was happy when I was stitching this out to see that the polka dots, or that the background was a solid, so that I could just use the advanced color key so that I could skip over those polka dots. And I also combined it with text. So that's a nice feature as well. So on the sewing side, you have an accessory bin that would fit in where the embroidery unit is. And it comes with all of your feet in this box. So I've got my most used feet, even one-step buttonholes. One-step buttonholes are just the bomb. They're just the best thing since sliced bread. Not only that, in the extra little accessory pouch, you also get additional supplies, including an alternate bobbin case, which I find very nice to have. That's that backup spare, so in case you put a ding in one bobbin case, you've always got an extra spare to go along with it. So if we were going to change this over to sewing, all we need to do is just turn off the machine. I'm going to remove the embroidery unit and I will set it aside. And then when I turn the machine back on, it will automatically come up with my sewing screen on. So that screen looks a little different than the other screens that I was showing you. So to choose different designs or different stitches, you would just refer to the chart up here. And then you're going to come to your different categories, and you're going to choose your categories and scroll through your different stitches. So we can go back. Here are the fonts that I was telling you about. So you do have 4 different fonts. You have some think those are Japanese fonts. But these letters stitch out, I would say probably maybe 3/4 of an inch high. But you have character decorative stitches, some larger stitches that are built in. You also have My Custom Stitch. My Custom Stitch is a feature that you can use to create your own stitches. So let's say that there was a particular way you wanted your blanket stitch to stitch, like maybe down and back and down and back 3 times, but over once and back once. You can program that in to My Custom Stitch. That is a feature that you don't find on very many machines at all, and especially on machines like this. So that's a fun feature that I was really excited to see that I had on that, because that's one of the things that I like to change myself is I have a specific blanket stitch that I love to use. So I can create it in My Custom Stitch, and then I get to save it to the memory pocket of the machine. So next time I need that stitch or want to use that stitch, I don't have to reprogram it. I can just pull it directly out of the machine. So that is a wonderful feature as well. Now, if I need to change the settings, I can go into the settings page on the front of the machine, and my settings will come up on this color LCD screen, and it will allow me to customize the machine to my preferences. So if I wanted to stop with the needle down, I could program it to stop with the needle in the down position whenever I stop sewing. So that's fun as well. I also like the fact that in the sewing side, I can go ahead and program it when I select my stitch, that once I get to the end of my row of stitching, I just hit the reverse sew button, and it's going to back stitch or do a lock stitch in place. I can also program it so that it cuts the thread once I hit that reverse sew button. So it's going to do everything for me, and then all I have to do is lift the presser foot and remove my project. So as far as being a compact machine, this machine has so many features that you would normally find on a lot higher end machine. Hence the reason I chose to get this to take to my sewing retreats. There's so much about it. I just have a hard time remembering everything that I wanted to show you. I guess I probably should have made a list. You also have directional sewing. So that means that it's going to sew forward and backward, right to left. So imagine having to hem or to repair a rip in a pair of pants. So it's up on the pant leg, and you don't have the space to maneuver around or turn the fabric because it's on a pant leg that you fed here on the free arm. You can use those directional stitches so that you can make that repair a lot more easy. We have all different kinds of stitches. You have your utility stitches. You have some decorative stitches. You have your one-step buttonholes, your larger character decorative stitches, satin stitches, and even some cross stitch designs. So it's a lot of fun to use those stitches if you want to quilt something, or maybe you just want to decorate your own piece of fabric before you make a project out of it. I've done that a lot. And sometimes it's fun just to play with the stitches like that so that you have a better feel for what it really looks like stitched out versus just the picture that you see up here. So more onto it. You can quilt with it because there's a built-in stippling stitch. You also have a lever on the back of your free arm that you can slide, and it's going to lower your feed dogs for your free motion quilting. On the embroidery side of the machine, I noticed that there are a couple of quilting designs in embroidery mode built in, so you could quilt your quilt blocks. So this machine is going to take you from your crafting to your personalization to your garment sewing to your quilting. No matter what you want to do, I think that this is the perfect machine for everyone to have. And like I said before, this machine is smaller in size. It looks nice. It has a very pretty aesthetic to it. But even my grandchildren are not intimidated by the size of this machine. And I don't know if I mentioned before, but it only weighs 20 pounds. So it's lightweight enough for me to carry to my retreats. But it has so many features that it would be an awesome, awesome machine for those of you that are just starting your embroidery journey. And let me tell you, I've been doing this for a long time and I never thought it would get to this point, but it has. So the saying is, if it's standing still, it could get embroidered. And I could certainly do that with, like I said, the large 5x7 embroidery frame. So let me show you just a couple of other things that I've made with it. One of my favorite stitches for quilting is to use a serpentine stitch. And I should have done a high contrast, but I thought my other camera was going to work. So I made this little zipper bag for a friend of mine. And I didn't use a high contrast thread for her name, but I did use the built-in fonts on the sewing side to put my friend's name, and just made a little whatnot bag. She's not one for bright colors and for things she doesn't like to stand out. So I kept it kind of muted. And I don't know if you can see behind me, but this is my little banner that I made for 4th of July. There's a built-in embroidery design that is a heart with a little floral corner around it that was in red, white, and blue. And I thought that would be pretty for something for 4th of July. And then using the one-step buttonholes, I was able to just make my buttonholes so these can come off if I want to use them somewhere else. And in that same category where your buttonholes are at in the sewing side, there's a button sewing stitch. So I didn't even have to sew my buttons on by hand, because we all know that that is a 4-letter word. So here's a little inspiration for you for the 4th of July. So the design was added, then the letters were added, it was stitched, and now I'm set for 4th of July. So what do y'all think about this machine? Do you think that it has a lot of great features? And if you have any questions, be sure to ask. I know this was not the best resource for cameras, and we will try to get that worked out before I come back with y'all later this afternoon. So Blaine, does anybody have any questions for me?
I don't think so. I think we just need to tell them how they can get it. So thank you so much for coming on, and we'll see you this afternoon, okay?
Okay, sounds
Thanks,
good.
Kathy. All righty. So everybody, this is the SE2000 Brother sewing and embroidery machine, and it has that 5x7 hoop size. Guys, the price on this is $14.99. We have financing available and free shipping, and you need to call us for more information. You'll be extremely happy if you do. So give us a call. But let me tell you a little bit about the machine. Hey, again, it has 193 built-in designs. It has, their Dixie and Pixar characters, 193 of those. Has 13 fonts. It comes with one hoop, which is the 5x7 hoop. It has the 20 pounds, as we said. And guys, this is a great machine, for transporting because of its size. It's a very, what they call compact machine. And it's not just really big, so it's got a lot of flexibility with it. Again, it is wireless, so you can transfer designs wirelessly, which is a great feature for this. So again, guys, if you have any questions for this, or you want to make a purchase, just give us a call right now at 800-401-8151. Our team is standing by to take your call, and they're extremely knowledgeable about this. And again, all I can tell you is call for more information. I think you'll be extremely happy. All right, guys, we're going to continue on. And hey, we have got Juki in the house. And we're going to talk all about that Rico printer this morning. This is that direct-to-garment printer. I think you saw it on Monday. And guys, again, this thing is so awesome. If you want to print your own fabric, you can do that. You can just make so many creative things to use it, incorporate it into your quilting, your embroidery. There's so many great things that you can do. And we have Kelly Latreille from Juki back in here, and Kelly's a national account manager for Juki. She's also does training. She travels all over the United States, helping dealers with training and with the products. And she is basically the go-to person when it comes to Juki. So welcome back to the show, Kelly.
Thank you, Blaine. It's good to be back.
Well, we're happy that you're here. And I'll tell you what, the Rico printer has just been a hit from day one. And, I like to tell everybody, we found out this year that from Juki that we were the #1 dealer in the nation selling Rico printers. So I feel like our team knows these probably better than anybody out there, because as many have we sold. And I tell you, we have one that we've demoed a lot here at the corporate office and at the store. And so we know a lot about these, and that's what I think makes it where they can answer questions for people. But I know that you know this machine extremely well, because you were down in our San Diego store with us late, I think it was last year and during the summer, and we got to demo that a lot, and people just went crazy over it. So I'm excited that you're here, and we're going to let you get going, and I'm going to be back about 25 minutes. We'll tell everybody how they can get it and all the different packages.
Thanks so much, Blaine. And congratulations, because you guys give wonderful support. So if you purchase a printer from Sewing Machines Plus, they're going to be there for you to support. But it's an easy tool. And what Rico did is they designed this as a compact unit so I can get it right into my sewing room. I love that. So what we're looking at, folks, is a printer. This is the top portion, and the bottom portion is the finisher. So if I look at the printer, and if you think about this technology like your inkjet printer at home, you'll have so much fun because it's really easy to use. And I love incorporating my embroidery, my sewing, and my printing all in one for many projects. So I'm excited to talk about this today. If I open the front door, you can see exactly where the ink is stored. So it's easy to change, very accessible. But you know what? I've had this over a year and have done over 700 prints. And only now did I run out of ink, just about a couple of weeks ago. So I was amazed by that. So the cost of this is very low. Okay, but let's go back. We're going to talk about the finisher. This does two functions. It's going to bake that ink right onto your project. It also, prior to printing, it's going to press the top of your fabric. And I love that because you get it all set up for printing. It's nice and warm, and there are a couple of sizes you can do. And in celebration of Hoop Fest today, many of you have asked me, gee, how do you get fabric under that tray? So what I'm going to do today is an extra large sweatshirt, so you can see how that happens. This is a platent, and it's what you put your fabric in to print. This is the smaller one. This is a 5x7 size. We also have an 8.5x11, which we're going to use today to print on a sweatshirt. Okay, so if my camera person can move to my monitor, we're going to take a look at the software that comes with the Rico printer. And it's easy to access because you can go right on their website and download it. So I'm opening it up, and I'm going to give you first a tour of Easy Designer because I think it's a great place to start when you first get the printer. You can choose your project. You can choose the size and the orientation. So I'm going to start with the large size today, which is 8.5x11. I can also, if I so choose, go to the smaller size, which is 5x7. So for our project today, I'm going to use a landscape layout. And what I like about this Easy Designer is that it even shows you how to set up your project in the tray before printing. So I can take a photo from my computer if I so choose. I can download it from my phone or any device with a USB connection. Or if I don't have a USB connection, or if I just want to get something off my phone quick, you can get a QR code that takes something directly off your phone. Isn't that nice? So now I'm going to exit and reopen so we can take a look at Advanced Designer. Advanced Designer is where I live the most when I'm designing. So today we're going to do a sweatshirt, and I'm going to choose the landscape layout and select OK. So again, I can take a picture from my computer. I can import any photo. Think about those family photos of your children, the dogs, the cousins, anything you want. I also have built-in illustrations, and there are several of them to work with. And I've worked with these more than I thought because they're so nice. I can also do I just did illustrations. Sorry about that. We're going into the artwork mode, and these are black and white, but you can actually add color and change the color to these. So quite a lot built in to work with. I also have the ability to add a frame around my photo or my graphic design, anything I want, okay? So I'm going to go back up and choose no frame, and you can add text and you can draw in this software too. So if I just click on the design page, I can enter text. And then once I select the text, I can then edit it. I can drag it out. I can make it big, do whatever I want with that text. I can center it. I can also change the style of the text. Okay. And I can center it, and I can change color. But what if you don't find the text in here that you like? You know, you can print from any program. I keep my recipes in Word, so I like to do a lot of recipe tells, and instead of doing embroidery, which generally is small letters, which I think printing them is so much easier, but I just print them right from Word. So remember that you can print from any program once this is on your computer. So now I'm going to import an image, and I'm feeling patriotic today because it's Flag Day. Happy Flag Day, everyone. I am going to bring this in, and I can preview it on my project, okay? So I can edit this, and I'm going to select it. So I want to drag this up a little bit more on the sweatshirt so I can have a better placement. And that looks good. So now I am going to get ready to print. So I'm going to select print and save. And if I wanted to save this, if I were doing A lot of sweatshirts, I would want to save this. The file type is DAT. So if I want to do several t-shirts or sweatshirts for the 4th of July, I'm ready to go. Now I can also print from the same page. So I'm going to select my printer, and I have print quality. I can do speed, which I generally do if I'm testing something. Fine is what I use 90% of the time, and vivid will go over the print twice so you get a real vivid finish. Okay, so I'm going to select print, and we're going to move the camera now so I can show you how to load a big extra large sweatshirt into the tray. In preparation, I have pressed a center mark right into my sweatshirt, okay? And I chose landscape, so I'm going to be putting it on the tray landscape style. And there's an R marked on here. You probably can't see this, but the tray it's well marked so you know how to put things on it. Because what that's going to do is it's going to print from the R down. So I want to make sure my collar's up at the top and this is all centered. Like hooping in embroidery, I think spending the time to get this centered and right is worth it. All you embroiderers, I do embroidery, I do printing, and I think the preparation prior will make you so successful. So now I'm going to center this, and I'm double checking that it's on the line, okay? And now I'm going to put all my excess fabric underneath so I can close the tray and print. And I wanted to show this today because it is an extra large sweatshirt. And many people doubt me. Many people say, oh, I don't think you can get that in there. Take your time. That's what I'm going to suggest. And I'm going to just push that over. And we're going to put it right under the tray. And make sure it's all centered and it's in. And you can find room in here. I'm just checking every side now. Okay. And that looks pretty good. I'm going to try to close it and make some adjustments as I go. I think right now I just want to push more down. There we go. We're going to get those sleeves under. We're in a good shape. Okay. So for a large sweatshirt, extra large sweatshirt to go in there is great. So I have closed the tray and you can see that it's not hanging out on the edges, and that's important. So now we're going to switch the camera over back to the finisher and printer and show you what happens next. I am going to open this so that it can press the top of my sweatshirt. Okay. So what I do is I'm moving the lever to the left, and it's going to take 30 seconds to press the top of that. And I think it sets you up for success when you're printing because it's all nice and even and it's warm. So I think it's ready to accept that ink right into the fabric. And speaking of the ink, it's environmentally designed to be friendly to our environment. And you can get a lot of prints out of these cartridges. Like I said earlier, I've had mine over a year and just recently changed. So I'm going to stop and unlock this. And it's now warm to the touch. We have pressed it. So now I'm going to take this up to the printer. Okay. And I'm going to wait for my prompt, and it says press start key. So I'm just going to start. And on that same screen, you may not be able to see it, but it's showing me my ink levels. Now I'm going to lower the tray, and this is a thicker fabric, so this is not unusual for me to have to lower this tray. Okay, so now it's started the printing process. And while that's printing, let me talk to you about what you can print, what the limitations are. And for Hoop Fest, I did an extra large sweatshirt. So you can see you can get a lot of fabric under there. So if you want to design your own fabric, I love to do that. So what I did for the jacket is just cut this out prior to printing. Cut the pieces out, put it in the tray, and this is a pretty lightweight knit, so it wasn't hard to do. And this one as well. So create your own fabric is a fun way to go. Our family is so into t-shirts. We do this all the time. My son does it for his teams. We are putting out t-shirts all the time. And this was one for a family reunion that I did. It turned out really great. And then we also have, this was for a science group, and I did a few of those. If you're going to do batch printing, I suggest you get an extra tray because you can be hooping while you're printing. And I just mean putting it in a tray, but for Hoop Fest, we'll celebrate that. This is a picture I took at a concert, and I used the writing function in the software, but I thought this turned out really nice. So you can do so many different things that. Come back on Friday. We're going to do a Father's Day shirt, but this is also a nice idea. An apron for your grill master at home. You want to keep to lightweight colored fabric because the printer does not print white. But I wanted to also show you, I know this is a Christmas recipe, but in July, we're going to be starting our Christmas projects, right? This is actually printed from Word. So what I did is I just printed it out of Word. Just you select your printer like any other printer, and then I embellished it with embroidery after. This is Ultra Suede, and I was real impressed how this printed. This is from my own garden, and it printed on that Ultra Suede so beautifully. So now our printing is almost done. And I will tell you, I love to experiment with color because they're like, oh, you can only do it on white and lightweight. Have some fun. I thought this came out really great, and it's not white fabric. So you're only limited with your own imagination. All right, I think our printing is almost ready. So what happens after this is I'm going to bake that ink right back on. And we're going to, all right, it's still printing and processing, so that's okay. Let's look at more samples. The one sample I always like to show is this Lycra because even when I stretch it, the ink is really solid on. So you can do this on cotton, you can do it on knit fabrics, you can do it on a variety of fabrics. So don't be limited. So once this comes out, we'll bake it and it'll be ready to wear. But I'm excited to show you how it turns out because getting an extra large sweatshirt in there is fantastic. So it doesn't limit your ability to print on shirts. Don't forget towels. Don't forget hostess gifts that you can make for this. When I'm in a pinch, I love to do a hostess towel because it takes just minutes. I will tell you though, you want to pre-wash the fabric because a lot of fabric and t-shirts and things that come out of the store have sizing on them. If there's sizing on it, chances are the ink is going to wash out faster. So you'll want to make sure that you are ready and you don't have anything washing out. So pre-wash those sweatshirts, t-shirts, towels. Tote bags I generally don't because I rarely wash them. But other than that, I pre-wash everything. And here comes our print. Slowly but surely we'll get our USA. So I'm sure Blaine has some great specials for you guys today. I also want to let you know that Sewing Machines Plus has wonderful support. So if you purchase a printer, know that it comes directly to you. And the same day I started printing, It was delivered on a pallet. I took it out of the boxes and was printing the same day. You load it just like a traditional printer and you're off and you can design. So I think we've got finally our design ready. And it's coming out. It's exciting. But think about your project. In embroidery, I used to prepare for projects. And now, like my towels, I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to embroider that whole recipe out. I'm going to print it. And then it's so much fun to embellish from there. So we're getting our USA out here. There we go. It came out beautiful. And now I'm going to put it in our, what Deb at Sewing Machine Plus calls this is the easy bake oven, because it's going to bake that ink right onto my fabric. It's that easy. So when you're designing your garments or your next gift, in fact, something I have in my head that I hope the next time I see you in the future I can show you is that it is a memory quilt. I've got some old pictures of the family, and I'm going to start printing those soon, maybe in black and white, see how those turn out. I'm excited for that project. So this is just baking on the ink right now, and it's then you can wash it, but make sure you bake on that ink because you want to set that ink into the garment. So I'm excited once this is done to show you how that extra large sweatshirt will come out of the tray and be ready to go. So we have a few more seconds. All right, and I'm just going to move the lever over, and I'm going to just put it on top, close that door, and then we put all this fabric inside. Let me pull it out. It's much easier to pull out. Okay, so there is my sweatshirt, extra large. Came out fantastic for Flag Day. So happy Flag Day, everyone. And if you have questions, please let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to hand it to Blaine to see what great specials he has on the Ricoh RI100 direct-to-garment printer.
Hey, Kelly.
Hey, Blaine, how are
you? I
you?
thought you froze up for a second.
Oh, I hope not. I was just waiting for you.
I just saw you holding the sweatshirt, so I was like, "Oh wow, she froze up." So Kelly, man, that is awesome. I absolutely love that printer. And you know what's cool about it is, you were talking about all the different things you can do about it. I mean, just think about if you had a family reunion and wanted to surprise everybody, you could go buy some really just cheap T-shirts and just print, your custom whatever you came up with on there, and give, T-shirts out at the family reunion, or just any little get together you wanted to do. If you had, a sewing retreat or a quilt retreat at your house, and you wanted to give everybody a T-shirt that came to the retreat or got, the little get together, to something them to remember it. There's just so many things you can do with it, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's so much fun. My son recently graduated from college, so I think I can tell this story. When I first got the printer, he thought it was the greatest thing. He made T-shirts for all his friends of his roommate. He got a picture of his roommate as a child, and they had so much fun with that prank. They still wear those T-shirts. So it is unlimited in what you can do. My kids love this printer.
So see, you're giving me some ideas now. We could probably get, a really funny picture of Kyle when he's not looking, and then just print everybody in the office a shirt with Kyle's picture on the front of it.
I love it. What a great idea.
So, we've had some of our customers out there that have purchased this, and they've actually, made me a T-shirt, made some people around the office some shirts and things. And, it's just so creative what people can do with them. And, I absolutely just love this printer. I think that, people talk about, well, I wish I had room for it. It doesn't take up any room at all. I mean, it really doesn't take up much room. You could have it in the corner of your sewing room because of that printer sitting on top of the heater. It really doesn't take up much room.
Not at all. I have it right in my sewing studio, and I think you've seen the whole room. It's not that big, but I love having it right here so I can print and sew at the same time.
And people ask about, well, what kind does it come with a stand? It doesn't come with a stand, but there's a lot of different options. You can get the Kiwi table from Aero Cabinets. It would fit on, and we also have that brand new what we call the nesting table electric lift. It's perfect size for the printer, and that way you could just push a button and raise it up and lower it any height you want to do things. So it'll be custom height for you, and so there's a lot of options of things that you could use to sit it on.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's easy to set up and you can put it on a desk or a table, anything you'd like.
Kelly, one of the things that probably the number one question we get when people ask about the Rico printer is, how long is the ink going to last? Which, my answer is, it depends on how much you print. Naturally, it's kind of like a printer at home. The more, pages you print, the quicker the ink's going to run out. But you've had that thing for a year and you just changed the ink cartridges, and you've done a lot of printing.
Yes, and at Juki, that was my challenge, run out of ink. So I was really amazed when it took over a year.
Yeah, I've kind of been blown away too. We have one that we demo here, and we've actually used it a lot. I mean, we've printed a lot of things on it, and I mean, it's not even close to running out of ink. So, somebody, when they're asking that, naturally, if you're a user and you're using it, printing multiple shirts, it shortens the life. But I mean, you can get hundreds of printings out of this thing before you even have to think about ink. And that's what's so awesome about it, how good the ink is. And then, the other question we get is, does it fade when you wash it? And, with the technology of the ink, it basically impregnates the fabric. So it's almost like dyeing the fabric. It's not like a heat transfer. And then when you do that, the heating of it, it locks it in and encapsulates it where it's just not going to fade. It makes it part of the fabric.
Absolutely. And because it's not a transfer, you can quilt over it. You can do anything you like for different projects, which is so nice.
Well, that's the thing I think is so cool too is, if you are a quilter and you wanted to come up with something really unique, you could print your own quilt blocks and then embroidery on it and then quilt. You could do, so many custom things. It is just amazing the possibilities of things you can do with this.
Absolutely.
All right, Kelly. Well, Kelly, thank you so much. We're going to see you a little bit later on. You're going to come back and we're going to have another machine we're going to demonstrate. And but thank you so much for all you're doing for us this week. And I know you're pulling a long duty. You're here all week with us. So,
well, thank
really
you. I
appreciate
love being here, Blaine. Thank you so much. And give them those awesome specials on that Rico printer.
Oh, we are. I'm going to tell everybody how they can get one right now. So, guys, this is the Rico R100 printer. This is the direct-to-garment printer. And, guys, we're going to make this very easy. I know people out there go, oh, my gosh, I wish I could own one of these. Guys, you can own one of these. We have Synchrony special financing just for the Rico printer. And we have, a little bit better deal on the Rico printer that this is a call-in special. Now, this is the home, basically the home creator bundle, and it is $3,950. And guys, again, give us a call. We have a call-in special for this. We're going to ship it free to your house, and then we do have some Synchrony, that special financing for it. And but let me talk a little bit about what's in the home crafters bundle. So you're going to get the R100. Now, you're not going to get the heater with the home crafters bundle. You're just getting the printer. You're getting the printer, and you're getting the A4 platen. So you're getting the bigger platen on this, and then you're getting all the ink, and then you get the USB stick. Now, here's the thing. If you've already got a way to heat the fabric, if you have a heat press, you could probably use a heat press and get that locked in, and get, if you've already got something like that, and you wouldn't necessarily need the heater. But the next package we have is called the business bundle. Now that's the one, the business bundle. There we go. So this is the business startup bundle. This is the one I recommend because you get the R100 printer, you're getting that, and then you're getting that dryer finisher that sits under it. And then you're getting all the ink. And the reason I say this is the best package because there's a professional bundle, but you get extra ink cartridges. And like Kelly was saying, she's used this thing for a year and just recently changed the ink. And what I tell people is don't buy a bunch of ink because you may not use it until it's already, expired or gets old. So I think this is the best value right here, the business startup bundle, because you're getting the printer, the dryer, you're getting the ink that you need to start up, and you're getting that USB for $4,950. And then, guys, we got some special financing from Synchrony for this. We're going to ship it free, and we do have a call-in special on this. So, again, give us a call if you want to know that call-in special price. We got a great price for you on this. But this is the best package, in my opinion, because you're getting everything you need. And I don't think you need any extra ink cartridges right now because, it's going to last you a long time. And then, if you're using a high usage after 6 months, you might go ahead and buy some then. But I definitely would not buy extra ink to start out with just because of, how long the ink actually lasts when you're using the machine. So anyway, guys, give us a call, 800-401-8151 to inquire about this Ricoh printer. Guys, you're going to absolutely love this. And I'm telling you, there are so many things that you could do with this. I've seen the things that they've done around here by using it, and it's just crazy all the things you can do. And and the thing is, think about that perfect shirt. I saw Kelly had that Lady Gaga shirt. If you've got a favorite artist or something that you like, you could make your own shirt and have the one of a kind. That's what's cool about it. So again, there's so many things you can do. So anyway, get you a Ricoh printer today, guys. All right, guys, we are going to compete moving on, and we got Baby Lock in the house. And guys, we have Lisa Knight from Baby Lock with us today. Lisa started sewing at age 6, or as she puts it, a long, long time ago. So over the course of those years, she fell in love with the endless possibilities and creativity of sewing. And guys, she loves to spread her knowledge with all the Baby Lock products and sewing. And we're super excited to have her on the show. She's going to talk all about that Baby Lock Vesta. So welcome to the show, Lisa Knight.
Hey everyone, how are you? I'm coming to you from Las Vegas, the Las Vegas Sew Girl here. It is hot, hot, hot in Vegas. So if you're planning to come, make sure you
Lisa,
drink lots of water.
You never, cease to surprise me because you always come on with some kind of hat or something. And I love the Vegas, strip hat, or what do they call it, the Vegas showgirl hat.
Mm-hmm. Well, I am super excited to be here today, Blaine. I love working with your people on the Hoop Fest and all of the programs you do, but we have a fabulous machine today, the Vesta. It's a great point to start, or even a great point to add to your collection. Maybe you have one of those really big machines and it's hard to take to a class. Well, this one's a perfect class machine. It is a sewing machine combo embroidery machine. So it does both. You get the best of both worlds and a nice little light machine to be able to tote to a class or something like that. So without any further ado, I'm going to switch the camera over to the machine and we'll take a look. So that is not the machine. That is your accessories you get. But let's get the right camera up here. And that one moved a little bit. So pardon the adjustments here. This is the machine. Let's open that camera up so we can see it just a bit better. And I've got the embroidery unit on currently, and I've actually got something hooped and ready to embroider. But I want to go to the home screen so that you guys can see all the fun things that we have here for you. We're going to get rid of that design. So this is your home screen, and it's...
Hey, Lisa?
Yes?
We cannot see your machine.
Oh, okay. Why can you not?
It didn't switch when you switched it.
All right. Hold on. Let's see what's going on here. Oh, you know why? I didn't share. I'm sorry.
Oh, come on, Lisa, you got to share it with us.
Sharing is caring. It's helpful if you share.
All right.
I know
We
how
see
to
it
do
now.
this.
We
It's
got
just
you.
one
We're
of
gonna
those.
get. All right, let's put that up.
All right. Now can you see it? There we go. There is the baby lock vest done. I'm going to bring the hood down so you can see it with its little banner on it and everything. And we'll lift it up just a little bit. I've got a light right behind there to add light to the room. And then we can bring it down this way. And you can see it has the embroidery unit attached right now, because we're going to talk about embroidery today. And we will touch on the sewing side as well. So let me bring this in just a smidge closer so you all can see. You have beautiful designs. You have Wi-Fi enabled. You can use the direct transfer, so many different things. But let's take a quick tour. I mean, we've got lots of beautiful designs in here. Come back here. And as always, you can add your own designs, because I've been embroidering long enough to know that I'm always going to see a new design that I love. But as a starter, if you're starting out with embroidery and you haven't embroidered before, you have tons of beautiful designs in here to be able to play with and add decor to all sorts of things. Let's go to another one. Super cute things for home deck, t-shirts, anything that you want to add, tote bags. Let's go back here. You have beautiful monograms, and we're going to play with those monograms in just a moment. You've got 2 exclusive monograms as well as all of these monograms. So we've got a total of 13 monograms and our gorgeous exclusive script. You can write what you want it to say. You can arc it. You can use lowercase. You can do all sorts of things here. Cancel that pattern. Let's go back one more. You've got gorgeous frames, which really expand your ability to do so many things with your machine, because not only can you create a frame around something, but you can also use a frame to create applique as well. So let's choose one of these frames and see all the choices within the frames, because they have a running stitch, but they also have all these beautiful finishing stitches you can use. And that's the same for every single one of these 10 frames that you can play with. You can also use that frame to create an applique. I'm attempting to get my microphone here and it is hung up. Hold on. Well, there we go. Sorry about that, guys. I want to make sure you could hear me. All right, so let's go back and let's go into this, these monograms, these exclusive monograms, and let's choose one that we like, because that's what I was going to put on my tea towel I have hooped here. And while it's stitching, we'll talk about what comes with the machine. And I went too far, talking and doing. There we go. And I'm just going to do this all in one color, but you can definitely, you're able to change the size, you're able to move it around this screen, as well as on your embroidery area. You can rotate. By 90%, 10%, 1%, to the left or to the right. We're just going to keep it in that orientation. You're able to size it here. You can size equally smaller, equally larger. You can squeeze it inward from top to bottom, or stretch it outward from top to bottom, or from left to right, either one. You'll notice that which hoops are going to work for it for this size. You can even zoom in if you want to. You can add designs to it if you want to. You can just come here and click on add. You can save it to the machine pocket or to a flash drive. Not all designs on the machine are able to be saved to the flash drive. It kind of depends on if they're exclusive or not. So I'm going to end the edit at this point. And when it comes up to this screen, this enables me to move the needle around the hoop. So if I push this way, it moves it up in the hoop. And what I'm trying to do is actually find the center area that I marked for my design. So let me turn this so you can see what's happening over here. You can see that the hoop is moving to the position that I want my design to be. And pretty good, but not quite. I'm trying to keep my arm out of the way. And that's as far to the right as I can go. And go up a little bit more. There we go. I'm happy with that. And if I wanted to, I could rotate at this point. I can check the perimeter of my hoop to make sure I have enough room. But the machine is telling me I have enough room because it's not letting me go any further to the right or to the left. And we're going to go to embroidery. And I've already threaded it, but up here at the top is where you would thread it. It has an automatic needle threader here, which is super nice. In fact, let's unthread it so you can see that process. So I've unthreaded it. I'm going to take it up through number 7, and there's a little hook over here to hold the thread in place. And then I just bring down this little handle on the left of the machine, and it's threaded. I don't know about y'all, but I don't see as well as I used to. So having that is a really nice feature. And we're going to press start and let it do its thing. So while it's stitching, and I'm going to let you get a little bit better view of the stitching, we'll go over here to our other camera and look at what comes with the machine. Let's make that a little bit bigger. I'm trying, well, not sure why it won't let me get rid of. There we go. All right, so in a special little pouch, all of these items are available to you. You're going to get some bobbin thread, and this does take 90 weight bobbin thread, by the way. You'll get spool caps. I have one of the little mini king spool caps already employed on the machine, but there's another little spool cap. You have some tools to be able to remove your foot, to tighten it. This is an awl, which actually will poke holes in things to create an eyelet. You'll get 2 packs of needles. You'll get some other feet here. You'll get an open toe foot and a Teflon foot. You'll get an additional spool pin, a thread net, and then you've got your power cord, your presser foot, and a nice dust cover. So it comes with a 5x7 hoop and a 6x10 hoop. I'll bring that one up here so you guys can see it. There's the 6x10 hoop. So you have the ability to do some really good sized designs. This is the little layout template that comes with your hoop so that you can get your positioning just right. Set that down. It also comes with your manuals, a quick reference guide, an embroidery design guide, and the instruction and reference guide for the machine. But that is not all. Let's see, put this back here and let's move this out of the way, because you also get a little drawer that fits on the machine when it's not in embroidery mode. And this drawer actually has a secret compartment. And the secret compartment holds your other feet. You've got a buttonhole foot. You've got a button sewing on foot, which is one of my favorites. I absolutely love the button sewing on foot. I don't ever sew buttons on unless it's a shank button, and then I have to do it. And they kind of click into place. You have a repositionable zipper foot. And these are all snap-on feet, which is really nice so that you don't have to unscrew and rescrew them into place. This is an embroidery open toe so that it actually has a channel underneath. I'm not sure if you can see that. So as your fancy and decorative stitches build up, there's a place for them to go. This is an edge or stitch in the ditch style foot here. And then of course you have a seam ripper, because whether we like it or not, we do have to unsew once in a while. So, oh, and this one, I forgot about this one. This is an over edge foot here. And then you also have your J foot and the ankle that the J foot fits on the machine so that you can use it for sewing. And this has that little release right here so that your feet will just snap right off and then go back into place. It's easier if you're doing it and looking at it. So those are all the fun things that you have in that little drawer compartment. And this will lift out, and you have some other goodies in here too. There's always a little bit more. You've got a nice little pair of scissors, a lint brush, another little screwdriver, and then another adjustable zipper foot. This one actually adjusts left to right so that you can get a wider zipper area than you could with the other one. The other one, you can just move the needle to one side or the other. And then you have this little bobbin pin. Get that out for you. And this goes in if you're using pre-wound bobbins. It helps get the right height for your pre-wound bobbins. And you can choose to do pre-wounds or you can wind your own. That is completely up to you. And then this just fits right over the arm of the machine. And then if you don't have it attached and you do have it in sewing mode, that becomes a free arm for your machine. Another item that I didn't show you earlier, let me put this off to the side and come over here, and here is your knee lift. These are fabulous if you like to be able to have hands-free sewing, because you can use your knee to lift that presser foot when you want it to. That fits in the front of the machine. Let's get some samples up here so y'all can see some pretty samples. And then we'll talk about accessories for this machine that you can get as well. All right. So here's a really cute little bunny silhouette, and utilizing your frames, I did the little candle wicking for the frame here, and did an applique. So that's a cute little towel. This is how you can take a design and then add text to it. And here you see it's been arced. Here's another use of frames. Oops. And these are the frames, and then this is the text that you have and one of the cute little designs in there. So you can have a lot of fun doing all sorts of additional things as you're going. Then we have some samples of the fonts. I just think this comes with so many fonts that you're just going to have a blast being able to do personalization. I know that when I first started embroidery many, many years ago, it was just basically to be able to add my, personalize my kids' clothes with something other than a Sharpie, and then also to be able to add cute things to it. And I honestly thought that was pretty much all that I could do. But there is so many things that you can do with an embroidery machine these days. I mean, you can quilt with them, you can do so many different fun little things. So as we're talking here, I'm trying to get this little camera cord out of the way so we can see on the camera without extra stuff. Unfortunately, my space is small, so I'd end up with camera cords sometimes in the way. So this is an additional accessory that you can get. I'm trying to get this so that you can see it well. Hold on for just a second. Let's put it on this little index card here. This is an embroidery foot that actually has a beam so that you can see that needle placement a lot easier. Let me grab the box that it came in so you can see which accessory this is. This is embroidery foot with needle beam. It fits the Vesta, and it also will fit the flare. It is, let's see, it just plugs right into the back. It hooks on just like you do your other feet. You screw it into place, and then you plug this into the back of the machine. There's a little opening for that. And that is the Baby Lock embroidery foot with needle beam. Honestly, once I had a needle beam, I really, really, really liked it because it helped me get placement so much better and so much more accurately. So let's set that aside. And then this machine will also accept one of the Baby Lock magnetic hoops, which are super fabulous and super easy to use. They have magnets, and I have used it. I store it this way with the cardboard in place. So if you get one, definitely store it that way. It keeps the integrity of your magnets. Set these aside. And these are super strong magnets. You want to keep your fingers out of the way when getting them placed. Grab that little towel and we'll put it in the hoop. All right, and of course, even with magnetic hoops, you're still going to use stabilizer. Stabilizer has nothing to do with the hoop. It has to do with helping the fabric stay firmly in place and accept your embroidery in the best possible way. I don't have a piece of stabilizer under it right now because I'm just demonstrating this hoop. Otherwise, I definitely would have a nice piece of tearaway stabilizer under here. And what I've found works best for me with this hoop is to do kind of a little scoop method like so, and do it kind of top, bottom, one side, then up at the top on the other side. Oh, see, did you see that jump? I like to do a little like almost like a snow plow. And I know if you're in California or Arizona or Nevada, you probably are like snow plow. But that same sort of shovel raking motion will get you the best, most firm hooping. And this is going to hold this beautifully. I loved this hoop for stitching and quilting with my embroidery machine. Was really very, very exciting to be able to do that. And then I have one more sample that is one of the things that I'm known for, is taking a single color design. My camera is just not looking great today. I'm not sure why. Let's turn this down and see if we get anything better. It may be because I'm running two cameras at once, but we've got a lot of shadowing. But this is one of the designs in the Vesta. And there we go. It's all stitched in black, and then fabric markers were used to add some color. I like to do that because it's almost like coloring, doing the adult coloring books, except that it's something that I can turn into a quilt block or put on a t-shirt or a tote bag. I've done it on wearables, and the fabric markers stay in place, so it really works well. How are we doing on time? We're almost done, I think, on our stitching. So I'm going to switch cameras back so you can see our progress. Let's make that a little bigger. Don't look if you get seasick, because I'm going to move the camera a little bit closer. And hopefully y'all can see that. This little machine even has quilting designs. Let me get rid of this extra information on the screen, if I can. Maybe not. Let's bring it up here and then bring it down. So isn't that gorgeous stitching? And I'm just doing it all in one color because I thought that that would make this a little bit faster in the process. And let's bring this camera back and talk about the sewing half. Look at all the gorgeous stitches. You've got hundreds of decorative stitches, utility stitches. You even have lettering in the sewing side that you can just have a really good time playing with. This is where you would wind your bobbin over here. And the books and the information on babylock.com are super helpful for you. You'll be able to find everything you know. There's lots of education available to you. And I think we're coming into the home stretch here. And this is going to be absolutely beautiful. I love how it's turning out. I like that green embroidery thread on this teal tea towel. But, the world is your oyster when it comes to embroidery. You really can have a wonderful time creating different and new and innovative looks, depending on what you're trying to do. And it's done. Awesome. So let's take it out and take a look. I think I need to move the camera back just a bit. Actually, let's put it under here and bring the camera up. Sorry if you get seasick. I see a couple threads that I might want to trim, but isn't that gorgeous? And then all that's left to do is to unhoop it and tear away the stabilizer on the back, and you've got a beautiful towel. And that took 12 minutes. This is a great hostess gift, or you need something last minute, because I am the last minute gal as far as remembering that I need to bring a gift. So I love the Baby Lock Vesta. I think it's a fabulous machine, and you would be fortunate to have one in your home. So let's switch the camera back to me and check in with Blaine.
Well, thanks, Lisa. Man, I tell you what, that's a great machine. And you know, that thing has so much technology built into a small, compact design. Plus, the price point is awesome on it, isn't it?
It is. It is a really good place to start if you're just starting out in embroidery. And like I said, maybe you have one of these big machines that does it all, but they're hard. I mean, even for me to take to a class, I have to think twice. So having something like this, it's wonderful to have a little machine I can pop in the back of the car and take to a class very easily and still have all the beautiful features that many of the top of the line machines have.
Awesome. Well, thanks, Lisa. We're going to tell them how they can get it now, and we'll see you a little later.
All right. Thank you so much. It's great to see you, Blaine. Have a wonderful summer.
All righty. Okay, guys, this is the Baby Lock Vesta. And again, guys, this is a 6x10 embroidery field on this. So it's a huge embroidery field. Sewing and embroidery you can do with this. $39.99, guys. We have a call-in special in this. We have special synchrony financing. We have free shipping right to your doorstep. And guys, you got to call on this one. This is a great machine. And if you're getting into embroidery for the first time, and again, it comes down to, do you want an embroidery only or you do want a combo machine? You know, it comes down to that. But if you're wanting a upgrade your sewing and you want to get a great embroidery machine that has a 6x10 hoop size, this is the machine for you, because this has so many features locked into it. And guys, again, it's Wi-Fi enabled. You know, it's got 301 built-in stitches, 293 built-in embroidery designs. So you can get this and you're not going to have to do anything but just sew or embroidery when you get it, because it has so much things already built in. It has 14 built-in embroidery fonts. So again, it's going to come with that. It comes with 2 hoops. Your biggest hoop is going to be that 6x10. And again, it has the color sort, the push button features on it. It has the advanced pivoting feature. It has a really great accessory pack. It comes with the 13 feet with it as well. And has the automatic fabric sensor system and the quick set top loading bobbin. And it's just one of those things, automatic threading. It is just loaded with features. And again, guys, if you want to look at this machine, you can go to SewingMachinesPlus.com and just type in Vesta in the search bar, or you can go to smplive.tv. We have the products that we're featuring today on that page. You can click on it and go right to that product page. But again, it's just packed full of features. You can read all about it, or just give us a call. Our staff is really knowledgeable about this machine, so this is one of our top sellers. And again, give us a call at 800-401-8151. All right, guys, we are going to continue on with the show. And guess what? We've got a special surprise for you, a special surprise guest that's popping in.
Hi, everybody. Hi, Blaine. How you doing?
Everyone, it's 2-time Emmy award-winning TV host, Jane Klaus.
Hi, hello, Blaine. Hi, crew. Hi, SMP Nation. Hello, Hoop Fest. I have been watching all week long, Blaine. I mean, oh my God, so great.
Well, you know, we were hoping, and everybody probably was wondering, where's Jane? You know, Jane, I was wanting her to help me co-host this whole week. Jane's schedule was packed this week, and with TV taping, radio hosting, all these things, and then you're going to be completely out of town tomorrow on Friday, so she just couldn't fit us in our schedule, but we're already working on the next one, so make sure that Jane can get in.
I miss everybody so much. You know, this is my favorite month, June. Hoop Fest is my favorite festival, since we're in festival season, if you will, Blaine, and you're my favorite host. So this is the only place I'd rather be. But you know what? I'm so sorry I'm not here. And you know this. This has been year after year after year. I think every year this weekend I go out of town with the family, and every year you're like, no, they need to cancel their plans, Jane.
Yes,
this is what we're doing.
They need to cancel. Everybody help me here. Everybody chime in and tell Jane that her family needs to cancel their plans and move it to another week.
Call up the Claus family and tell them we're very busy. Got to do Hoop Fest. No, I love Hoop Fest. In fact, the funny thing is I have been busy filming for my creative living show out of Phoenix, but it airs nationally. And of course, doing radio, doing my brother ambassador work, which I absolutely love, and doing some other things like that this week. But I'm super happy to be here today to say hi to everybody. And I miss you. And I've been squeezing in a little bit of hoop work myself. I know between the sleeping and the eating, I find time to do some embroidery work, Blaine.
Well, if anybody can do it, Jane, you're the one that can do it. I know you have a busy schedule, busy lifestyle, and I can't keep up with you. I tell you, you're just all over the place doing all kinds of stuff, and I don't know how you get up. You get up at the crack of dawn,
3:45 a.m.
to do the radio show every day.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how you do it.
It's just fine and easy, everybody. As long as I can do something creative every single day, we can get through it all together, can't we?
Yes. Well, Jane, since you're here,
yeah,
and you're not really doing anything right now, won't you just take over hosting duties for the next session?
Well, you know what, Blaine? I mean, I do really like to host and I love to talk. And I especially loved your next guest. So you know what? I'm going to say yes to that. Okay. How about that, everybody? It's so great to see you all. I hope you're having a great week. I know I am, but missing you, but watching you, I know this. And of course, Blaine was like, hey, let's do this. Well, I love education and I love our next guest. She is a full-time working mom and wife with a serious craft addiction. And oh boy, do we know what that means when she's not being a dance mom. She loves to be in her craft room and sharing how to make beautiful things with an embroidery machine. You know her, you love her. You can catch her live Friday night show, Sip and Stitch. Welcome to the show, Carly Bell. Hey, Carly.
Hi, Jane. It's so good to see you.
Oh my God, it's so good to see you too. I am a secret cyber stalker because you have I get your newsletter and then I sign up for the thing and I'm secretly watching. I'm like, she doesn't even know that I'm stalking her on the side.
And I love everything that you do as well.
Thank you. First of all, pink is it this summer because of the Barbie movie. Am I right or am I right?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah. I know, because I see you in pink. I see me in pink. And I know Barbie's coming out in July. So we're all going to be watching that movie. But for me, everything I'm making is pink this season. Anything I can think about is pink. But today, I don't know if you're using pink or not in your education session, but we're talking about applique?
Yes, ma'am. We're talking about applique.
Is there I know you're going to wrap this up and give us all the tricks of the trade, but is there the one thing we should think about before we start our applique project?
The one, the most important thing, the tip I can give you?
Yeah, the one thing that you're the one thing I want you to think about is
heat and bond light.
Heat and bond light. Okay, that's good. And that's probably a great segue into what you're going to teach us now.
Yes.
Okay, Carly, I'll let you take it away. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Thanks so much, Jane. So hello, everyone. As I said, my name is Carly Bell, and I give machine embroidery tutorials on my YouTube channel and my website, carlybell.com. And I've been doing embroidery for about 11 years now. And I have to say, one of the things that caught my eye that got me very intrigued with embroidery and wanting to learn how to do it myself was applique. I would see these applique garments specifically for babies because I was having a little girl. And so when I got, presents at my baby shower or we were going to different baby shops, I would see all of these beautifully appliqued dresses and outfits, and I was just gaga over them. And I'm like, I need to know how to do this. So that is what we are going to learn today. We're going to learn all about applique and how it is done with your embroidery machine. So just a little, segue here. I have some slides for you because I do actually teach a course on all things machine embroidery, and we have one big section on applique in that course. So as I just said, applique is one of my favorite kinds of techniques in machine embroidery. And what it does is it involves filling the space with a fabric and then outlining it with stitches. So, with most of the embroidery we do, the design is completely filled with thread, right? That's a fill stitch design. But with applique, we can cover a much larger area and then fill that space with fabric. And then we just outline the edges of that fabric. Now, I admit, when I first started off and I was in those baby shops looking at those applique designs, I totally like, how did they do that? How did they make the fabric fill it perfectly? It's not an automatic thing that people, I think, know. Now, maybe if you've had a lot of experience, yes, it comes to mind. It's very simple. But as an outsider to the sewing world and the embroidery world, it really intrigued me on how it looked so perfect. So that's what we're going to go over today. Now, another thing that I love about applique is that I can take one design and make it look completely different by changing the fabrics within that applique design. So here's an example I have for you from my friends at Applique Alley who sell digitized embroidery designs, a lot of applique designs. And we see this cute little carrot trio with a bow. And in all three pictures, it is the same exact design, but filled in different ways with different fabrics, whether or not you do each carrot a different fabric, all three carrots the same, do the bows all the same, the bows different, the little green leaves at the top of the bow. So there are lots, you could take that one design and really change it up and make it look completely different. Now, let's see. Now, y'all heard my story. I had baby fever. I wanted all the things. It is very popular for children's clothing. However, it is also great for adult shirts, pillows, garden flags, towels, bags, and so much more. There is no end to what you can add an applique for. So if you're not into the baby items like I am, think about all the things in your home that you can add applique to. Adult items, like I made myself this LSU shirt. And I also have intentions, I haven't made it yet, but I want to make a mama shirt where it just has M-A-M-A and a big applique like across a sweatshirt. I've done beach towels. You see that Christmas pillow in the middle is from my Christmas workshop. So there are so many fun things that you can add applique to. So, that is just the tip of the iceberg. So now let's talk about how does it actually work? What are the steps involved? And then we're going to discuss the tools that will help us get the best looking applique. All right. So I'm going to change you over to my craft table now. And I'm going to show you my little demonstration that I have here for you. So applique is broken down into 3 major steps. Okay. And these are the steps that are going to be on your embroidery machine. So every time you open up an applique design on your embroidery machine, you're going to see the same shape, but done in 3 different steps. And that first step is called your placement stitch. This is going to show you exactly where to place your fabric that you're filling your applique with. Okay. It just gives you a little outline. It's usually just a running stitch, and it shows you right where your fabric goes. Okay. Next is our tack down stitch. This is what's actually, as it says, tacking down our applique fabric to the item that we're appliquing, as in my background fabric here. All right. Now we're going to go over the parts in between here, which is trimming, but just sticking to the 3 steps on the embroidery machine. After your tack down stitch is your final stitch. And this is what is going to outline your fabric. And it's a little hard to see, but my first option here is a satin stitch. And this is completely covering the raw edge of that fabric so that you don't see it. Other options are a blanket stitch, like right here. And then here is just a bean stitch where you can see the raw edges of the fabric. And I'm going to go over some tricks for you to help your raw edges look a little bit better. So those are your 3 steps on your embroidery machine. But there are some steps in between to get that nicely finished product. Okay. So we have the placement. That's easy, right? But before we place our fabric on this placement stitch. So for example, here I have this red, white, and blue star fabric. Every time I do an applique, I like to iron Heat and Bond Light onto the back of my applique fabric, okay? And this is going to do a couple things for you. If sometimes you have your underneath fabric has a pattern to it or is a bit darker and the fabric you're appliquing with is lighter, there's a chance it might be seen through once you put it over. The Heat and Bond Light does help with that. I've also used Pellon SF 101 to help with like blocking of things showing through if my applique fabric is a light sheer fabric and I don't want the bottom fabric to show through. But Heat and Bond Light is really my go-to for all of my appliques. It does help with that see-through. But the main thing is that it gives your fabric an adhesive and makes it now fusible on the back. And let me show you what. So in the past, I've purchased small rolls of Heat and Bond Light, but I have finally broken down and bought like a very large bolt. But this is what it looks like. Let me turn it this way. All right. So I bought a large bolt of it because I was finally like, you know, I'm going to use all of this. And it is the one with the purple writing on it. Heat and Bond does have several options. So you want to make it sure it's the purple one and you want to make sure it says light on it. So this is a low adhesive. This is not going to gum up your needle and you're going to be able to sew through it. But basically all I do is I take my fabric I'm going to fill my applique with and I cut, you know, the size that I would need. And then I cut a piece of Heat and Bond Light. And on one side of it is kind of a textured feeling, and that's the side with the glue. And the other side is just the paper backing. And so I cut a piece of Heat and Bond Light, and that was just a little bit smaller than my piece of fabric. And I ironed that Heat and Bond Light on the back of my fabric. So now this is ready to go for me to use for applique. And what I would do is I would just take this piece and peel the paper backing off the back. And now, if I don't know if you could tell, but it's glossy. Okay, we have a helper here today. Her name is Elise, and she wants to peel the backing off. All right, so now we have the shiny backing on the fabric, and now it is fusible. Now it has an adhesive on the back. So that's our steps in between these. So placement, our applique fabric, we have prepared it with Heat and Bond Light. And what I would do is I would either carefully remove the hoop from the machine without unhooping your project. That's super big with applique because there are going to be steps where you are going to be taking your hoop on and off the machine, and you want to make sure your project doesn't come unhooped. Thank you. Okay. And so, but with this step, I usually don't even have to take the hoop off the machine. I will just take my fabric. I usually cut it just a little bit bigger than my placement stitch, and I place it right over the design. Okay, watch out. Oh, she thinks this is funny. Okay. So, all right, be quiet. All right. So I would place this over the placement stitch, and then I would put my hoop back on if I took it off, and I would run the next stitch, which is the tack down stitch. Okay. Now, let's talk about the tack down stitch and let's talk about trimming. So, stop, baby. Okay. So, this particular set that I'm showing you here is actually from my online beginner machine embroidery class that we're going to talk about at the end today. But it is a design that you get in the class to specifically help you with what's next and what some people think is the intimidating part of applique, and that is trimming. All right. So this is the trimming exercise that we do in my beginner class. And that's what I'm going to show you as an example here today. So what this example is giving you is 5 different appliques all appliques are actually, I did a different finishing stitch. So remember we talked about, here it is. On this example, I had satin, blanket, bean. So here I have a motif. I don't know if you could tell, but it's kind of like a flowery stitch. We have blanket again, you saw that. This is a zigzag stitch. So this is like a really loosely filled satin column is basically what the zigzag stitch is. We have our bean stitch again, which you've seen, and then we have a satin stitch. So I've ran that again in my hoop here, and I finished my first one. Let me see, it's not focusing. So I finished my first one. On this one, you could see that motif outline a lot better, right? So I've done all 3 steps here. I did my placement. I placed my fabric with my heat and bond light on it. I did the tack down. I trimmed it and ironed it and then ran the final stitch. So let's run through that again because I know that's a lot. So here is my placement stitch, right? I just have a circle for this one. I have my applique fabric, heat and bond light. I'm just going to place that right on here. I'm going to put that back in my machine and it's going to run that circle again for me. So here with the banner and the star, we've done that. So this is what it's going to look like after your tack down stitch. It's just running in the same spot the placement stitch was, but now we have all this extra fabric with the heat and bond light on the back that we need to trim away. And I did it with the star too, and look how lucky I got. I tried to place it right where the red star would fall inside of my applique star. I think this is going to look cool. So that just was a coincidence with the fabric I was using for this project. So this is what it's going to look like after your applique, after your tack down stitch. So now let's talk about those steps after the tack down stitch, and that is trimming and ironing. All right. So one of the biggest things with trimming is you want to find the right scissors that work for you. There are lots of different scissor options out there for you. I have stuck with this one since I started, and to be honest, I don't even own a collection of scissors of other kinds because I love this one so much. This is a tweezer-like scissor or snips. They're made by Havells. I got them from Sewing Machines Plus. They have a curved tip here, and they work great whether you're right-handed or left-handed. And like I said, I've used this and I haven't even strayed to try other scissors because I'm so happy with this. But other options out there for you are duckbill scissors. There are traditional looking scissors that have that curved edge with the two. Where's my regular scissors? Let's see. These would be a better example. So scissors like these, but have that curved, skinny edge on the end. So you would cut like this. For me, holding the tweezers is just so much easier. But there are a variety of applique scissors. So things you can try is Kimberbell makes a really nice scissor set that you can get from Sewing Machines Plus that gives you the tweezer ones, gives you a duckbill one, gives you a regular one, and I think some tweezers, like some real tweezers. That's a nice set to get if you want to experiment and try with different scissors. But if you want to try out the ones that I love, they're made by Havells, Havels, and they're from Sewing Machines Plus. So that's what I'm going to show you today. So we have our tack down stitch. It's done. Now we are going to trim. And basically with almost every design I do, I'm trying to trim as close to that tack down stitch line as possible. Okay. And I am just running my scissors right on top of my background fabric. So that blade is just running along horizontally on top of that. And my top blade is just running right in front of my tack down stitch. And I will usually pull on the excess fabric, and I'm just running along like this. And when you have straight lines like this, it's super easy. So you can see where I've cut, and it's right above that tack down stitch. Okay. And I just turn my hoop and I just keep going until I'm done. Now, this is the type of thing where the more you practice, the better you get, which is exactly why I made this a lesson in my online course, where you get this file and you can stitch it out as many times as you want and practice all these different shapes of trimming up. All right. So that's just me. Now look at this one. You can see the stitch line. I kind of have a bit more fabric here, especially compared to here. I could just go and run my scissors one more time and try and get a little bit closer. So now another thing this happens to me sometimes, and look, I actually did it. I snip the tack down stitch on accident. You want to try not to do that, but I'm gonna tell you, if you do, it's not the end of the world, because we have another stitch coming after this that is really going to secure your fabric to your project, your applique fabric to your project without anything coming undone later, you know, risking it after washing or anything like that. So that is our little banner. I'm gonna go ahead and do the star. I'm really proud of myself with the star, because I was just doing this project real quick to show y'all, and I was like, I wonder if my red star will fit inside my applique star, and it magically did. And what was good was I did my placement stitch in that dark blue thread, so I could kind of see it under my fabric a little bit. So that helped me try to get the placement spot on. So again, this is all a really, the more you practice, the better you get, the faster you get kind of situation. So we're just trimming. And then I'm going to tell you that next thing you want to do, oh, and I actually don't have my iron turned on. Let me do it. All right, now we have our trim done. Okay, tack down stitch, trim. Because we added that heat and bond light on the back, now is the part where you want to activate that heat and bond light and get it to where it adheres to your embroidery project, so that this is the biggest example I'm going to give you. After you've washed your project, especially if it is, you know, a garment of some sort like this. After you've washed it, my applique fabric, if I hadn't put heat and bond light on the back, sometimes it will bubble up and pull away from the garment you appliqued, and it tends to not look very good at all. The heat and bond light is going to prevent that bubbling and pulling away from happening, because now your applique fabric is fused to your item that you were appliquing. After you're done, I will help you.
Wait.
Nope.
I want to get that. And mommy.
Hey, baby, serious? Elise does not know the word wait at all. All right, so that's why we are doing that, okay? And this is when it's really nice for you to invest in a mini iron that is going to fit inside your hoop. So there are several options for you. I have a little Cricut mini iron. You can get a travel size iron, and I think Sewing Machines Plus has a mini, and I'm going to say the brand name wrong, Oslo iron. Those are the fancy ones. I really want to get one of those. The big ones are the ones that like pop up on your table. You have to wait. And they make a mini version, and that is going to fit even in as small as a 4x4 hoop. So whichever mini iron you decide to invest in, this is when you are going to iron down your applique fabric before you go on to that last final stitch. Okay, so that way, if there is a bubble in the fabric, you know, or it didn't lay down perfectly right when you did your tack down stitch, you can get that bubble out in this kind of loose running stitch that we have right now before you do that tight satin stitch, and it's going to be harder to get that bubble out. It's going to get pushed against the satin. So those are all the major steps of applique. It is not as hard as what I thought it was going to be, I have to say, when I first started and looked at applique. Now, there is so much more that we can do, and I am going to cover all of that in my more collective, the online embroidery class that I'm teaching. We go over ways that you can pre-cut applique with like a scan and cut or a Cricut or a Silhouette, so that you don't have to do this trimming step, right? And then there are types of appliques that have multiple layers of fabric, and how you can, you know, go through that design and be able to see, okay, this is an applique, this is an applique. You have like 5 pieces, and then you do your final stitch and go over everything. But these are the 3 basic principles of it, in that you have your placement, your tack down, and your final stitch. So the last thing I wanted to go over with you is show you a bunch of examples, because as y'all see, I have a little girl that loves to interrupt me. She loves to be a part of everything, which I love too, so I can't complain at all. But I have lots of things that I've made her over the years. So that you saw this one, this is a baby gown. This is, you know, really one piece of applique. Each letter is an applique, but I filled each letter with the same fabric. So when I did this one, I just laid one long piece over it and did the tack down stitch for all the letters and trimmed. Now it was tedious to get in between these letters here, because they're kind of tight. So sometimes that can work for you. Sometimes you still might want to do each letter at a time, depending on the project. But that's one. Then we have her little onesie. Again, same thing, kind of same fabric, filling those applique letters. This is also just one applique for my older daughter, Abigail. And they do, some of the little beads are also applique. So I lied, this is not one applique. This banner is one, and then these beads are one. And I filled those with different fabric. We have the gingham for the banner, and then the solid yellow for the beads. This piece has several, let's see, I think 4 pieces of applique. We have the camper, the top part of the camper, the bottom part of the camper, the door, and the tire. So those are all 4 different pieces of applique, and I would go through each of those steps as we went over the placement, the tack down, trimming, ironing, and then do the final stitch. So you would do that for each one of these pieces. This was a really fun project. We actually did this for one of my sip and stitch videos a couple years ago for Christmas. And so you can see each rainbow is a part of the rainbow is different, the tree and the star. So it can get to where it's more complicated, and you have more places where you can fill different types of fabric. The last thing I wanted to cover is that don't think of yourself as being limited to, you know, woven, quilting, cotton. There are so many more things that you can fill your applique with. Right here, I have some glitter, like faux leather. You could see in Santa's hat. His beard, I have fleece so that it's nice and fluffy. I did that with this one too. This one, he has fleece, and I did glitter heat transfer vinyl in here for his hat. And then another example here I have is some sequin fabric. So I have a list for you. Let me see if I can pull it up. Where is my thing? So some other, thinking outside the box of other things you can fill your designs with is, of course, the woven cotton, but also knit cotton is fun to do for some projects. Flannel and fleece, sequin, metallic, and shiny specialty fabrics, but you do want to wash those fabrics and also test their heat tolerance when you're putting Heat and Bond Light on the back beforehand. I've filled things with terry cloth, microfiber cloth, minky, and faux fur. It does get messy, but it's fun. Glitter heat transfer vinyl, and then what I call embroidery vinyl, or marine vinyl and faux leather. So those are all fun things for you to think about, of ways that you can fill your applique design. So that's what I got for y'all today. So let me know if you have any questions. I'd be happy to answer them. And I could tell you a little bit more about the online course that I kept referencing, where we go into a lot more detail about applique.
Carly Bell, you are so amazing. Like, you just teach. You're such a great teacher. You're always like sharing this new little tip or trick with everybody. And what I love is that your daughters are right there, like so happy and fun. Get them started young, sister.
Yes.
This is what we
Oh,
got to
yeah.
do. I started young. You probably started, I started young with just probably their age with my mom. So I love getting them started young. You did mention that you were teaching a class. And is this the class that you're doing for Blaine at SMP?
Yes, so it just went for sale at SMP this past week. It's called From Start to Stitch, and it's a beginner course on machine embroidery, and it's totally online, where you, let's see, I got some pictures, but I have to remember where they are. That's not it. But it goes over everything that I wish someone would have taught me when I got started. So my situation was I didn't have a quilt shop nearby. YouTube was not a thing when I started, where, a place that everyone, like when you want to learn something, go to YouTube first. That wasn't available to me. So I wanted to create something that was, in a logical order, that taught you everything you need to know to use your machine confidently, to create these beautiful projects for yourself and for your family, and all in one spot. So you don't have to go fishing and finding, well, how do I do this step? Or what about if I want to do this kind of project? Or how do I hoop this? And what kind of stabilizer? So all in one spot so that you can get everything you need to learn. And it is completely online and self-paced. So that means you can go and watch the lessons when it's convenient for you. So if you're ready to dive in right now, you have your machine already, you can start learning and watching as you go. And you can have your machine next to you and try the projects out, like our trimming exercise, when you have time. If something comes up in like summertime and kids and all the things, and you may not have time right now, you have lifetime access. So you can, play with it now, go into it, but say, okay, later on, I have more time. I could sit down and really dive into all the lessons. Things come up all the time. You can watch it whenever you want. You have that lifetime access. And then also with it, you get access to a Facebook community with me. And I do live Q&A sessions every month. So as you're in the course, as you're getting your hands dirty and playing with things and questions pop up, you'll have access to me to ask those questions every month, and I can help answer them. So I'm really excited about it.
I love it. One question, what's the name of the class?
From Start to Stitch.
From Start to Stitch. That's what we're looking for. Sharon says, Carly's calmness makes me feel at ease and not so anxious. And I got to be honest, Carly, your calmness makes me feel at ease as well. But there we're looking at the From Start to Stitch. That is so awesome. 9 modules, 57 lessons. I love that you can watch this at your own pace and it's a lifetime access, but that is what you're looking for. And that's Carly's new class that you can get at SMP. Carly, where can everybody, if they want to find you, they want to sign up for your classes or your newsletter, or they want to see that fabric list, where can they find you?
The best way to find me is on my website. So that is carlybell.com. So
carlybell.com.
Yes.
And then we've got a little right there.
Yes, we have Elise is visiting.
Oh, hi, Elise. Thank you for joining us, Elise.
Say thank you.
Thank you.
There she is. She's the future of our business, people. We love her. Carly Bell, you're amazing. You're so great. It's so good to see you. And thank you for all you do.
I'm so glad you got to pop on for a little while.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. We'll see you soon.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Carly. Everyone say bye to Carly. All right, everybody. It was so good to see you. I'm going to bring Blaine back in and see what he's doing.
Well, Carly is such a good teacher, as you said. I tell you,
good.
She's so detailed, and just even like her slides and things that she puts up, or you can tell that she's really prepared, take a lot of time, and that's why we partner with her, Jane. And
she's so good.
Her class is exclusive to Sewing Machines Plus. No other dealer has them, and we love working with her. So I'm so happy she was part of Hoop Fest.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. And her education session, even her little diagram of the order to do things, it was like perfectly, it was stitched out the word and then showed us what we were doing. I'm like, wow, she's so good.
Made it easy to understand and follow.
Yeah. I mean, listen, it takes talent to be a teacher. She's a really good teacher. And I say this because people think to say I would be a good teacher. I'm a terrible teacher. I'm a good talker. She is a great teacher and she's a good talker. So I can see a good teacher. Anyway.
Yeah, she's
thank
fantastic. I tell you, I love her to death. I think she's just so talented, and we're very fortunate to be, have her part of our shows and everything. So I love our partnership with Carly.
Yeah, she's fantastic.
All right, Jane, I know you got to get out here and get to filming. You got a TV show to film. So thanks so much for dropping in. I know everybody loved you dropping in. It was a great surprise for everybody. And hopefully, SewFest, we got the dates locked in. You're going to be there for the whole week with us.
I will be there for the whole week for SewFest, but I'm going to start filming now for my show, my creative living show. But it was so nice to pop in and see you, Blaine. It was so nice to see all of my friends at SMP Nation and the crew. So have a great day, everybody. Even though I'm filming, I'm going to have you guys on, but I'll have to have it on mute because I can only watch it.
All right. We'll see you later.
Bye, guys.
Thanks, Jane. All right, guys, that was Jane Klaus. So happy that she dropped in, and hope that was a good surprise for everybody. Wow, her and Carly looked like they had planned their outfits, didn't they? It was pretty cool. So, guys, next up, hey, we're going to continue on. And next up, we have Dime in the house. We have Ashley Jones. And guys, if y'all have never seen Ashley, you're in for a treat. She is an educator, an inspirational consultant for Dime. And man, I tell you what, she's kind of combined her professional career with her sewing. And I tell you, she's one of the best educators and trainers I've come across. And we always love working with Ashley. So welcome to the show, Ashley Jones.
Hey, Blaine. So good to see you this time.
How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm so glad to be here. It's nice to see your face. I know that you have been super busy and I don't normally get to see you. So this is a nice surprise for me today.
Well, thank you.
And thank you so much for having me and having Dime as part of Hoop Fest.
Oh, we're so, I always love you coming on because, you and I go way, way back. And I know the very first time I ever saw you was actually live in one of the stores and doing some educational events. And, you are so good at education and you put it to where, it's easy to keep up with. People, can really get a lot out of it. So that's what I took from it. And so we're just so happy you're here. So I'm going to let you get going, as I know you got a lot to cover in a short amount of time. And I'll see you back here in about 25 minutes.
It sounds great. Thank you, Blaine, for the warm introduction. So, hi, everybody. I am Ashley Jones from Designs and Machine Embroidery, and this is actually the perfect follow-up to Carly's segment. She was talking about applique. I'm going to talk about adding some sparkle to your embroidery, and that is using heat transfer vinyl, just as she was referring to. So, I'm going to give you more details of exactly how you can use that in your applique and your embroidery design. So, if we can share my screen, then we will get started. So hopefully we'll get there we go. Okay, so we're going to be talking about using heat transfer vinyl in your embroidery. Now, I want to hear from all of you guys over there. Are you familiar with heat transfer vinyl? Have you used it in other situations? So tell me that over in the chat. I see your comments flying up, so let me know. So heat transfer vinyl is a product that we have been using with our digital cutters for a very long time to cut out designs and then apply it to an item that's heat safe because it does have a heat activated adhesive backing. So what we're doing here at Dime is we are combining HTV with embroidery designs. So no more boring applique. You're going to have something sparkly and shiny by incorporating this HTV. So this is such a fun technique. Dime has actually created some kits that we're going to be talking about that includes thread that's a perfect match to these HTV sheets, which is our Kingstar Metallic. No other thread could match the shine of this glitter HTV, and we are using Caesar's HTV. It's a product that we've tested and it works great with your embroidery. So that's what we're talking about today. So has anybody out there used HTV in their embroidery yet? So tell me over in the chat. So to use HTV with your embroidery, it is extremely easy, and an applique is a great place to start. You can actually put it under other designs that are just a satin stitch too, if you like. But an applique is a great place to start. And then I think you'll start to realize other places that you can use it. So the biggest, most important thing when you're using heat transfer vinyl with your embroidery is to remove what is called the carrier sheet. The carrier sheet is a clear, heat-safe sheet that's on top of the glitter. When you peel that off, you're working with just a glittery piece of fabric. I've already stitched in this example the placement line. You guys heard Carly talking all about applique. And so I've stitched my placement line, and then I just place my glitter HTV over top of the placement line. And then look at that next image. Not only have I stitched the tack down line, but I stitched the entire design to the finish. So you can see the satin stitch is all stitched right on top of the glitter. And the reason is because you can actually rip away that HTV from your embroidery. So look at that top left picture there. I'm just pulling it away, and you're left with a beautiful edge. So the satin stitch perforates it, but you can also do this with other types of design. And then you just rip away the excess. Now, because it rips away from the outside, it will also rip away from the inside. Because this is HTV, you do want to fuse the HTV in your embroidery to the item that you stitched it on. That's just going to bond it permanently and make sure that it doesn't rip away from the inside. So you can see down there in the bottom left, I'm ironing from the back side of the design, and I have put my embroidery face down on a wool pressing mat. That allows my embroidery stitches to sink into the wool and not get crushed by the pressing that I'm doing. So it's just going to protect your stitches. You can also cover it with a nonstick pressing sheet, but sometimes just the pressing on your stitches will flatten them out and they don't look as good. So if you turn it to the back side and press onto a wool press mat, that really works really well. And so if those images were not enough to convince you, take a look at this short little example here. So I am stitching an applique design, this tree shape, very simple design, and I'm using their dime sticky hoop if you haven't used our hoops. And I remove that carrier sheet there, and I place that down on my applique just like you would fabric. And now it's doing the tack down stitch, which is, of course, what you get with an applique design. And I don't rip away there. Now, you could, if you really want to rip away after that stitch, you certainly could rip away there. But because the perforations of the satin stitch make it even easier to rip away, then I do it at the end. Now, I'm also stitching here with Dime's Kingstar metallic thread. Look how, well, that's sped up, but you can see that I'm not having any issues whatsoever stitching. If you haven't used Dime's Kingstar metallic, it runs like a dream. And look at that. Is that not easy? How cool is that? I didn't even pull the hoop completely off of the embroidery machine. So that's how easy it is to use HTV in your embroidery. So I'm going to head over and show you some examples and talk to you about some other, just some other tips and things that you can do with HTV. So here's an example. So if you have any applique design, you can use HTV just like you saw. Now, not all HTV will work with embroidery. Some HTV is really thin, and that's not a good type to use. So we have tested the glitter HTV and a couple of other types that work really well. And so that's what I'm talking about today is the glitter HTV. So I have that in the stars. These are applique stars, and then the letter O here. Now, this was an applique letter where I had a placement, a tack down, and that finishing stitch around the edge. But if this were just a satin stitch, I could have placed that down and stitched over top of it and ripped it away. I don't necessarily need the placement and the tack down as long as I know where to put the HTV. So really an applique, like I said, is a great place to start. But this example here, take a look. How cute is this, right? So this is just a run stitch design in the background, and the glasses actually are not an applique. So I knew where to place my piece of HTV because I've got, the outline of the cat, and I knew that the glasses did not go past. So when I placed down the piece here and stitched this satin stitch over top, then I was able to rip away from the outside, and then you want to make sure you fuse so that it doesn't rip away from the inside. So I did that cute little cat on one side, and I had to represent the puppy dogs on the other side. So I am an animal lover. I wanted to make sure both of them were represented. But the glitter HTV, it can be used without embroidery if you have a digital cutter, or you can cut it with scissors or your rotary cutter. But we are incorporating it in embroidery and really loving it because I don't have a fabric that's glittery. So, and take a look at this example here. So this is another good example. I've got the glitter HTV in the cone and the first scoop here. And look how gorgeous. Now that is Dime's King Star metallic thread around the outside. We have perfectly matched the colors of Caesar HTV with our King Star metallic. No other could match that shimmer, but just look how gorgeous. I mean, it is really hard for shine to show up on a camera, and this is really doing a great job. I even have it in the little cherry there. So isn't that cute? Now this example here, look how gorgeous this little tote, this little clutch is. So this beautiful design is, again, it's not an applique. So I just placed down the large piece of HTV, and once it's stitched, I was able to rip it away right from those satin stitches. And notice this design, just like the cone, has the accent stitches stitching right over top of the HTV, and that is perfectly fine. Again, I just want to point out glitter HTV works great in embroidery, and this is Caesar's glitter HTV, but you do want to make sure that the type of embroidery that you're using, or the type of HTV that you're using, is okay for embroidery. And look what I did here. Same design and 3 different colors of that HTV. Is that not beautiful? I love, this is one of my favorite examples. I absolutely love that. And so here's some other examples here. Again, HTV in applique. It works great in applique, that beautiful glittery look. You can also do elegant designs. Take a look at this example. Beautiful roses. Again, if I bring that close to the camera there, you can see the stitching over top of that HTV, and that is perfectly fine. I still fuse that down. Once I stitch this design completely, I still applied the HTV from the back of my design. I flipped this face down and made sure that it was fused so that that's not going to come out. But just look at that beautiful sparkle you get, and just adds a really elegant look to the design. So I just absolutely love that. You can also do something like this. Look at this cute little towel here. Glittery spoon and fork on this kitchen towel. But man, am I really loving it in holiday type things. You saw my 4th of July shirt there, but look how beautiful this is. Again, an applique letter. And then we've got another applique design that is a Christmas bulb. And again, stitching right over top. So not only do you have the applique part, but I'm stitching right over top of that HTV, and it is perfectly fine. Now you can use your regular embroidery needle for this. What I would choose is the embroidery needle that's going to work best with the fabric and stitch with that. So I use my regular embroidery needle. I tend to use a 7511. Works great with these examples here. So what do you guys think? Isn't that awesome? I just love the look that you get of that. Okay, so now the item that we are going to be talking about today is actually a combination of Dime's King Star metallic thread and HTV. And so I'll show you those combinations, and I give you a few more tips here. So I see a question that popped up. I think it flew by. So Grandma J says, how soft is the HG? I'm assuming you mean the HTV. Does the metallic thread make the design a lot stiffer? So our metallic thread, and I'm actually going to show you this coming up, Dime's metallic thread actually is really, it's not stiff, even though it is still a metallic thread, but it has a beautiful soft feel to it, and it actually stitches like a dream. So these colors here are together with these 3 colors of HTV in one of the sets that you'll see, but you can see how beautifully sparkly the thread and the HTV are. So that is a perfect match. So Dime has kitted these. So not only do you get 3 colors of HTV and metallic thread that perfectly match those colors. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? But there's also a design with each. So if you are wondering what design will I use, or you can't make a decision, we give you a free design so that you can get started playing right away. And so, but look at these beautiful colors here. And so I'll put those in order. Isn't that gorgeous? So these are our Shimmer and Shine sets that have 3 sheets of Caesar HTV. Like I said, we have tested the Caesar HTV and we stand behind that in our embroidery. So it's a great product. And so these all are included in the set. So these Regal set, you've got the Peacock and the Coastal set here and the Celebration set. But you'll get 1 spool of Dime's Kingstar metallic thread. And I mean, if you just look how soft this is, let me get this started and I'll show you, see if it'll show up on camera here. But this thread really just puddles just like your regular thread. It is not stiff like your other metallic threads out there. It runs like a dream, but it is beautiful and shiny. You do not have to use any special needle with the Kingstar metallic thread. You don't have to put the spool far away from your embroidery machine. And so I'm going to actually wind that back on there because I don't want to get rid of that. So that's that would be a bad waste. So I'll wind that back on there. But this thread is just, I mean, it runs like a dream. So has anybody out there used that Kingstar metallic? Isn't that an amazing thread? So it really does work nicely. Okay, so let me head over and here, let me put these things away here and I'll show you a few other things here. So that you can maybe have some other ideas about your HTV. So I'll just slide those out of the way and this out of the way. So let's take a look at this example here. So this is the little tree that you saw stitching in the little video. And I stitched this with my embroidery machine, but I have other examples here that I wanted to show you. So when you're using HTV in your embroidery design, you want to remove that carrier sheet. So I usually just separate, you can just put your nail there and then peel that apart. So that carrier sheet there is something that we leave in place whenever we're using it with our digital cutters. But when you're using it in embroidery, you want to peel that completely off. And then this is just a glittery piece of fabric at that point. So take a look at that. And then this, you can actually just discard it if you're not going to use it. But I just now have a glittery piece of fabric. So when you stitch your placement line, you would place that down and then stitch the remainder of your design. But now HTV is able to be used without embroidery. In fact, that was the original use. So if you were cutting this shape with your digital cutter, notice how this shape here, I have the carrier sheet still intact. And I actually cut on my digital cutter from the reverse side. So you'll mirror image your design on your cutter and then cut that shape out. Now I could use my iron and I could fuse this down to whatever I wanted to. So instead of embroidering my trees, I could have fused them down just like you see here. Now, do you have a digital cutter? So somebody tell me out there if you have a digital cutter. If you do, you certainly could do this, but not everybody has one. And you could even cut out HTV with your scissors. So this particular shape here, I just cut with a pair of scissors. The carrier sheet is still on. So if I wanted to fuse this down, I would fuse that. I usually always use a protective sheet over the top just in case I don't want, to damage anything. So I use a pressing sheet over the top, fuse that down, and then you would peel that carrier sheet off after it's fused. So you can use HTV with embroidery, but it certainly can be used without as well. So talk about a really beautiful, sparkly way to do add some additional items to your embroidery, right? Okay, so now take a look at this. This is the same concept. So I have a quilt block on this cute little tote bag here. And the shapes of a quilt block are the easiest thing that you could cut out with just scissors or your rotary cutter. So I actually cut out these triangles and that square in the center there, diamond, when we turned it on point. And I was able to fuse those down in the orientation of my quilt block. And then I actually embroidered over top of it. So this is just a run stitch stipple design that I would usually use to quilt with my embroidery machine. But instead of actually doing quilting, I just put it over top of my HTV design just to kind of give it that look of a quilted block. So isn't that cool? And these shapes, again, I just use my rotary cutter to cut those out. You guys know that, two of these together makes a square. So I just cut out some square pieces and then cut those in half. And I was able to make an HTV quilt block. Isn't that cool? And so I leave that carrier sheet on. I would iron that down once I get that into my position, just like you see here. And then I would peel away that HTV or the carrier sheet that's on top of that HTV. So isn't that cool? Super easy to do. Now let's talk about what types of designs you can use with HTV. Now, again, remember I said that you can use satin designs that don't necessarily have a placement or a tack down, but it doesn't just have to be a satin stitch. So these letters each have a different type of stitching, and I'll come up a little closer that maybe we can pick those out. The glitter really overpowers everything else. So it's really hard to see those stitches, even though I used a contrasting color. So this is a satin stitch around the edge of the M here with the glitter HTV. So that's from our Shimmer and Shine kit there. And this example is a blanket stitch or a buttonhole stitch, some machines call it. And this was also kind of like applique, where I had that placement stitch and tack down, but instead of that satin stitch around the edge, it's that blanket stitch around the edge of that design. So you can use this with a lot of different design types. Now, this example here is just a run stitch. So you can see that after the run stitch, I ripped that away. So it does not have to be that satin stitch. Here I have tackle twill type stitch that I did around the R, and that is a candle wicking stitch there that I did around the edge of that Y. So there's just so many things that you can do with the HTV in your embroidery. And if you have questions, make sure that you are letting us know over the chat, and I can answer some of those before we get done. So just to kind of give you the details of how you can get this shine in your embroidery. So Dime has what we call Shimmer and Shine vinyl applique kits. Each kit includes 3 sheets of Caesar HTV heat transfer vinyl, the glitter HTV, and 3 matching spools of our King Star metallic thread. Again, there is no other thread that could match up to the shine of that glitter other than our King Star. And you also get one design with this collection too that works great with the HTV. So each of the colorways, if you're interested in any of these, you'll let Sewing Machines Plus know. We have the coastal set, and you can see that cute little seashell design there. That's perfect. That design uses each of the 3 colors that you'll get in your Shimmer and Shine applique kit. Again, this is a great way to get started. If you have never used HTV in your embroidery, this kit is going to be a great place to get started. We also have the Peacock collection, which gives you 1 sheet each of those colors and the matching King Star metallic thread as well. And that cute little lovebird design that you can get started right away. the Regal collection. I love these colors, that beautiful floral. And then of course we give you this design, but you can put it in so many different things. But it's a great way to get started, to have a design that you know will work with the kit. And then the Celebration collection as well. So the gold, green, and red. And it comes with that cute little cupcake design. And that cupcake, oh my gosh, you could do it in all those different colors to have a completely different look for each a season, or, just different days of the week. So who doesn't love cupcakes, right? So I love that. And so I see people piping up saying that they love Kingstar thread. How dense I see a question up there. It's flying so fast. So Lisa Sosha says, how dense can you do on the top of the HTV before it can't take it? Well, your regular satin stitch, that is a normal density of a normal design. So like in Dime's software, it's about a 0.4. So it depends on the design you're using, but that is going to perforate enough that it rips away cleanly. Now you can do other designs that are maybe a tighter stitch. It's just going to rip away more easily. But regardless of what stitch you stitch on top of these sets, you're going to fuse this. So even if the stitches that you put on top really are perforating a lot, you're going to fuse it, so it's going to bond nicely to your item and not have an issue. So, and I see Terry says Celebration is great for Christmas. I totally agree. And so, yeah, I was just looking to see if there are any other questions. I see questions about ordering. How do you buy the sets? So Sewing Machines Plus, I know Blaine will talk about that coming up next. And so that is all I have. So let's see if Blaine wants to come back in and if there's any last questions that we need to answer.
Well, Ashley, great job as usual, and thank you so much for coming on the show. And and a big shout out to everybody, or Dime. Has always been supportive of all of our shows and everything. So we sure do appreciate that. And anyway, we're going to tell them how they can get it, Ashley.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Blaine, for having me, and I will see you guys next time.
All right, great job. All right, guys. So if you're interested in any of what she's calling the glitter kits. Basically, we have the thread and the Kingstar thread, and we have the heat transfer sheets. So either one of those, just give us a call, 800-401-8151. It is a call-in special on all the products, and you just can customize whatever you want to get. They can walk you through all this, but you can basically just go, if you want to look at all the products, you can just go type in Dime in the search bar on SewingMachinesPlus.com, and it'll bring up all their products, and you'll be able to see that Kingstar metallic thread. You'll be able to see the heat transfers in there and all those different things. So you're looking at the thread right there. The metallic thread, guys, really looks great. I mean, and the pictures don't do it justice. It looks so much better in person when you're looking at it. But again, just go on our website. You can check out all the different colors of the heat transfer vinyl and the Kingstar thread. And then just give us a call at 800-401-8151. We do have call-in specials on all this, but you have to call in to get that special price. All right, guys, we are going to continue on. And next up, we have Floriani in the house, and we have Judy Friedenberg. And Judy is a professional educator for sewing, embroidery, and quilting and crafting. And Judy's teaching style takes all the new technology out there and inspires students of all levels to find their unique creativity to exhilarate their sewing and crafting passions. Judy has more than 30 years experience working in the sewing industry, and as a former corporate educator, an event coordinator, and a retail store manager, she has a lot of that business sense, and she pulls it into her sewing, and she has a very vast knowledge of just running a business and how the sewing business works. So we're super excited to have Judy on the show, and so she's going to talk all about the Floriani TCU. So welcome, Judy.
Hi.
Hey, how are you doing?
I'm doing really good. It's good
Well,
to see you
good.
guys.
So happy you're here on Hoop Fest, and we're going to let you take it away, Judy, and I'll be back in about 25 minutes, and we'll tell them how they can get this.
All right, awesome. All right, well, welcome everybody. I thought it would be really cool to talk about, why do I need software? What can my software do to me? How can it save my embroidery? maybe I'm not creating designs, but I want my software to help me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen with you. Let's see if we can bring this up. There we go. Oop, almost. Try that again. There we go. So what I have up here is my software is showing up here so that I can show you simple things. Most people will use software to add lettering. Others will use it for sizing. Well, we got lots of lettering. That's fine. You can change or we can do that. But what does that do for me? I want to know what I can do to put this on a project. I'm looking at this embroidery design. I'm like, oh, cool. I want to go put this on a piece of flannel. So I come up and I go to what we call Save to Sew. On Save to Sew, I get to select all my fabrics. So I want to know, what fabric am I going to put this on? Well, I want to put it on flannel.
Hey, Judy.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt, but you're not sharing your screen, so we don't see it.
That doesn't do you any good, does it? All right, let me see how I can get over here.
You got to share it with us.
Yep, I'm trying. Let's see what happened to it. Okay, why are we not sharing? Let's try this one.
All right, I'll tell you when we see it.
All right, let's try this. Nope, not coming up there either. All right. Let's try this. Well, this is not working. Let's try this one.
There should be a little present button towards the bottom.
Found it. Try this one.
There you go.
And let's go here.
Choose what you want to share and then hit share.
And let's try this one. Are you seeing me yet?
Not yet.
Nope. Did you hit share at the end?
Yep, I'm up on share. Okay, let's try that again. Let's go to Windows and share.
There you go.
We got you. All right, great job.
On a screen? Woohoo! All right, let's try that again. Let me go back up here. So we can add monsters, the words. This is what I was trying to show you. So monsters is showing. That's normal lettering. You're adding it to a design. But what do I need to do to put this on my fabric, on my flannel fabric? Is this design ready for that? That's one of the things that we all don't know. What was the design created to be stitched on?
Hey, Judy,
yes.
We're still not sharing the right screen. So Kyle, can you tell her what she needs to do?
It's currently showing StreamYard, so you got to move the software over to the other monitor, I believe.
Okay, let me try this again.
Or when you hit present, it's going to give you tabs at the top that says Windows or apps or...
Right, and I went into Windows. Let me try it again.
Okay.
Present. Share my screen.
And try and look for TCU on there because it should be able to share the one itself.
Yep, I'm on Windows.
Okay.
And
see, guys, there's so much goes behind the scenes that y'all don't know.
Yeah. So we currently are looking at StreamYard right now. We're at Blaine's face on that one.
Okay.
So whatever monitor has Blaine's face on it, just move your software on there.
All right. Let's try that. Try it again. Share screen. Go to share screen. Here we go. Go to Windows. And
it might be easier just to share your whole screen instead of Windows. That way
it's okay. Entire screen?
Yeah. And then just put the software on that screen and you should be good.
Okay. Let's try that.
Okay.
And entire screen and share.
And then put the software over that StreamYard.
Yeah, I'll just drag it over there.
There you go. We got
perfect.
We got
you.
Yay!
Whoa! I'm so happy. Little snafu there. Okay, so let me get going, and I'll talk a little bit faster. I apologize. All right, so we have monsters again. We talked about the lettering. We're like, what are we going to put this on? We decided flannel. I need to know if this embroidery design is going to work. So I wanted to show you a feature that Y Software can help you. Is come up to Save to Sew. On Save to Sew, the first thing it asks is fabric, because fabric determines everything. It determines how is your design going to stitch? Do I need more stitches? Do I need more underlay? Also, what type of stabilizer? So I said flannel, so we're going to come down and we're going to go down here to flannel, alphabetical order. And here we go. And I'm going to have Walter, with all of his knowledge, fix everything for me that I need to put this on flannel. Also, when I click next, it's going to come up and Kay Brooks is going to tell me what stabilizers to use. So even if you don't know a thing about stabilizers, the software will tell you what you need to use. There's even links. You can watch a video. You can watch product information. If you've never heard of Dreamweave Ultra, it'll tell you how to use it. It'll tell you all about it. Then step 2 tells me to use heat and stay. And then it tells me to hoop it all together and then put my topping on there. If I click finish, the software says, do you want to save it? I'm not, but I'm going to show you what happened to the design. First off, over here on the right, all that stabilizer information is now part of this design that's been attached. When I zoom in to look at my design, there's actually been some changing done. This is what the current one is. This is what the software did. This is what Walter said I needed to do to put it on flannel. Let me click on undo and show you. Can you see the change? That was the original design. It had 25,726 stitches in it. When I ran it through Save to Sew said, oh, nope, you've got to have more underlay in there. So you can see the changes. Let's put it back to the original and we'll zoom back out. Now, what else can I do with this? Well, maybe I want to put this same design on cotton. So I'm going to run it through my Save to Sew again. And this time I'm going to pick cotton. Now, there's all different kinds of cotton in here, but I'm going to use my quilting cotton. So I'm going to scroll down to quilting. Again, they're in alphabetical order. And I'm going to say, Walter, change anything I need to put this on cotton. And Kay, tell me the stabilizers I need to use. So when I click next, Kay came up. And guess what? It's the same stabilizers. Dreamweave Ultra, heat and stay, hoop it together, heat and gone. However, when we look at the design, let's look at what changed. It now has different underlay. Watch this. I'm going to take it down back to the original. That's the original. And here's the new. So you can see there's more underlay and different types. So that's one way software can help you with your design. Another way is, what if I want to make this design bigger? Okay, I'm just going to select the design. I've got the whole design, and let's say I want to make this one a lot bigger. Did you know software can tell you that if you have a problem with the size, it will tell you? So if I say I want this design to be 5 inches wide and apply, I change it over here on the right, it increases my design. But look, I got a warning. It's telling me that some of the satin segments are gonna be too big. And I'm like, okay, well, what satin could that be? Look right here in the mouth. See how big that satin is? If I stitch this out, it would be like playing a guitar. But if I come over here to my ruler and I measure, this is what's really cool. Watch this. When I click and drag this, it's telling me I can do a satin, a satin, a satin, a satin. And right when I get here, it changed. And I said, oh no, you need to use a fill because the satin is too big. How cool is that? I don't even have to know what the requirements are. It will tell me. So I can leave it at that size and change that to a fill, or I can come back over and I can just change the size to a smaller size and not have to worry about it. So if I come over here and I change it to a 3-inch wide and click apply, look, No message. That means the design doesn't have to have anything to change. That is so awesome to be able to do that. You can pick your designs up, you can move them together. And if you go, no, I don't really want to do that, you can click undo. What else can software do for me for this design? Well, my embroidery hoop that I'm using is a 5x7. This design, if I look up here, is 9.46 by 3.71. Well, the height's okay, but the width's not okay. I need to make this fit my hoop. So there is a little tool up here called Split Wizard. And when I click on it, it says it's going to do this, and I just click next. It's already split. It shows that this is design 1 right here. It's going to stitch all of this up to the M. When I go to the second part, it says it's going to do all of this from the S over. So it knows where to split your design so you can do 2 hoopings. If you've ever gotten a design that was too big and you needed to split it, this is the easiest way to do it. All right, let me cancel out of that. Okay, so what else can the software do for me to protect my designs, to help me with my designs, to make the changes that I want? Well, let's get a new page. And this time, let's bring in a design that I only want a piece of. So I'm going to come over here to my free monthly designs, and I will come down to May, and we're just going to pick one of these designs out of here. I'm going to scroll down. Let's get, whoops, sorry about that. Let's get this one. This one actually looks pretty cool. Let's do this. All right, so I like my design. Let me put it on 3D for you. There you go. But I want to use just the butterflies. All right. If I click on this design, I'm getting the whole design. So I'm going to break it up. This is what's really cool. You can do this with your designs. Bring it in, can ungroup it. And now when I click, I get bits and pieces. Or I can take my little lasso tool here and I can circle around and say, I only want the butterflies. Cool. So now I can take a part of a design and I will paste it to a new page. So now I have these little butterflies, but they're kind of small. When I look up here, this design is only 1.14 by 1.57. That's a little small, and I want to embroider this on t-shirts and jeans. So I'm going to select the design, and I'm going to come over and change the size. Again, let's make this one 3 inches, and click apply. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to zoom in so you can see it. Design looks pretty cool, but you'll notice, see the satin stitch here? Watch what happens if I try to select this design and make it bigger than 3 inches. The software does something else really cool for you. I'm going to change it to, let's say, 6 inches. Let's just try. And look what happened. It gave me another warning. Whoops, wrong button. Do you see how it left a gap here? It said because this was a satin stitch, it couldn't do it anymore because it was too wide. So again, I know that's why it disappeared. It said, nope, you got to change that. I can't do a satin. It's too wide. The machine won't recognize it, won't be able to stitch that satin. So let's click undo. So the software is already telling me what I need to do, what I need to fix, and saying, hey, you can't do that. Your machine won't know what to do. Really cool for that. Another thing that software can do, let's go over here and let's bring in another design. Let's come down here to our, let's do this one. December 2020 designs, scroll down. Let's get this little design right here and bring it in. Okay, now for some of us doing red work, that's great. We could do this in any color. We could do this with variegated, but maybe we want to change something in here. Maybe I want to have it to be multicolored. I don't have variegated, Normally, you would have to sit here and go through each step and change it to add colors. But I can select the design and I can take it through the rainbow icon. And look, it's already done. It's multicolors. I can change it. Let's do a rainbow color. I can say, no, I want more green. I want less green. I want more red. What do I want in here? Make it yours. You can even make your own color way. But look over here on the right. Normally it's one color. Look what happens after I do this. It is now, all those thread stops are put in for me. It's already done. So the software can help me do all of this. Pretty cool, huh? All right, let's do something else. What can the software do for me? Why do I need this software? Let's bring in a design, and we're just going to create a very simple, basic design. Let's bring in this little bird right here. Let's do the dove. All right, and we're just going to make it a pretty fancy fill. All right, come over here. I can change the pattern. There's lots. Instead of standard, we want to do a fancy fill. So let's do fancy. And there's a ton of fancy ones. Look at all these different types of fills. Fills are your solid stitching with decorative into it when you do a fancy. So let me click off so you can see this. There you go. So there's my fancy one. And I want to take this and I want to put it onto a green shirt. And I'm like, will this thread color work? I mean, it already tells me what color thread I'm using over here. How do I know, is this going to go on my shirt? Well, we have what's called a background change. And if you come over here to background color, you can click on it. You can say color. You can pick one of these. I said a green shirt. Well, let's just pick that one and see what it looks like. Not too sure I'm going to like that color. I can also come back and go to fabric, and I can pick fabrics. So if you have fabrics that you're going to put your design on, you can pick your fabric and it will show up in the background. So if your color is not right, you can change the color. If this is the actual color of my fabric, because you can match it. Even if I go back to color, I don't have to take just these colors. I can come over here and let's say I want this color right in here of this green. And we'll say that matches my shirt perfect. And I say, okay. And again, if you're not really sure you like the color, you can click on your design and you can change that color to maybe a lighter color. Maybe you like that. Maybe you want a darker color. So you can audit your design before you ever stitch a thing. Saves time, saves your thread. All right, so you can make your background whatever color you wish to find your design. So I'm going to say, okay, there we go. Put it back to white so you can see it. Okay. So in doing this, this is saving a ton of time for stitching this out. What else can this design do for me? Well, if I come up to my print preview, I can show you a bunch of little things. I can print a template. Templates are great. If I wanted to place this dove right here, let's say on a small pocket, and I really didn't know my measurements, or maybe it was a store-bought pocket where sizes are always different. They don't always match. Well, I can print it out on my template tearaway with my crosshairs so I can use my hoop to line it up. That's a great feature to have with it. I can also see what my thread colors are. So if I had multicolors, I would have a thread list there. But I can also do some other things. If I go to my settings, I can print it the actual size. I can print it on one page, all the information. But I can also come down here and I can put my design colors in here. I can put my Floriani cat on here. So when I say okay, this time I can use my machines that have the camera, and I'll be able to just put my template down, template tearaway, and I can scan it and the camera's gonna pick it up and I can have it for placement. So you have those options. Now, if I were doing cut work, let's go back into here and let's change this dove back to artwork. All right, I'm going to come right down here. So look at this. I'm going to change it right down here. It says artwork. Look at that. You can take your embroidery designs, make your artwork. Why would you want artwork? Those of you that have a scanner or electronic cutter, guess what? Here's your file. Because now I can come up here to my file, save as, and right down here where it says files of type, look at this. I have all these different things, but right here I have my SVG file. That is for my artwork, and I can name it a dove. And now I have the artwork. That is so cool. It's ready to go. I can send it to my cutter. Now, if I'm going to use things that I have to cut in reverse, I can mirror image it before I save it and then save it. Truly up to you on which way you're cutting it. All right, let me click on undo. Now, when I come back to my print preview for the artwork, whoops, I still have my cat on. Let me turn that cat off because I don't need it for this. Okay. Oh, and we need artwork mode. There we go. Artwork mode. Okay. And again, I still have my placement lines. I can still do this. I can turn the crosshairs off, but I have all the information I need for my design. All right, let me go back up here. Okay. Now, what else can my software do for me? Well, how many times have you gotten a disc and it's loaded with designs in all different types of formats? Well, this is where we have what we call our batch converter. Batch converter means I can go to a design file, wherever I have them, wherever I have all my designs, I can click them and I can say change them all to the format that I want with one click. So you can change everything that you have, whether they're multi-design file formats or just one. Maybe you got the wrong file format. Maybe you got your designs are in FOF and you need them to put them on your brother. Well, you can click on the FOF and click on the brother and convert it. One click, the whole thing. That's pretty cool too, all at once. Okay. Now, I'm going to come back to, well, let's just do this. Let's bring in this guy. And let's bring in another design. And let's bring in, whoops, let's bring in, we'll go down here to October. And in October, let me scroll down here. Oh, let's find another design. Those are some pretty cool designs right there. Like all those are pretty cool. But let's take this one. Okay. I want to embroider this on a towel. Okay, and I'm looking at it, but my fluffy towel, that's going to really cover up a lot of this, right? It's going to cover up my spider web. It's going to cover up my spider here because those loops of the terry towel are going to cover it. And I know if I put water soluble down, that's going to wash out. There's really nothing going to hold it. But we have something that's really cool that will help you with this design. And it is this icon right up here at the top called Nap Control. And you can click on it. I'm not going to change a thing. I'll leave it at default. And I say, okay. What it's doing is it is putting this Nap Control underneath my design here. The software's so smart. It says, hey, you don't want to do that last. You want to do it first. It moved it to the first part of the design. I'm going to click off of it. Can you see that? I have multiple colors here. What you're going to want to do is match it to your fabric that you're stitching on. So in this case, I would match it to the towel because the towel, I just want to stitch. I don't want to see that. What I really want to see is my lettering. So let's say my towel is white. What I would do is click on my Nap Control, the part that's going to stitch first, and I would change that to whatever color I'm going to stitch on. So maybe I'm going to stitch it on a red towel. I could put it on red. Maybe I want to search and I want to find my white colors of thread. And I can find it. And it says, that's my white. Click off. There we go. It's kind of a creamy white. It's called Angora white, but you get the idea. You match it to the towel that you're going to stitch on. What happens if I don't have this color? Now what am I going to do? Can the software help me pick out my thread colors? Absolutely. Maybe I have multiple thread brands and I happen to be out of that Floriani poly, the Angora white, and I need a different color. Okay, well, let's go down here to the thread charts. On the thread charts, I can pick whatever brand that I might have. Maybe I have the embellish matte thread that I'm going to use. I can click on that, and now I can come down here and I can search for white again. And I can pick the white color. And look at that. Even though the rest are all done here, oops, let me get a hold of it. Let's do it again. And I'm going to click on my white. There we go. Click on white. And it should be white. There it is. All right. So now we have another color in here. All right. Let's go back. Okay. So creating your designs, having the software help you, this is an amazing thing to do, to let the software do all of this work for you so that you don't have to try and figure it out. Let it save you some time. Let it save you everything that you need here. Okay, let me come back here. Let's see if it will let me do this. All right. So I thought I would show you some of these things, what the software does. So I told you about putting the monsters on flannel, and I did. So this is your flannel. I stitched on flannel. I stitched out beautiful, even though it had to have more stitches. All right, it's here. And then this one is stitched out on cotton. Same design, but stitched out beautifully on both because the software fixed it for me. And then, of course, using the right stabilizers makes a difference on there. All right, let me see if I can come over here and see if there's any questions going on. I think we're doing okay. How are we doing with questions here?
I think we're good, Judy. Man, great presentation again, and what a great software this is. I know that Kennedy just started trying to figure this out, and she's saying it's so intuitive and it just really makes things easier. So everybody needs some digitizing software, don't they?
Yes, they do. And there is a question here: will it work on a Mac? Yes, it'll work on a Mac. You have to use your program to run a Windows program. This is also, I can tell you that the educators that use it is, you've probably heard of Trevor. Trevor Conkergood uses it. Kathy Quinn was on earlier this week. She uses it. I run a PC. So yes, it can be run on both. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it is. It's absolutely. All right, Judy. Well, thank you so much. We're going to tell everybody how they can get this now. Now, guys, this is the Floriani Total Control embroidery software. And again, guys, it's $29.99. But call in for the Hoop Fest pricing. We have financing available. We're going to ship it absolutely free to your house. And guys, again, this is a great embroidery software. And it is widely used, and there's a reason for that. But again, guys, $29.99. We do have the Hoop Fest special. So give us a call at 800-401-8151. All right, guys, guess what? We're going to give something away real quick. What do y'all think about that? Y'all ready to win something? All right, guys, we are going to give away a Brother LB5000 sewing and embroidery machine away. And again, guys, this thing is about $1,000 value. And one of you lucky viewers are going to win it. So, Kennedy, yes, spin that wheel.
Okay, let's do it.
Here we go.
Deborah Hemmings.
Deborah Hemmings. So, Deborah, you just won yourself a Brother LB5000 sewing machine and embroidery machine. So, congratulations. You're watching today from YouTube. So, Deborah, what we need you to do is go to smplive.tv. Once you get to that page, just scroll down toward the bottom and you'll see claim my prize. Fill out all the information complete, hit submit, and we'll get your machine sent out to you next week. So congratulations. Awesome, guys. All right, let's continue the show on. And we have Janome in the house. We have Ann Hine back. And Ann is going to be talking about all about the artistic designer. And if y'all don't remember, Ann's passion for sewing started with the required home economic class that she had to take. And she's been sewing and being creative ever since. And we are super excited to have her back on the show. So y'all welcome back Ann to the show.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for having me today. We are talking about the Janome Artistic Digitizer software, and I'm going to do a bit of a trunk show to show you all the things that you can do with the software. Our software comes in a full version and a junior version. It's also available for Mac or PC, and you don't have to use any extra programs to run it on your Mac. It natively runs right on the Mac. I use it on both. You can load it to multiple computers and just move between your computers, put it on as many computers as you'd like. So let's get started. A lot of times, the first thing we want to do with our software is to take a graphic and convert it to stitches. So this is a drawing someone at the Janome office did for me, and I put it in our software and hit click convert to stitches, and then came out like this. I did a little tweaking because I wanted a little bit of this light look to it and not such a heavy look to the stitching. And I created also a little zipper pouch to go along with it. So you can take your graphics. There's a lot of different things you can do with graphics. So here, this is a clip art. And these little snowflakes, these are done on a t-shirt, a real stretchy t-shirt, and the software will set all that density for you. This is very soft. You can see here, really soft on here. I still have my stretch in my shirt, and I've added some crystals in here. You can make crystal overlays, and I'm going to show you that a little bit further when we get into the program. All right. So another thing you can do with your graphics is turn things into paint stitch. So this is paint stitch. It's thread work. And here's the original art so you can see how that is. And you can use photographs. You can use graphics. I've taken this one. This is a ladybug. I turned it into thread work, and then for your paint stitch. And then I used a piece of it for the back as well, and made a little zipper pouch, one of my loves that I like to do. This here is a combination of what you can do. This darker part here, the black and white, this is photo stitch. So you can take your photos and render them monochromatic like this, or you can use the 4 colors and it'll render it down to just the 4 colors. And up in the top corner here, I put paint stitch. I did a portion of it paint stitch. So you can take some of your photos too and make them look like old-fashioned photos with using your monochromatic and the different colors threads in there. So it's really fun. Over here, I'll show you this one. I took these letters and they're filled with a floral graphic. And here they are in paint stitch. So you can see that O. Here's the O over here, and you can see the detail that goes on in here. So I did 4 of these to put them on my jacket. So I made my little love jacket on there. Now, the other thing people like to do is cross stitch. You can do some creative cross stitch. This is a bit of a drawing, and then I just took our cross stitch function and applied it to the different parts of my flower. And then I put it in a little picture frame as a gift. Let me stick that back over there. Here's a few more of our with cross stitch. And this has what's called ambiance quilting around it. You can take your embroideries and you can add ambiance quilting. In the middle, one of these has the scroll work. So you just select your graphic, you select ambiance quilting, and you can make whatever size around your piece that you would like. You can set the offsets, how close you want it to your piece and how far away. Excuse me a moment, I dropped something down there, seems to be a habit. And this one here, I did my ambiance quilting very tight. I put it in these sections here so you could see, make like a trapunto look. And I'm going to turn it to the back so you can see what it looks like from the back, because it's hard to see on the white. So you can do really tiny of the ambiance quilting. We also have a stipple fill. So if you wanted to fill something completely with a stipple fill, you can do that. You can also layer things on top of your stipple fill. One thing I love about the software, it's very easy to use. You can bring in your graphics, you can bring in your embroideries, you can resize them, recalculate those stitches, and then send it to your machine. Now, I happen to have the Janome CM17. It's a Wi-Fi enabled machine. So I can wirelessly send right from my software to my machine. And also when I'm in my software, I can see everything that's in my machine as well. I can access the built-in designs, any USB sticks that are in my machine. All of that's available so I can be in one place and have all of it all together. I like to take a lot of my embroideries and use them for double purposes. So this here is an embroidery from in our machine, and you can turn your embroideries into red work. And, you know, they don't have to be red. They can be any color you want, and you can edit them once you get them here. So if there's parts you want to remove, maybe over on this far side, I have a little extra piece in there. I could have gone in there and removed that and edited that out of there. So you have a lot of that. How about lettering? How many of us like to do lettering? Seems like everybody likes to do lettering. So this is our monogram function. We have monogramming, we have letterings and fonts in there. Plus you can use any of your TrueType fonts as well. So any that you download or that come packaged with your computer, you can use those in the program as well. These here, this is a more modern looking monogram. And I did 2-on-1 because I'm going to turn it this way if you can see. This is our 3D and 4D stitching. Let me turn it this side, maybe you can see it. So it's puffed up a bit without using any puffy foam. So it's built up with stitching. It's really amazing to see it stitch this way. And it makes a nice piece on there. It's soft, so it's not pokey or anything like that. So you have some different options for underlay. You have control of the stitches on the top of everything you do. You have control of your underlay. The software will set all of that for you. But if you want control, some of us want to do some of that ourselves and make changes, you still have that option. You can leave it how the software gives it to you, which is perfect. Or if you want to do some tweaking, you can do that as well. I like having both options because sometimes I just want to click, click, click and be done. And other times I want to add a little bit of my own spice to it. So here's other things you can do with lettering. And then on this sample, I wanted to show, we have some built-in features with lettering. You can curve your lettering. You can put text on path, so you can create a path to put it on. I've done some little baby blankets, and they're actually gifts, so I don't have them. But I had a little elephant embroidered on there, and across the back of the elephant, I wanted to put the baby's name. So I applied the path there, and that's where the baby's name went. I didn't have to align anything. I just had to click along there, and then my letters would go right along there. So that was text on path. We also have envelope, and within envelope, for some reason, all my stuff keeps falling on the floor, but we have envelope, and I don't have a sample today of that, but envelope, there's like 20 different ones, and these are preset shapes for your lettering. So maybe you've seen lettering where it's flat across the top and the letters come down long, but they're curved like this. So they're kind of preset in this shape. We have a lot of those shapes, so you can assign those to your letters, and it's just a click and it's all done. Here's something we like to do. This is one of those split letters. And for a while, I think they're back again. These were very, very popular to do. We have a feature called the knife feature, and you can create a line across your letter, across an embroidery, and it will cut your embroidery so you can move it apart to put your name in there. And if you look at the date of this, we have a big anniversary next week. And you can do this with that knife feature. You can cut your letters and then add different colors within them. They can be curved lines, squiggly lines. You can cut your embroideries over here and make them different colors as well. So the knife feature is one of those things that I use in a lot of different ways. I'm always looking at ways to like trim things away or make a certain shape with something, cut something apart and get a piece. Maybe there's a piece of something that I really like and I want to use it somewhere else. So I'm always trying to find other parts of my embroideries and use them in different ways. I'm really big on applique. So this is our little spool guy. And he's a little bit applique and a little bit embroidered on there too. He has some embroidery fills on here. He's a layered applique, so you can do applique with one click. Pick our applique tab. It will set your placement, your tack down, your finishing line, all of that. Plus, if you have a digital cutter, you can select the cut and it will give you that shape to send to your digital cutter. It will save it as an SVG and off it goes to your digital cutter. I have the Artistic Edge cutter and that one will connect directly to my computer. I can send directly to my cutter, cut my fabric, cut my vinyl, all those kind of things. Here's another applique. This is a really simple applique. It's really like a one click. And then on the sides, I took the fabric in, I took a picture, took the fabric in, and I drew the shapes and created my textured fabric on either side of my one-click easy applique. So you can do from easy things to more difficult things. Or you can do giant things. This took the, some of you might have know this from our Janome machines. This is the little Swedish horse that's in our machines. And he's normally smaller and he's all embroidered. So I wanted him super big on this pillow. So I sized him up in the software. So all of this I didn't have to work with. And then I removed his red portion and added an outline for applique. One click, applique, and then it stitched the embroidery on and then finished with the outline stitching out here, the satin stitch. Very easy. So instead of, I could have like sized him up and embroidered the whole thing, but that's a lot of thread. So doing an applique will save you some of that thread. Now, if you're really creative and you like to do some, maybe you want to layer colors and kind of make blended colors, you can use our gradient feature. This is gradient. These are two colors laid on top of each other. And you can set how much gradient you want, what direction those stitches are going. Over here, I don't know if you can see it, I've curved them just a bit, but I've layered those colors on top of there and blended them to make new colors out of there. There's a lot of other things you can do with the gradient. Now this is just, I don't have a loopy towel, but this shows that you can create your knockdown stitches. Now I did a big piece on here to cover the whole part of it, but if I could also do it just behind my letters as well by selecting them and creating an outline and then applying the net fill will give me my knockdown stitches. So you can do them in any shape, in any way that you like. Now I mentioned some of the stitches that we have in the software, and I have some examples here. There's over 200 different decorative stitches. I've sized them up quite large so you can see them here. You can apply these to outlines. You can use them to row fill in a shape if you wanted. You can apply them on top of other embroidery to give more dimension. And I have one more, but there's more than this. I just have my 3 panels with me so you can see what's there. Now, I like to cut things apart. So on this, I'm going to hold it close so you can see. This was an embroidery design in my machine. It was actually a quilting design. I brought it in and converted it to a bit of like a step fill that looks like a line. And then I laid my heart on top of it and removed the stitches below it. So I have these cutouts within that design. Again, multi-purposing my designs, one of my favorite things to do. How about couching? We all love a little bit of couching. Here's some fun, a little bit creative. I think I had my one of my nieces draw this for me, and then I applied and made it into a little couching design on their apron. And I actually kept one for me so I would have a sample. Another type of fill we have, I mentioned that with the decorative stitches, we also have Create Floral. So this is Create Floral. I'm going to hold it back here. I took my shape of my letter A, and then I applied our floral fill. And within there, I can make the size of the flowers larger, the leaves, the vine, and have it fill my whole letter. And then I added a couple little extra bees on there just because I can. And one of the things about this I really like is there's some preset flowers and leaves you pick from. But if you have a flower or a little design that you want to bring in, you can trade it out for something that's in here and populate your design in here as well. So you don't have to stick. I could have used this little bee. He's from some other thing. I could have put him in there and he would have populated in there as well. So this is a fun thing to work with too. This is Create Floral, one of our fills. And I have one less. I forgot this applique. This applique shows the scroll work for ambiance quilting. So I just selected my piece. I selected ambiance quilting for scroll. I could set the size of the scroll, how far apart it is, row to row, and then the software did all the rest for me. Very easy, point and click. That's one thing I really love about it. Now, I want to show you a couple things. If anybody's interested in cut work, I know in the Janome machines, we have specific cut work designs. And when your machine, they're designed with a cut work command. And when your machine sees that command, it will show you in your color list what color of the cut work needle to put in. There's 4 different ones for the angles. And this is cut work. So this is a little sample. I cut out that part in here. It's an embroidery, and then I decided I didn't want any stitches in here, so I cut that apart, and then I just kept the rest the same. I did this giant one. This is the first time when they gave us cut work needles and they said, this is how you do cut work. I just made a giant heart. I don't know why I started so large, but I did. And then you can see in here when I put my hand in how big that is. And so what happens with cut work is, it's in your hoop, and it'll say what angle blade to put in. You put it in where your needle goes, and it'll do all the cuts around. Each one has a different angle, so it'll cut it all around. Once it's all cut, this center piece will come out, and then you'll have a big hole there. You'll see your bobbin case and everything. And you would put another piece of water-soluble stabilizer on the top. You might even put one on the bottom if you wanted to, and then you could fill it with net fill. Or you could leave it open like I did on this one. You could always leave them open. You don't have to fill it with a net fill. But I did fill this with a net fill, and my machine worked its way across and back this way, and then again this way as well. So it was very easy, point and click. Of course, I don't recommend making a super large one your first time. And then I have, let's see, not that one. Where did it go? Over this side. I did a smaller one for a special event I went to for Janome. So I took my little black dress and decided it was too plain. It came with the little white part, but I decided I would put some little dots because I love polka dots. And then these little parts on this side over here, these are cut work circles. And then I used a decorative stitch to finish them off, all in the software. I just put my dress in the hoop and it did all the cutting. And this is as a knit fabric. Cuts beautifully on a knit fabric. I've done cottons, knits, cuts cork. You can use it on cork, a lot of different things. Anything you can get in the hoop of your machine, you can cut with our cut work needles. And for more cutting, if you use a digital cutter, you can create in the software and send to your cutter. This is iron on vinyl on here. So I did my little polka thing. And then over here, this is actually an embroidery I turned into a cut file. And then I put it, I found a leaf that I liked, and then I put it on here. And this is that iron on vinyl that's really soft. It's very, very soft and flexible, so it's not stiff on your vinyl. And this jacket actually came from Goodwill, and I was holding it for quite a while till I figured out really what I wanted to match that zipper color with. And then I found my flower, and I was ready to go. Now, in the beginning, I mentioned about using crystals, and I don't know if anybody's done any crystal overlays. A lot of times we'll purchase them and, just the crystals themselves and iron them on. But in the software, you can create your own designs. And I did this bag with my Janome on there. And what happens with your, when you create this, there's a crystal tab in the software. So you make your artwork, you apply the crystal, and it fills it with all those little crystals. And then you can move them around. You can delete them. You can reorganize them, whatever you want. Have them on the outline, have them on the inside, different sizes. And then you'll send it to your cutter and you'll cut this flocked material and it will cut all these little holes like that. And then you'll take your flocked material. It's sticky on the back. You'll apply it to a hard cardboard. You take your crystals and you lay them on top like this and brush them in with a foam brush. And it's really amazing. They fall in there right side up. I mean, 99% of them are all right side up. Then you'll take a sticky tape on top and peel them back, lay it on whatever you're going to adhere it to, and heat set it with a heat press or your iron. And what that looks like when you have those crystals in there, like this beehive, and when I go to take them out of here to go to my iron, when I pull back, you can see they're coming out of the little holes. And this backside here is the hot set part, the heat set part. So I would just take this, take it to my iron and put it on whatever I wanted to press it on. So it's really fun. You can add a little bit of bling like on those snowflakes, or you can make a giant thing for your bag. So you can do lots. You can do layered colors if you wanted to do multiple colors on there as well. All right. One thing that I like to do a lot of crafty projects in the hoop of my machine. And many of us like those in the hoop projects. One thing I created someone else made the little believe at the top, but I created this little box. And what you do is after you get it done, you cut it apart, add your snaps, and then you have a nice little candy dish. And then I could take this with me when I go places, and it's a flat little box. All done in the hoop of my machine, and then I add the snaps afterwards. You can do masks with bling on them for special parties. Are you interested in doing patches? Really easy to do patches. Here's the back side. You can use your applique feature to set that up if you'd like, or you manually can put all your lines in. Here's a little individual heart. Here's my mixer for my baking friends. You can do these little key fobs. This is cork on the back side. And then you add your hardware afterwards. On this one, I used a pleather, and then I actually filled my letters in with polka dots in there. So you can take your letters and you can fill them with another graphic, clip art, or another little embroidery. You can populate it into the letters just by selecting your letters and that little graphic or that embroidery. Click it, put it together, and it just populates in there, and you're good to go for stitch out. So this is a little bit of pleather, and then I just put some felt on the back because I was saving my pleather for something else. Cord wraps, we love cord wraps. So you can use the snaps on them. You can put Velcro on them. And mug rugs. Oh man, we can't have enough mug rugs because we're always having a mug. These are ones you would use. Maybe you would give them one to your love, your bestie, and then you could each have one, have your coffee together. These are all done in the hoop. Once you take them out, you turn them right side out. And I usually do a little usable tape to close mine. I don't want to do any hand stitching. Here's one with an embroidery that I created. I have some bookmarks that I've done. These are fun to give to people. This was just a graphic I brought in, applied stitches to it, gave it a cut line on the outside. I can either use my cutting needles or I could just use a tear away and then tear it away at the end, or a wash away. I have one of our, I do videos over on the Janome Artistic Digitizer Facebook page, and we have a full support page there. Lots of people to help you. People post their projects and share what they're doing. And then one of our members posted this needle minder. So I asked if I could borrow it and create my sample, and that was fine. We do a lot of sharing over there of things. We do like you to learn how to do them, so we post directions as well. I have lots of projects over there that we've done. This year, we're doing a whole series of zipper pouches of the month. So we started in January, and we created a very simple pouch with the zipper. This one isn't lined on the inside, but I show you how to create it, put that zipper in the hoop, add embroidery. And then the next month we went a little more difficult. And inside here, we did lining. So we have a nice lined pouch and then a slip pocket on the back. That was February. In March, we went with a top zip. So instead of the zipper being down here, I taught how to design a bag with a top zip and then your hardware. So this could be a crossbody bag and then a pocket on the back with a snap. Then we went very large for, I think this is April. So we went very large for April, and inside we put a second pocket with a zipper. So you can store things, inside and then inside your zipper pocket. And then of course have something back here. This would be a great gadget bag or a project bag to take with you. You could actually do that in clear vinyl. That would look really beautiful too. I'm using my Janome 100-year anniversary fabric. This is the May bag, and we did 2 zips on one on an angle, added some top stitching on there too, decorative stitching. You can have the option, since you're the designer, if you want hardware or no hardware, if you want extra stitching or no stitching, that's all up to you. These are fully lined. There's this little tiny pocket down here. I'll open that up. You got a pocket there, and of course your pocket at the top. So this is done monthly. I post a monthly video on the Janome Sewing Machines page. Then I move it over to our Janome Artistic Digitizer page for everyone there to share it. These also come with a little bit of instructions too on how to create them. So if you miss a video, you can always go there and pick it up, and you can also get the written directions as well. Last year, we did our quilt block of the month. I think I called it Mystery Quilt Block Party. And so we did a block or maybe 4 blocks in a month, depending on where it was going. Our first month, we did the 4 corners, and there's different techniques in every one of these blocks. And I'll move them down so you can see. We did some applique. We did working with a shashiko. Here we used our cutting blades to cut out our hive. There is our 2 hearts coming together. And then I repurposed those into our mug rugs. And when you did these blocks, you could either save them to put them in a quilt like this, or you can repurpose them into something else. So you learn all different techniques. Here's the little house there. That's piecing in the block in the hoop of your machine. And then at the bottom, we did a little pocket. So we made the flip part of the pocket and then that part down there. So these are all over there too. This is called Mystery Quilt Block Party. So that was all of last year. So all the directions and the videos are over on our site over there. One other thing, I'm going to grab them from back here. I love in the hoop projects, of course, but doing stuffies. These are so much fun to do. I know our machines have some built in. We can purchase them, but I needed a hippo. This is Fiona. This is little Fritz. And of course, I just took Fiona and shrunk it down to make little Fritz. This is Cuddle, I think, is what I used on there. So they're nice and soft and cuddly. You can do any shapes. I have back here candy corn, my candy corn guy. And again, on the bottom, I have it just pinned today so I can show people. You can open this and just put a piece of fusible, iron it closed so you don't have to do any hand stitching. All right. Now I haven't been able to see my comments. I don't know if there were any. Let me see if I can get something up here. Let's see. Oh, my husband. And so these actually came from the Cincinnati Zoo idea, Fiona and Fritz, if anybody knows those. Did you see questions, Blaine, that I needed to answer?
I didn't see any at all, Anne, but great job. Man, love the samples. It's very creative, and that just shows you what you can do with all the software and different things, isn't it?
Right. I do see one question. It asked about if you don't have a Janome, can you still use the software? It is multi-branded. I always forget to say that because I get all, on the Janome side, but it is multi-branded, and it's great for those people who have multiple machines. Some people have a Janome. They have those other brands as well. So you do have multi-formatting in there to work with all your brands. So you're really good on that end of it. And I think that's all of it. All right.
Well, thanks, Ann. We sure do appreciate it. I'm going to tell them how they can get this, okay?
All right. Thanks for having me. Have a great day.
All right, you too. All right, guys, we just saw that Janome, it's the artistic designer. And again, guys, it's $899. We have a call-in special on this. So if you want to get the Hoop Fest pricing, give us a call. We have financing available for it. We're going to ship it free right to your doorstep. And again, guys, give us a call at 800-401-8151. And they're standing by to take your order right now. All right, guys, we're going to continue on with this show, and man, it's already getting close to getting half the day over with already, isn't it? It's going by pretty fast. Well, first up, I'd like to just big shout out to all of our sponsors out there. We couldn't do this without them, and guys, you see them up there on the screen. A big thank you to Brother, Baby Lock Juki, R&K, which is the Floriani distributor, Janome, SWF, Stay Perfect, Aero Cabinets, Dime, Reliable, and Synchrony. We sure do appreciate everything that they all do and providing educators and helping us with the giveaways. And so couldn't do it without our great partners. All right, guys, we're going to continue on with the show. We got Brother in the house next, and we're going to talk all about the brand new Airflow 3000 air threader serger. And we have Kathy Stipe back in. So welcome back to the show, Kathy.
Thank you. I think I've got my camera problem solved, so we should be good this afternoon.
Awesome.
So
I'm going to let you take it away, and I'll come back in about 25 minutes and let them know how they can get this.
That sounds great. So I'm going to start out by just trying to change my camera like I couldn't do last time. We'll see if I got it right this time. Yay! Here I have in front of me Brother's new electronic air threading serger. It's the first serger that Brother has made with electronic air threading. So I'm going to show you exactly how easy this is to thread. I'm going to give you a few little pointers, and we're going to have some fun playing with our serger this afternoon. So the first thing that we want to do is the serger has their looper threading pipes. So I want to put it down, this lever here, down into the threading position. As I turn my hand wheel, and I'm trying to keep my arm out of the way. I don't know if you could hear, but right here, my looper threader pipes have now closed. So always the hardest part of threading a serger was threading your loopers. Well, I'm here to tell you now that it is so easy with the looper threading pipes and the air threading. So I've placed about 1 inch of thread in my upper and lower looper ports at the same time, and I can press this button, and here you will see that I have my lower looper thread and I have my upper looper thread. So how easy is that for being able to thread your serger? The next thing that I needed to do to be able to stitch, I'm going to unlock this. I want to thread my needles. I have already followed the threading path for my right needle. Here is my left needle thread. I'm going to follow the threading path for it. And we have a built-in needle threader. So once I follow the path and get it into this holder, I need to lower my presser foot. And if you can see this lever, let me see if I can zoom in just a little bit. It says L and R. I'm going to switch it over to L because I'm threading my left needle. So I just push that button and there is my left needle threaded for me. You'll notice that I have a red light here. I think it looks kind of orange on the screen. but that is a safety feature. So if I close up my front covers, the light went off and I'm ready to stitch. But I'm going to open them back up again because I want you to see that this serger has the capabilities of doing a 2-thread stitch. A 2-thread can be just a narrow hem, or it can be a flat lock decorative stitch. And I'll show you some samples towards the end. But this little, they call it a switching lever. You just push that over and it blocks the eye of the upper looper, and the upper looper is not used for a 2-thread stitch. But we're going to do a 4-thread stitch. So therefore, I'm going to close up my covers so that my safety light went off. And now I'm able to do a 4-thread stitch. So my settings for a 4-thread stitch, let's widen back out a little bit. These are my tension knobs. This is my left needle, my right needle, my upper looper and lower looper. One little hint is that because of the looper threading pipes, you can now thread this serger in any order. So that means that if I'm doing a decorative stitch and I just want to change out my upper looper thread, the only one I have to change is my upper looper. So that's going to save me some time. But I wanted you to see how nice this stitches. The machine will come with this little trim catcher. It's not wanting to slip on right this second, so there it goes. You also get an accessory box, and in that accessory box, you get some tools. You get your little screwdriver. You get a pair of tweezers. Your standard foot will come on the machine, but you also get the piping foot, and I'm going to show you how easy it is to use the piping foot. You get the gathering foot or ruffling foot, and you get the blind hem foot. So all of these feet come with the purchase of the machine. So I've got all of my tension set to 4. You notice that I did not put any of my threads under the foot. You can basically just leave them where they lay. And I'm going to start stitching. Typically, I would do a test stitch. Before I start on a project. But I've been using this serger so much that I trust it. So there's my stitch. Look at how nice and pretty and balanced that stitch is. So write these settings down. This is for a 4-thread overlock. You want all of your tensions on 4 if you're doing a quilting weight cotton. But I also have 2 layers of denim, and this is a pretty heavy denim. I should really test this, but like I said, I'm just going to go for it, and I'm going to start stitching. One of the things that you might need to do when you're serging a heavier weight fabric, you may need to loosen up your looper tension or your needle tensions just a bit. There's a handy side cutter right here on the side of the machine. That's a nice stitch that I've gotten right there. Nice and sturdy and strong. But what if I want to seam something that's pretty sheer? This is just a polyester organza. And again, all I'm doing is just trimming a little as I sew. I didn't even make any tension adjustments on that either. But again, you can see that I've got a really nice, clean looking stitch on both sides. Most people think that a serger is meant for seaming knit. So I have a t-shirt knit. This is just a knit that was a scrap from a cotton t-shirt. The only adjustment you may need to make when you're stitching knits is you may have to adjust your differential feed here. And if you don't know what differential is, this machine has two sets of feed dogs that feed independent of each other. So if I change my differential up to a higher number, my feed dogs in the front are going to feed faster or slower, depending on which way I set it. If I go to a higher number, they're feeding faster. If I go to a lower number, they're feeding less fabric in than the back feed dogs are taking out. So let's try just seaming this knit. And the thing that I really like about a serger and the stitch that I create on a knit is that stitch has stretch. So if I'm making myself a pair of knit pants, I'm not going to be busting out the seams whenever I'm wearing those pants. Naturally, I would have put the matched the needle thread at least to my fabric color, because if I were to pull real hard, then you could see the thread. But I don't think that we will be wearing our garment that tight. So with the stretchability of that stitch, it's going to be perfect for you. So the next thing that I wanted to show you is I'm going to change the foot, and I'm going to change it to my gathering foot. So I can gather a strip of fabric just by changing my differential all the way to 2. And I'm going to lengthen my stitch length knob over here to 4, but I have not changed any of my other tension settings. And I'm just going to feed that fabric underneath that gathering foot. So there you can see that I've got nice gathers. It didn't take long at all. But what if I want to gather a piece of fabric while I'm stitching it to another piece? So this right here is my ruffle. I'm going to stick that under the foot. I'm going to take the piece of fabric that I want to be flat, and I'm going to stick it in the slot that's at the toe of the foot. And I'm going to stitch till I get my needles in that top piece. That way the machine is hanging on while I'm trying to stitch. So I'm just guiding the fabric right here. I'm not putting any resistance at all on them. So how easy is that to make ruffles attached to a flat piece of fabric? that is just unbelievable for making those tiered skirts that you want to make that are becoming popular again. So you can make ruffles and ruffles and ruffles. The next foot I want to show you is the piping foot. Oops, let's get my needles all the way up. And these are snap-on presser feet. So let's grab the piping foot. I want you to see up close. Do you see this little V notch that's right there at the toe of the foot? That's indicating where the groove is on the bottom of this foot. And that's where my 3mm cording is going to ride in that groove. So let's snap it on. Guys, this is a little hard to do sitting sideways, but we're managing. So what I want to do is I want to take my cord and wrap it in a piece of fabric. I like to leave excess at the start so that it will allow me to get that in that groove under the foot so that I can start stitching in the correct spot. So I can see that feel that it's lined up. And I'm going to set my differential back to 1. I'm going to set my stitch length back to 3. And I'm ready to make some piping. I stitch a little bit. I readjust my piping in my fabric. Make sure that it's staying in there nice and tight. And this is just an easy way to make your own custom piping. You stitch a little, you stop, and I'm stitching at a moderate speed, not something really, really fast, although this machine can stitch at 1,300 stitches a minute. I'm just angling off and cutting this because we don't need that big of a piece of piping or cording. But you'll notice that it has cut the fabric and given me the perfect seam allowance. So if I were to insert that in between 2 pieces of fabric, I could use that to accent a seam just by putting right sides together, putting this under the foot. But what I really wanted to show you is that I like to make piped pillows so that the edge is piped. So I'm going to get this up under my foot. I'm going to get started stitching this, and I won't be trimming off much, if any, of this piping. And when I get to my corner, I'm just going to take my scissors and lay them at an angle and make a clip, not through that last needle thread, and I'm just going to angle that and stitch off. So if you're making piped pillows, this is a real easy way to do it. So we'll get it started again for the next side. And I'm just going to stitch off on this one. And there you can see that once I turn my pillow out, there's my nice piped edge. How's that for fun? The other thing that I like to do is I like to put zippers in fabric with my cording foot or piping foot. Let's get all my little scraps down here in my trim bin. So you're going to take a nylon zipper, and I always use one, again, that is a little bit larger. I'm laying the right side of my zipper to the right side of my fabric. Going to lift my presser foot up, get everything positioned in there, and I'm going to start stitching. Now you will be trimming off a portion of the zipper tape as you're stitching. But the teeth of the zipper ride right into that groove. So now I'm just angling off. And how is that for inserting a zipper with a serger? That's just one side. So I've got half of it done. I'm going to take my other half of fabric, and I would normally pin or clip this, but since I didn't bring any pens right by me today, I'm just going to make a snip in my zipper tape so I know where to line up my second half or other piece of fabric. And again, I'm just going to unzip it, right side of fabric to the right side of the zipper. I'm going to lift my presser foot, get everything under there. And I can feel that the zipper teeth are right here at the point of that notch. So I'm just going to tell you that once you have become accustomed to sewing with a serger, you will probably do more serger sewing than you will doing sewing machine sewing, because it just makes such a nice, fast, easy, and clean finished edge. So even if you didn't want to line the bag or whatever that you were making, it would be fine. The only thing you have to remember is before you stitch up the sides, like everything else, we're going to open up our zipper part way, and this could actually be my little pillow back, the one that I was stitching before. So does that make easy zipper insertion, or does that take some of the fear out of inserting a zipper with a serger? But what else can I do? Well, I've got all those accessory feet, and I've shown you the piping foot. I've shown you the ruffling foot. The blind hem foot I use a lot more for decorative purposes. So if I were going to do, say, a flat lock stitch and I needed a guide, this is a flat lock stitch. If you want the decorative threads to show, you're going to put that thread in your lower looper, and that's one of the stitches done with 2 threads, and then I'm going to use my left needle. But I'm going to change feet real quick because there's one more stitch that I'd like to show. I'm going to put back my regular foot. I just always double check to make sure that it's snapped into place. I want to remove my left needle. So I'm just going to clip that thread right there, and I'll just sew the threads out. I think I got it stuck up underneath the foot. Let's see. Yep. That's where those handy dandy little tweezers come in. Now I'll snap my foot back on and keep my thread tail out of the way. I'm going to take out my left needle. There's a little set screw right here, and all I need to do is loosen it a bit, and then that needle just drops right out. But I need to make sure that I tighten that screw back up because I don't want it flying out from the vibration of the machine. And now I want to do a rolled hem. Remember I said we could thread this serger in any order? Well, now I'm going to clip my upper looper thread. I'm going to take that cone thread off. I have a pretty 12 weight thread that I'm going to put on, but I'm going to sew this out so I only have 2 threads left. I'm going to put this thread on the thread spool, take it up to the thread tree. Then it goes into this little first tension. I have to remove my trim trap so I can open up my doors. So we'll open up the door. I'm going to put it in threading position, turn my hand wheel towards me until those looper pipes lock. Again, I'm going to just get a clean cut on my thread, take about a 1/2 inch or so, stick it in the upper looper threading port, and press the button. There's my upper looper threaded. Again, easy peasy. But now what I want to do is I want to do a rolled hem. So I have found that if my right needle is at 4, my upper looper is about 5, and my lower looper is about 6.5, that I get a fairly decent rolled hem. But I'm going to take a scrap of fabric and just test it just to be sure. I do need to make a couple of other changes. I need to lower my stitch finger so that the thread, I can get a narrower stitch. I need to put my stitch length over here on R. And depending on the thickness of your thread, you may need to go up a little bit longer, 1 or 2 clicks from that R setting. So again, I just left that upper looper thread where it was at. I didn't bring it under the foot. And I can already tell this is a beautiful rolled hem. So what do you think about that nice little rolled hem? Isn't that pretty? By tightening my lower looper thread, it's helping wrap the fabric to the back to give me that nice rolled hem. So let's say that we had made our little skirt and the last ruffle at the bottom. Who wants to sit there and turn it under for a narrow hem when you can just easily take and do a nice little rolled hem on the edge? Again, I'm only doing part of it so that you can see that. So as a review quickly, I know I'm running out of time, but I could spend all day playing with the serger with you. We have our presser foot lifter. We have our differential feed that goes all the way to 2. I have a stitch length. I have my stitch width. I have a stitch finger that I can push a lever and it's engaged, or pull the lever towards me and it's retracted. And also, if I wanted to lock my knife blade, all I have to do is this lever down here on the bottom. I just switch it to the right and my knife stays locked in place. So this is by far one of my most favorite fun machines. So I showed you the flat lock stitching. There's a decorative narrow hem, a zipper put in. You can use a rolled hem in the center of fabric. You don't even have to put it on the edge of fabric. Can you quilt with a serger? I can certainly piece my tops with a serger, and I can do a quilt as you go method, but this is a quilt top that I'm in the process of working on. It was just some jelly roll strips. Here's a little decorative notebook cover. So again, this is your flat lock stitch. This is your custom piping that you created, that nice rolled hem. I use the gathering foot to gather this strip of fabric, bring it into a circle, and it makes a nice little flower. Here's that tiered skirt that I was telling you about. So all kinds of things that you can do on a serger. So am I going over time?
Just a little bit, Kathy, but hey, we're good. Great job. Love the samples. And I'm going to tell everybody how they can get this. And thank you so much for coming on Hoop Fest. But guys, this is the Airflow 3000 from Brother. And again, this is their first air thread serger. And man, oh man, has it been popular. And guys, we have a great bundle with this today. The price is $1,299. We have financing available from Synchrony, free shipping right to your door, and you're going to get that rolling trolley with it absolutely free. You're also going to get the Angela Wolf Masterclass that goes with this, and we're going to throw in 3 feet with it. So you're going to get all that for $12.99. So give us a call right now, 800-401-8151. Again, that's 800-401-8151 to get your Airflow 3000. Great serger, guys. All right, so guys, we're moving on, and we're to our second educational session today, and we have a treat for y'all, guys. We have Reen Wilcoxon in the house, and Reen is a celebrity in the embroidery world. She's been in the industry for 15 years. And embroidery in her designs. And I tell you what, she comes up with so many creative things, and everybody just absolutely loves Reen's designs. So y'all, welcome to the show, Reen Wilcoxon.
Hi, Blaine.
Hey, Reen, how are you?
Good. It's been a while.
I know. Good seeing you, and so happy that you agreed to come on Hoop Fest. I know that everybody loves your designs, and every time they see them, they just rant and rave over them. And I still think back of the day when we first started working together. You had those, they look like snowballs.
Yeah.
And then you made some pumpkin looking ones, and everybody just went nuts over all that stuff. I still remember the snowballs though.
Yeah, that's been a little while ago, but yeah, they're still popular.
Yeah, they sure are. And then I always tell everybody that you made a purse, that little purse bag, out of one of our event bags. And I thought that was so cool and creative, and did some quilting on it and embroidery. It was just so awesome. So, but anyway, I'm going to let you take it away with the educational session, and we'll see you back here in about 25 minutes.
Okay, thanks. Hi, everyone. I'm Reen Wilcoxon from Embroidery Garden, and in the hoop is my specialty. So today I'm going to show you how to create a little in the hoop zipper bag. This one looks like a lemon because of the fabrics that I use, or you can make it into an orange or even a lime just by changing the fabrics and the threads. This one has mylar on it, and we're going to talk about that. So let's go ahead and get started. All right, so I have my hoop ready. I've got this is a cutaway no-show stabilizer. I went ahead and I stitched the first step, which is just the placement line for the zipper. Putting zippers in the hoop is really easy. So you're just going to place your zipper centered over that placement guide, right side up. My zippers go right side up, and I'm just going to tape it in place. And since this is just a short area here, I'm only putting a piece of tape on each end. The next step, the machine is actually going to stitch the zipper down. So we don't have to worry about it moving, which is great. So while I'm stitching this too, I'm going to be using my hoop and press pads. And if you don't know what a hoop and press pad is, then you're going to learn. Hoop and press pads are available through Sewing Machines Plus. And they're kind of an aid in helping you to create in the hoop designs and getting them to look the best they can be. All right, so you can see the zipper got stitched down, and we're going to go back to the table. And as you can see, I have my 5x7 hoop and press pad. Hoop and press pads are something that I developed, and Dime manufactures them for me. We have them for Bernina machines. We have them for the Brother Baby Lock machines, the standard pack that comes with the 5x7, 6x10, 8x8, and 8x12. These are also sold separately. And we have multi-needle hoop and press pads that include a 5x7, an 8x8, and an 8x12. So let's see how it works. It's a nice thick pad, and it has a non-skid surface on the back. So when you set it down, it's not going to slide all over the table. So the next step in this design is to work on the back side of the hoop. So I'm going to place my hoop upside down on my hoop and press pad. The next step in this design is to take a piece of lining fabric, lay it right side down. One edge is going to be even with the bottom edge of the zipper. And I'm going to go ahead and tape that in place. So with the hoop and press pad underneath my hoop, I can really press down on my tape. And I'm not disturbing my stabilizer when I do that. Really doesn't matter what kind of tape you use, you have to be able to press it down well. So let me come to the front side of the hoop now. I can take this tape off because it was holding the zipper down, and we have that stitch down, so I don't need it anymore. I'll be putting the next piece of fabric on. It is also going right side down, one long edge even with the bottom edge of the zipper. I'll go ahead and tape this in place. And the next step, we'll stitch these two fabrics to the bottom edge of the zipper. It's a quick little stitch that is just going across the zipper there. It's attaching that lining piece, and it's attaching that piece on the other side. And it looks like I got my piece on the wrong way, my lining piece. Let me just check and see. It's stitched, but it did not stitch that down. Hold on, I'll let you see what I'm seeing here. Trying to figure out why it didn't stitch my fabric down. Let me go ahead and restitch that stitch again. I think I know why. I think my fabric got folded down. And of course, it only happens when you're live, right? So let me just back up, stitch that step again. and we're going to be in business. Go ahead and take it off the machine. And I saw a question come through about using the hoop and press pads with applique. And yes, I'm going to talk about that. Appliques are very, it's what you would want a hoop and press pad for also. All right, so now I see my lining piece is attached like it should be. The next step is to put a piece of batting underneath this fabric right here. Just lining it up with that seam that just stitched. Going to take this top fabric, pull it down, and I am going to tape it in place here at the bottom, because the next step is going to stitch the decorative stitch that goes around my fruit sections. And while it's doing that, we'll talk about hoop and press pads. Okay, so the hoop and press pads are not only used for helping in taping, pieces down, like I showed you how I taped down the fabric on the back side. They're also great for when you have to press on the back side, and we're going to be doing that here in just a second. I'm actually going to take my hoop, turn it over on top of the hoop and press pad. When I have to fold that lining piece down, I'm actually going to iron it down. So I'll have that support underneath my hoop, and I'll be able to press in the hoop. Now, if you're doing appliques, the great thing about an applique is, let me just grab something here, and let's just pretend that I have an applique on the front of the hoop, and I turn it to the back side, and I press from the back side my applique. And why is it good to press from the back side? It's because on the front, you have your fabric that you're appliquing, you have that adhesive on that piece of fabric. And when you put the hoop and press pad the hoop over the hoop and press pad, that adhesive is now like right here on the other side of the hoop. So when you iron, it's drawing up that adhesive into your base fabric, so you get a really, really nice bond. Other things that the hoop and press pads are great for, have you ever had to remove stitches? So let's say you've got something in the hoop and you've made a mistake. Leave it in the hoop if it's still in the hoop, and put the hoop upside down over the hoop and press pad, and get your remover. I like to use a remover from Dime called the Stitch Ripper. And then you can run it along those stitches. And with the hoop and press pad underneath, you're not pressing down on that stabilizer. And you're able to remove stitches very easily that way. So there are several, different things that you can use hoop and press pads for. And I know that there are a lot of people who have them already. Again, you can get them at SMP, and they do come in the 3 bundles, or the standard ones come separately. Gonna look and see if there's any questions. Yeah, it is a great tip to be able to do your appliques that way. A lot of people press from the front side. Sometimes you are stitching something and you're doing an applique and you don't want to press from the front side. A couple of reasons are you might smash your stitches down. Maybe you have a satin stitch and the iron is going to kind of flatten it. So you'd want to press from the back side. I recently did a purse and I made it out of a very soft, thin vinyl, and I put an applique on the front. And of course I couldn't press from the front side because I would have scorched my vinyl. So I used the hoop and press pad. The design is done. It's ready to go on to the next step. And the next step are the little fruit sections. And I decided to use Mylar. And Mylar is, if you can see it here, it's very thin. It's kind of iridescent looking. I'm placing it over the area that is going to be stitched. And I am going to tape it down because Mylar it's pretty slippery. So you do want to tape it in place before you start. Let me get it taped down, and the next step is going to stitch the fruit sections, and I want to talk about that as this starts to stitch. Let's get it on the machine. So you see the little fruit sections here. I'm going to hold it up. Maybe you can see all that sparkle. When you use Mylar, you need to have a special stitch for Mylar. It's kind of a looser stitch. It's not a really tight fill. And the looser stitch with the Mylar underneath allows that Mylar to shine through. You're able to see it. If you had a completely filled area of embroidery, putting Mylar under it isn't really going to do anything. Like these other versions of my little citrus pouch, they have, let me hold it up here if you can see that. They have completely filled in areas with embroidery thread. Mylar isn't going to do anything for that. So it kind of has to be a special stitch. And basically that stitch is just a looser stitch. It'll hold the Mylar down, but it still allows it to shine through. Also, if you kind of, like using Mylar, this flower that I'm wearing, it's freestanding lace. And I put Mylar underneath this. I think, let me kind of move it around, see if you can see that shine on it. So all I did was hoop my water-soluble stabilizer that I use for freestanding lace, taped a piece of Mylar down over the hoop, and started stitching the design. Then it was done, I just tore it away. So you can use it under freestanding lace because, again, freestanding lace is not a completely filled in embroidery area. It kind of has little openings in it, and that's what lets the Mylar come through. So if you want to see it, the machine stitching some more, it's almost done with the little sections, and then we're going to pull it off. So I'm going to look to see if there's any other questions coming through. Marcia, no, both these versions are not in the same set. I did this citrus pouch back in 2012 is when I first did these. And recently I thought it kind of needed a revamp. And so you can see it's obviously bigger that I did. I used a decorative stitch, and let me hold that up a little bit higher. See that little decorative stitch that I put around the fruit sections? This one has a satin stitch. And of course, this one has the filled-in embroidery, and this one has the lighter fill so that you can use Mylar. So this set, both of the sets are actually for sale, but they're not combined in one. So it looks like the design is finished stitching the fruit sections. So let's take a look at it. So now all you're going to do is tear the Mylar away carefully. And I'm not going to take the time to get it all out of there. I don't have the time to do that. The next step in the design, I mean, you could use tweezers, your scissors, and get that out of there. The next step in the design is to go to the back side of the hoop. That's why I've got my hoop and press pad underneath here. And this piece of lining needs to be folded down. Now I can press it. Pressing is so important in the hoop designs. It's what gets your lining to lay nice and flat so that it looks really nice when it's done. The next step would be to place the next piece of fabric, lining fabric, right side down, even with the top edge of the zipper. Tape it down in place. I'm going to kind of talk through these steps because I have another one finished to the next point. I would put the next piece of fabric here. The next step would stitch this. After that was stitched down, I would put my batting, fold this over, and then it's going to do the same two steps where it's going to stitch that decorative stitching here. I'm going to put down the Mylar, and then it's going to stitch the fruit sections. And I'm trying to get my machine just to the next step here so that we can move on. So through the magic of the internet, I have one here. So it's at this point. The next step would be to go to the back side of the hoop, fold the lining piece up, again, press it. The hoop and press pad, that's basically what I made the hoop and press pads for. Tape this down. The next step is to trim out this little piece of stabilizer, and the hoop and press pads help with that, because when I'm putting my tip of my scissors in and I'm going behind that zipper, I want to make sure that I'm only getting the stabilizer, that I'm not gouging into the zipper and cutting through that. So let me go ahead and get this started. Once you get your scissors underneath here, you can just take them and glide them along. This is what's going to give us access into our little pouch when it's finished. So that's been taken out. Next step, of course, unzip your zipper halfway. And then if you wanted to add a little tab, like I did to, you can attach a split ring or something like that, fold it in half, place it over that zipper, tape it down. It'll get taped down in the final step. The next step is to take your other base fabric, put it right side down, it's the yellow, put my batting on top. The next step is going to stitch down these two pieces I just placed on. I am using a Luminaire 3 to stitch this out. And according to my time, I think I'm going to get the design done. Martha likes the pads. They have been very popular. A lot of people see the benefit in having the hoop and press pads. Okay, so you can see that it just kind of stitched that on a little bit. The last step is to go to the back side of the hoop again. Take your last piece of lining fabric, right side down. It needs to get taped down. And the last step is going to stitch the little bag together, and we'll have an opening that we can turn it. So let me go ahead and get that taped down well. So that hoop and press pad's underneath there, so I'm able to really press down and get my tape to adhere well. And I'll give you a look at that last step stitching. It's going to go around. It's going to leave an opening where the last step where the last step stitched, this step isn't going to stitch. Yes, Annette, the pads help with the taping, because no matter what brand of tape you use, what type of tape you use, you have to be able to press down really hard to get tape to adhere. So that's why I developed the hoop and press pads. Again, there's a standard bundle, or you can get these individually. There is a bundle for multi-needle machines, and there is a bundle for Bernina hoops. They are the only ones that have an oval hoop to them. All right, so the design is done. Let me grab it off the machine. It's time to pop it out of the hoop. Whoops. And it's time to trim it up now. On the back side, I can see my opening. I'm going to cut on either side of that opening. I'm going to leave my opening, I don't know, about an inch long, because I'm going to need that to turn it in. I'm going to go ahead and trim about a 1/4 inch all the way around. Normally, I would not cut off the ends of my zipper or that little tab, but I kind of don't have the time to work around those right now. But you would do that so that you wouldn't have any problems later on. I would go around and make little clips into the seam all the way around. That helps to relax the fabric. Here at the opening, I'm going to trim everything that's underneath it because all I need are the 2 lining pieces. I'm ready to turn it. Whoops. Turning something on camera is always the hardest part. I always feel fumbly doing it, but let me get this turned. All right, here we go. And I do like to use the turning tool, this one right here. It is my favorite turning tool. Make sure you get the the curves all rounded out really nicely. The pads can also be used at your machine as just a little press pad at your machine. Maybe you're doing quilt blocks or something. I would normally take the time to press that. You can either hand sew the opening closed, just turn in the raw edges, and either hand sew or use fusible tape. I'm not going to be doing that today, but you would get that turned in and keep it nice and round there. Fully open the zipper, turn it one more time, round everything out, use your tool to get everything rounded out, and then you are going to press it. So that was how easy it was. I know I kind of went through it kind of quick, but I did want to get it done. So Blaine, are there any questions?
Well, hey, Reen, I don't see any, but hey, great job as usual. And you're always so creative with all the little things you do like that. And, you know, the hoop designs are just awesome. And I think everybody, if they haven't checked them out, you know, go to our website and just type in Embroidery Garden in the search bar. It'll take you to all the products we carry that Reen has. And Reen, how can they find you?
You can find me on my website is embroiderygarden.com. You can also find me on Facebook. You would type in Embroidery Garden ITH for In the Hoop. I'm on Instagram and I have a Facebook group. So I'm all over.
Well, I encourage y'all to all go join Reen's Facebook group. You can learn a lot of cool things and see all the upcoming new products. And we love selling your products, Reen. So keep it up. And thank you so much for being part of Hoop Fest.
Well, thanks for asking me, Blaine. It's been fun.
All right. We'll see you later. All right, guys, we're going to continue on with the show. But before we go any farther, what time is it?
What time is giveaway?
It is giveaway time. Let's give something away. What do y'all think? And so, you know what? I'm feeling kind of crazy right now. Maybe it's all the Mountain Dew and Snickers and Reese's peanut butter cups and donuts and all the things. But I want to give another machine away.
What machine, Blaine?
Let's give an LB 5000. Another $1,000 machine away. This is a sewing embroidery machine, a 4x4 hoop size. And we're going to give one lucky viewer one of these. So, Kennedy.
Yeah.
Spin that wheel.
I saw Robert Cook on there.
Sorry, Robert, you can't
You
win.
can't win.
Diane Mudrick.
Diane Mudrick is our winner, and Diane is watching today from YouTube. So congratulations, Diane. Diane, to claim your prize, we need you to go to smplive.tv. And once you get to that page, scroll down toward the bottom of the page, you'll see where it says claim my prize. Fill out all the information complete, hit submit, and we will get your brand new machine shipped out to you next week. Awesome.
Woo!
All right, guys, we're going to continue on with the show, and we have Juki back in the house. And guys, we're going to talk all about a multi-needle 8-needle machine. And this is the Tajima. You've probably heard that name Tajima before. They are very well known in the industrial and commercial industry in embroidery. They have the huge, big, industrial type embroidery machines. And they have basically taken one of those machines with all that technology and made it for the consumer, an 8-needle with all those heavy-duty motors and things in it. And guys, we have that for you now. And we've got Kelly Latre back coming in. And Kelly, welcome back to the show.
Thanks, Blaine. Good to be back.
So we're excited to see this machine again. So we're going to let you take it away, and then I'm going to come back and tell everybody how they can get it.
Sounds good. I have a lot of information on this system, so I'll see you in about 25. All right. If you've been looking for a commercial embroidery system or have a single needle machine and want to graduate up to a multi-needle, check out the Tajima Sai. It is the best thing you can do because this is a professional quality embroidery system. And I'm calling it a system because yes, it includes the 8-needle multi-needle machine right here in front of me. It also comes with the software you need to create amazing embroidery. Whether you want to do a side gig as a little business or you just love embroidery like me, this is the machine for you. You can run this 24 hours a day. That's how solid and industrial it is. Like Blaine said, Tajima is the largest industrial embroidery machine out there. So what they did is they shrunk this down. And again, this fits into my sewing studio. So while I'm sewing and printing, I can combine it with embroidery. So with that system, you get software, the machine. You also get all the hoops you need to be successful. For example, like the polo I'm wearing, this was digitized in the software, and I was able to easily sew this out on the machine. And the machine has a memory. So if I was doing a batch of these, like 12, it'll ask, hey, do you want to sew this again? It'll also ask, do you want to sew it into the same position? So think about that. You could run through, you could be hooping one, sewing one. So let's take a closer look because I have a lot of information for you today. I'm going to show you the machine, some samples, and then we're going to dive into the software. So if you look at the screen, it looks pretty simple. That's because it's an embroidery commercial system. So I'm going to touch this one. We have 6 styles of font built in, and these are commercial free. So if you do run a business, you can use these in your business, okay? If I touch home, the way I access and bring in designs is through USB or from a network in your home. You could just send it to the machine. So I have my USB in. I also have a history. It'll remember up to 250 designs, and then as they age out, we'll eliminate them. However, I have a lot of designs in here. I do a lot of sewing. So if I want to keep something, I'm going to favor it. So then when it's aging out, it's going to keep the ones I favor. So that is a really nice option. Okay. I'm going back to the home screen. There's settings in there. And I want to talk to you about the hoops. This is the 8x12 hoop, and you get 2 of these with them. And look how beautiful those fonts stitch out. I can put the hoop on in either direction, okay? The clamps are the same on both sides. And why I like that is because when I'm doing a big, thick towel, I love giving towels as gifts. They're useful and they come out beautiful. These hoops are industrial-like, so they can take it. You can hoop this simply, and a lot of people go, what? But you can. And then the bulk of the fabric is going to be in front, so it makes those thick towels easy. I also can do several needle beautiful designs. I got this from a friend, and I thought that's just sewed out beautifully. It also does caps, and you get 2 cap frames, so you can be sewing one and again hooping one. And it is quite a nice field. It's 3x12, so you get a really nice field for baseball caps. And the driver's here, and I can just hoop those. I'm going to go on that Friday. So if you come back on Friday, we're going to actually do a cap. But right now, what I want to do is I want to turn the machine off to talk about the strength of the motors. because the motors are different than a home sewing multi-needle machine. They are pulse motors, so a couple of things they do. They're strong, you can run this all day long. They also keep a consistent stitch. So this goes 800 stitches per minute, but it's not going to drop down like a home sewing embroidery machine does. It will go down maybe to 600. What that means is it gets stuff done faster. Those designs sew up faster. So I'm going to be quiet so you can hear the motors. Isn't that quiet? It's hard for me not to talk. There we go. So it's lining it up. Now you can see I have several different types of thread. I love different types of embroidery thread. I like polyester. I'm a big Glide fan, but I also like cotton and rayon. And recently I have fallen in love with cotton embroidery thread. This is a linen top I purchased and I added the embroidery, but look how beautiful that 40 weight Aurifil fills in. With the laser cross mark on the machine, it's easy to line up borders like this. I also, you've seen this a lot, I'm sure, my jacket from the printer, but I did the embroidery on this machine and I took a piece wide enough so that I could make 2 rows and then cut out the collar. So it made that very easy. You can embroider on a variety of fabrics and threads. This is neoprene, and I thought that came out really nice. So what you want to know about is how to design with this machine, because you're not standing in front of the machine designing. I'm in my comfort of my home. I can go out on the porch, upstairs, wherever my laptop and I can exist happily. That's where I'm designing. So I'm going to switch the camera to my computer so I can tell you about the software that comes with the Tajima Sai. Okay. All right. Hopefully you can see my screen. And I'm going to open the Tajima software. Now remember, this comes with the machine. And right now on my screen, you can see the 8x12. So I'm going to go to select hoops so you can see the options. These are the two. This is 4x4 and 8x12 approximately. Then optional hoops. It does come with the cap frame, so keep that in mind. But I'll show you also, because it's Hoop Fest, I've been playing with the magnetic hoops and they're fantastic. I did a onesie on one of them and it just made it so easy. There is a pocket frame that actually loads and attaches onto the cap frame. Shoes and socks you can do as well. So there's a variety of things you can do, but I'm going to just stay on that large frame. Okay. I can turn on a grid and scale the grid if I so choose, but here's the good stuff. I have over 1,000 designs built in. Now, this comes with the machine, so remember, these are commercial free. You can use these in a business. They're professionally designed and they're absolutely gorgeous. And there's many different categories like applique, birds, borders. You can see some of these on my samples. Everything on my samples are built into the software or digitized by myself. Okay, this I did on a tablecloth and those are gorgeous. So over 1,000 designs built in, and you can fully digitize, but let's start with just simple editing. I'm going to select the rows. And when I first bring this in, it's only 1.5 inches by 1.5 inches. It has 3 colors and I have 1,921 stitches. I can resize it, however, and I'm going to resize it big so you guys can see and follow along at home. But you can see now I have a pretty big rose just for your convenience. It's 6 by 6 3/4 right now. And now it has over 18,000 stitches. So the software, first off, automatically recalculated the stitches. I am going to now pull up another menu. There's so many tools on the side here that some of them you have to just pull up, but that's okay. I prefer having all the options. So I'm ungrouping this design. So now when I look at the sequence of the design, I can select the fill of the rose. I can select the stems, and I can also select the outline of the rose. And I can make changes. So I'm going to play with the thread palettes. Now, there's several you can choose from. Aurifil, you've got Glide, whatever you want to work with, it's in there, which is nice. So now I can choose the colors for my fill and for my outline. I'll pick an outline you can see. And I'm going to choose the fill and take a look at properties. Now, if I look at the fill pattern here, it's random. So now I can choose from different fills. Now notice, because this is 6 by 6 3/4, it's going to break up that satin stitch. So that's not going to be a good choice. But brick wall looks pretty good, but there's so many of these built in that you can just go through and see what's going to look good. That's really nice, smooth. I'm going to go to Tatami 70. Ooh, and that looks really nice. But remember, you can just choose from their fill-in patterns. I can do the same on the outline. I can go back to properties. Now I have a run style, and I can choose 2-ply. I can choose program. Excuse me. And when I choose from program, there are several different outlines to choose from. Some that are really nice. That actually is gorgeous. That's number 94. And some that may be a little overwhelming. So I'm going to go back to line and show you that I'm going to select the run stitch. I can also select how many times that goes around the rows. So I'm going to select 3 because that's a kind of a standard setting. I'm also going to test the sewing just to see how it's going to sew out. Okay. I'm going to select all, and I'm going to make it a little bit smaller to show you a couple of more editing things you can do. Bring it up here, maybe make it a little bigger. Because now if I want to, I can actually edit this design too. I can select from the vertex tool, and I can actually choose to add points here. So that I can edit this line. So I can make it a little bit different of a shape if I so choose. And I'm going to bring this one up. That's a little better. Okay, and I'm going to add one here to bring that a little higher. A little too high there. Okay, there we go. And so now you can see that I've changed the look of that area of the stem. I can also go in and change how that angles sew out. So now I'm just going to curve these stitches so that it follows that line a little better. And now you can see how those stitches have changed. Pretty nice. I'm going to drag it down a little bit and select. I can copy or paste, but I'm going to go up here and select the reflect group of tools because I can copy this image and reflect it or mirror image it at the same time. So now I have 2, and that looks like a beautiful design. So many ways to bring in an already digitized design. So now if I wanted to save this, I can save it as a pulse embroidery file that I can edit, or I can choose the Tajima combined design file and get ready to sew. But if you notice, there's all kinds of formats, PES, SEW, CSD. So you can bring in designs and edit them if you have them from another machine, which is so nice. Let's talk about fonts. Now, we talked about the 6 built in, but there are different ways to bring fonts into this software. I have several built-in fonts that are professionally designed. I have monograms, and I can also access my TrueType fonts. So I'm going to start with the programmed one, and I'm just going to enter some letters. Okay, and what it's choosing is a beige color and then a block 2 for the style. So as a color person, I'm going to immediately change that color. And let's take a look at the options under the already digitized styles. There's many to choose from, and they all sew out really well, really nicely. I'm going to do Penelope because that's what I use a whole lot. Now I can go in and actually just select the letter, and I could change that. I can change the size, the spacing, whatever I want to do, which is really nice. Okay, so you have several styles built right in that you can choose from. Again, these are commercial free. You can use them in a business. They're all pre-digitized for you. But I'm going to do another design page. This is another thing I love about this software. You can just keep going. You can keep designing and then combine things if you so choose later. Let's take a look at the monograms. I can go in. I'm going to put in my letters and enter those. Choose a color. I can also select from different styles. And that looks great. So I'm going to select another page and let's work with those TrueType fonts. So the TrueType fonts are available that are built in on your computer, and you can download. I've downloaded styles just to use for embroidery. I am going to do a couple of lines because if you want to make labels for quilts, this is a great place to do it. So I'm just going to do Love Grandma and then the month and the year. So I can choose from any TrueType font. And I like the bold ones. They turn out pretty nice. But I would stitch these and look at the way this is going to stitch out before, because these are going to be digitized on the fly. Now they're going really fast here. So we can do different styles. Okay, I'll pick that one. And then over here in the segment, this is really cool. I can choose from satin stitch, complex fill, a run, just an outline, or I can actually create artwork in order to digitize it myself. So I'm going to stay on satin. So a couple of things I can do. I can space the letters. I can also space the line. So I'm going to space the letters just a little bit. And then I'm going to set this. And I also want to do the space between the lines. So I can go back up here and it's still in there. So one of the things I'm going to do is center it. And I'm also going to do the line spacing. So I'm going to go 0.25, see how that works. And then you'll get another copy of this. So you can compare and see what you like. And that's what I want. So I'm just going to delete this one. But now you have Love Grandma up here. You can change the color and you can stitch that out, add a frame, whatever you want to do to enhance those letters. So you can do letters, you can edit designs. Now let's talk about creating your own designs. I'm going to create a new design page, and I have punch tools here. So I can select, for example, a complex fill. I'm just going to draw a triangle here. When I double click, I'm going to then set the angle of the stitches. Okay, and then I'm going to click, and it's satin stitch, so I'm going to change that. And you can use any of these fill patterns. Okay, so it's pretty easy to do. You have a satin, that was the complex fill. I want to go to the satin stitch. So I can do the same thing with a satin stitch. And let me show you how to use a template to make this really easy. So I'm just double clicking. Again, I'm going to set the angle of the stitch. And once that is set, there is my stitch. So very easy to create. So let's bring in a template. So what I can do is I can bring in a template and work with it and digitize my own design. You saw the polo shirt I was wearing today. That was digitized just by tracing over these. Can make this larger and then use my tools to just start digitizing. Okay, so think of this as an entire embroidery system. You get the software, you get the hoops, you get 2 4x4 hoops, you get 2 8x12 hoops, and that 8x12 hoop is great for jackets and things like that. And so it's a complete embroidery system. You also get 2 caps. So we're going to work on my digitizing skills here. But you can get the idea. The other thing I like to do is I like to use the auto digitizer just to see how it's going to affect my design. So I'm going to bring in these eggs, okay? Select next. This is just a picture. So I can do all 3 eggs, or if I wanted to, I can crop one of them out. Select the colors. And the other thing I love about this software is what's called a recipe. So if I were going to put these on a t-shirt or a towel, I can choose that and it's going to adjust the stitches accordingly, which is fantastic. I love that feature of the, because I'm not worried about the density. I can go up to recipe, even if it's a pre-digitized design, and then choose, hey, I want to do this on a towel, I want to do this on a t-shirt, that sort of thing. So it makes it very easy that I'm not a professional digitizer, so I don't want to worry about the density. The software does it for me. And if you look at the bottom of the screen, let's see, I'm going to just select this so we can see those. Minor editing here, but they came out great. And again, I always use my tracing tool to see exactly how that's going to stitch out. Okay. And it turned out very nice. So that was an easy way to go. But I wanted to show you the recipe too, because I love this. If I go up to recipe, it's right now it's on caps, but if I want to put that on jeans or a pullover, it's going to calculate the stitches differently. So if I want to put that on a t-shirt, I can look up what it's going to do for the density and what it's going to do for all the settings. So that is a really nice feature that I love. So it's just the way to go easy. So I'm going to select OK, and it's going to change those stitches to work the best on a t-shirt. So that is the Tajima Sai embroidery system. It's an 8-needle multi-needle machine. It is 3 hoops, 2 of each, the cap, the small frame, the large frame, and best of all, the software with over 1,000 designs built in. And I know that Blaine is going to have some great combination packs for you and some great prices. But this is a fantastic system if you love to embroider or if you just want a small business. So, Blaine, what kind of specials do you have on the Tajima side today?
Well, hey, thanks, Kelly. We have a great one, and we'll be seeing you tomorrow again. So thank you so much for being on Hoop Fest. And so, guys, we're going to tell you how you can get this Tajima 8 needle. And again, this has got a very, very small footprint. It's not going to take up very much room. However, it has all that commercial and industrial technology built right into it. So, guys, you're getting a great, great machine here. The price on it is $9,999, but we do have a call-in special on this. So to get that Hoop Fest pricing, you got to give us a call at 800-401-8151. We do have financing available, and we're going to ship this free to you nationwide. Now, guys, this thing weighs 80 pounds, so you're going to have some help when you get this in to be able to place it where you want to do it. It's going to come with those hoops. It comes with 2 hoops. I think it's a 13.9 by 30, or I'm sorry, a 3.9 by 3.9, and then it's going to come with like an 8 by 12. So you're going to get 2 of each of those. And again, it's got a really nice accessory pack with it. So for more information or to place your order, give us a call right now at 800-401-8151. The salespeople are standing by to take your call. And we have some optional, hat hoops and things with it as well. So if you want to get that, we can get you fixed up so you can even do hats. All right, guys, we're going to continue on. And anyway, Baby Lock is in the house. So we have Michelle Hall coming up next. And Michelle was bitten by the crafting bug at a very early age. And from that point, Michelle's enjoyed designing doll clothes, altering garments, patterns into costumes, and creating clothing for her friends. Today, Michelle devotes 100% of her time to her work in freelance sewing and embroidery. And she's been an educator and consultant for her Baby Lock and is just really enjoys what she does. And guys, we're so excited to have her part of Hoop Fest today. And we're going to talk all about that Baby Lock Pathfinder. So y'all welcome Michelle Hall to the show. Hey, Michelle. I think she can't hear me or she's on mute. She's not muted. So Michelle, I don't think can hear me. So, all right, guys, while we're getting her where she can hear me and get her started out, we're going to do a giveaway. What do you think? When we have a little burp in technology, you win. All right, so what we're going to do right now, we are going to give away a couple sew mats. So what do you think about that? Guys, these are our world famous sewing mats. They come in 12 different colors, 4 sizes of each color. The only size we don't, or color that we don't have 4 sizes in is the leopard print, and it only comes in the medium and large. So we're going to give 2 customers one of these away. So Kennedy, spin that wheel. Here we go. All right, it's winding down. Sherm to you. So Sherm to you, you just won yourself a sew mat, and you're watching today from YouTube. So what we need you to do is go to SewingMachinesPlus.com, scroll down toward the bottom of the page where it says claim my prize, fill out all that information, and in the note field, most importantly, tell us what color sew mat you want, what size, and we will get that shipped out to you next week. All right, Kennedy, spin that wheel again. We'll get us a second winner. DD Haskell. So DD is watching today from YouTube. So congratulations, DD. To claim your prize, go to SMPlive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of that page where it says claim my prize. Fill out all the information. And DD, most importantly, in the note field, tell us what color sew mat you want and what size, and we'll get that shipped out to you next week. All right, so we're back, and we're going to give Michelle Hall another try. Hopefully she can hear me this time. And all right, Michelle, how are you today?
Oh, technology is always a great thing.
Well, you know, our customers, the SMP Nation out there, they love it when it doesn't work right, because usually that means I'm going to give something away while we're trying to fix it.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I apologize.
So you're costing us money, Michelle.
Oh, no, I do apologize, but
All right.
thank
Well,
you.
hey, thank you so much for coming on Hoop Fest, and we're so excited you're here. And we're going to let you take it away and talk all about that Pathfinder. And then I'll come back in about 25 minutes. We're going to tell everybody about the special.
Oh, great. Thank you. Oh my gosh, I am so excited, everybody, to be here today. You have no idea. Technology has just been what it is today. So we're just going to go ahead and get started, and I'm going to show you this awesome machine. So if you are in the market for a machine to take to class that's embroidery only, or you've got your dedicated sewing machine and you just need something at home for embroidery while that other machine's doing its job, this is the machine for you. It has a wonderful, oh my gosh, I can't even believe it. Let me show you this hoop. This is an 8x12 hoop. It doesn't even fit all the way in my camera screen right now. It is outstanding to help you get larger projects done. The other hoop that comes with this machine is the 5x7, and I've already got it loaded for a little bit of a demonstration here in a minute. So we're going to go ahead and get going, and we're going to take a tour of the very front of this machine. So if you can see my Solaris in the background, that's fun. But this machine is wonderful. You have needle up and down. You have scissors. You can raise and lower your presser foot, and you have this button. This is such a saver for those of us like myself who, you know, we're getting up in years and it's a little hard to see sometimes. This is the never miss threader. So let me show you how this works. We're going to take our thread and we're going to get off not quite a yard of thread. And I'm going to hold it like dental floss, and I'm just going to take it through those lovely marked channels on the machine and get this going. Going to get down here to the bottom. And it's kind of like dental floss. Sorry if my big hands are in the way. Take it up through number 7 around the back and trim. Now here's the part that I love the most. I'm going to put the foot down, and then I'm going to hit this threader. And how easy is that? That is just amazing. I love this threader. So we're going to get that up. I already have a bobbin in the machine ready to go today. And we're going to go ahead and start looking at all these options that we have on this machine. On the very front of the machine, when it opens, you will see embroidery edit and embroidery. So if your design is already set and ready to go for the day, just go in embroidery, open it up, and you can get started quicker. If you go into edit, it just gives you more features of the machine so that you can manipulate your design. So we're going to go ahead and go into edit and look at all those options. We have, with Baby Lock, exclusive designs only to Baby Lock. And this machine also has exclusive lines in the lineup, or exclusive designs, I should say, in the lineup of all the machines as well. So we could start looking at all these beautiful designs, and you can scroll. I love that these thumbnails are big where we can see. And I'm just going to select this last one right here for now. The information that we get on our screen lets us see the hoop. It lets us see how many minutes it will take to stitch out. And it lets us see the size of the design before we ever select it. So I'm going to go ahead and hit set. And now on this screen, I can do multiple things. I can move the design simply by touching and moving. And if I don't like what I've done, I can hit right here and it resets it for me. I can size this design on the screen, either proportionally smaller, down 10%, or proportionally larger, up 20%. And then you can do what I call Funhouse Mirror with the last 4 of those. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to make it as big as it will go. And you notice that the machine will knock at you. That means it's as large as the machine will take that design. And I can also see how small I can get it. While you're doing this, you can see the size of the design as it changes. I can also on this screen move the design again. So I'm going to put it over to the side, and then I'm going to hit close. Now, because I'm in embroidery edit, I can come in and I can do some special things with this design. I could, for example, move it to the upper left and then hit this key right here, which allows me to do multiples of this design while still on the screen. So I could add in a straight column, I could add horizontally, I could split the design and move. So if you buy this machine, did you know that there's education that can come with it? So you can sign yourself up for online classes, or you can get in touch with Blaine and his staff and see what they have available in the store as well, because I am an advocate for the store. So we're going to add another design right below, and it says this one is too large to do this activity. So what I love is the machine is going to tell you when you can and can't do something. Love that feature. But I could bring it back to the middle, and while on the screen, I could rotate it. We could rotate it around. I could reset, and then I can close. So let's go find a design that we can stack and tile all across our screen. So I'm going to delete the one that's on here. And now I'm going to go back into the designs and take another category. And I like this little leaf with the little ladybug. And the reason I like it is because of the size of it. It's really small. So I'm going to set this on my screen. And now I'm going to hit the icon that I was showing you. And now this time when I go to add, it's going to be okay because the design's small enough. So let's get a couple of these on the screen. Let's say 4. Now, I love what I'm seeing. What I would like to do is maybe spread them apart a little bit. So we have more controls over to the side. We can spread them apart and we can squish them together. So I'm just going to spread them apart. And I like that. That looks good. So now we've increased vertically. We could increase horizontally. So now I'm going to add over to the left. And I could add again over to the right. And that looks really nice. But I would like them a little further apart, maybe across the horizontal. So I'm just going to separate them a little bit. Then I'm going to hit close. And you notice it's off center. Not a problem at all. Just hit the dot in the middle and on you go. And now this would be set to take into embroidery and go ahead and stitch out. Again, you get the dimensions of the design and you get if it's rotated or not. And you can see how many minutes each color will take to stitch out. Absolutely love that Baby Lock puts all this information on our screen and just right at our fingertips. But let's say I want to stitch this on denim. And I would like to see if any of the colors are going to wash out on a denim cloth. I can go into settings, and you have a lot of options in your settings screens. But I'm going to find the one that lets me change the color of the background, which is right here. So I'm going to hit select. And now I'm going to choose one that looks close enough to a dark denim. And I'm going to hit close. And then we're going to hit close again. And now the screen has changed to that dark blue. So you can audition different fabrics with that feature of the machine. So I'm going to go ahead and go change it back because I would like to see the next thing I'm going to do. We're going to change it back to that normal color. And I would like to point out a tip here. Have you ever bought snowflakes and you get home and you put them on your screen and you just can't see them? I panicked the first time the thread color was white. I thought the CD was a bust, but I changed the color here, then I could see those lovely white snowflakes with no problem. Okay, so let's go ahead and delete everything we've just done. We're going to hit OK. And I want to put on a frame now. With these frames, you can create appliques, you can create badges. I believe there's 140 combinations of frames that you can make with all the ones that are in the machine. So I'm just going to choose a simple frame. And I like this one. It's not very big at the moment, but we're going to expand it. So I'm going to hit set. And now I'm going to come in size. And I'm just going to make it as big as it would get. And what I want you to notice is that this is actually getting bigger than 20%. It's because it's a built-in shape that already has the information for the computer to allow it to get bigger. Okay, so now I love this shape, but it's not very exciting. I would like to add some words. So we are going to go hit add, and I'm going to find a font that I like. I'm just going to choose one, no rhyme or reason, and I'm going to put a capital I on the screen. Now this I comes in large. I could make it medium. I could also make it small, but that gets very, very small inside the large circles. So I'm going to leave it on large. Then I'm going to hit set. Now I could do a couple of things. I could use the pad over here to move the letter up and down. I could simply take the stylus and move it, but I'm going to go ahead and move it up toward the top. Well, that looks great. Should we add some more? I think so. It looks pretty open. So I'm going to grab another font just for fun, and I'm going to type in the word love. And I want to make this a little smaller, and I know that from the start. So I'm going to hit medium, and then I'm going to type out the rest. This is a capital L, but I want lowercase. So I'm going to hit the lowercase and then type out the rest of the word. Now I could add multiple lines of text by hitting this arrow. So I'm going to hit the arrow, and then I could type in love again. And we could do another capital L and do O, V, and E. And I think that looks good. So at the end of this, I would love to have another word, but I want it to be a different size and maybe a different font. So I'm going to go ahead and just hit set for now. And I'm going to leave that where it is. And I'm going to hit add and choose a font again. And now I'm going to come in and I'm going to type, say, dogs, because I like dogs. And I'm going to leave it all in caps. And I want an exclamation point at the end of that. And I can hit set. And then I can move this word down. Now, dogs is getting pretty big. And I like the way it looks for now for a quick design. But let's make it a little more exciting. Let's go ahead and make it shape of the circle. And that's looking good. I like it, but maybe the letters are a little too close together. So we could work to open this up if we'd like a little bit. And I'm going to hit close. That looks a little better. Now, when I close that, do you see a spacing? As long as the word dogs is selected, I can work with the spacing of it. I could also touch the selection key and move around a bit until I get maybe the word love. And then I could work with just the word love. So anything with the red boxes around it, you can do further edits. And I love that Baby Lock has given us that option. So I've got dogs selected again. I'm going to work with the spacing, and I'm going to space those letters out just a little bit. That looks better. So now this design could be a badge. It could be an applique on something. But basically, I did words and letters and an embroidery design all added on the screen to create this luggage tag. absolutely love that our machines do that for us. Okay, so powerful, powerful tools for working with words. I could also rotate if I want. Again, rotate it. That doesn't look so well at the moment, but you could work it up into any part of the circle you would like. We could also size just this word if we wanted to. I could now come in and just make that smaller. So again, anything selected, all your tools are available to you. So we're going to go ahead and close. If your design's getting too dense, you could work with density and make satin stitches closer together or further apart to help. We can do multicolored designs. I could also come in here and choose colors. So I'm on the word dogs and I really want that blue. So I'm going to make it blue. And then I'm going to hit close. Now I'm going to hit the selection until I get up to the letter I, and I would really like that one to be purple. So again, we're going to select purple and hit close. And the words love, I can select one at a time and change them. And you can also change independent letters as well. Okay. So I want to show you one special feature about this machine for placement. So we're just going to go ahead and delete that. I'm going to go into embroidery edit. I'm going to go back in again to the letters. I'm going to grab the letter D. I want it to be large and I'm going to hit set. Now I would like to size this maybe a little bit bigger. So we're just going to make it a little bit bigger for the demonstration today. So I've got my letter D. I can see that the letter D is what would be stitching first if I close and go straight into embroidery at this point. So anything that is being designed is in here. What's currently stitching out on your display is in this box here. So you will always know what thread you're putting in and what's going to stitch with that thread. Great feature. But what we want to do now is we want to use our laser. This laser is going to help us with positioning of this letter. So on my fabric, I've marked an X where I would like the D to be. And I want it to be centered right in the middle of the X here. So I'm going to put the hoop on the machine so that the machine can recognize my hoop. And then I'm going to touch my laser icon right here. And it says it needs to revert to original position. So if you've done any work on screen, just go ahead and say OK. And then the carriage is going to move so that it recognizes the hoop and the size of the hoop. And then the first thing I'm told to do is to tap a position. I like center position, so I'm going to start at center and I'm going to hit OK. I could tap one of the other ones if I wanted to. So you can use any reference point within the hoop that's being shown, but I like the center. So I'm going to say OK. Now it tells me I need to touch where the crosshairs are connecting. So I'm going to do that. Okay, come on. Okay. It doesn't want to go. Well, this is computer issues for today. Okay, so we're going to try again. It's okay. Okay to delete, yes. Let's try again. Okay. And I believe I've marked too far. So I'm going to bring this up just a little bit. All right. The camera does have to be able to pick up the pen, and it would help if I actually use the sensor pen, wouldn't it? This is what happens when you get flustered with. Okay, so 1 has been selected, and now I'm going to do 2. I do apologize. So much for cameras not working today. And now when I hit OK, and I hit OK again, it's going to move the arm of the machine into position to stitch right on those crosshairs. So we're going to lower the foot, we're going to hit go, and it's going to stitch out the letter D. So know what tool you have in your hand. Do it better than I did. It's such a great machine. Are there any questions? Well, I know I'm going fast. I grew up a little bit in New York, and sometimes I speak fast. Fun. So while that's going, this machine has, again, that 8x12 hoop. It's got a 5x7 hoop. It has 19 built-in fonts. That's phenomenal. That's a lot. That includes an exclusive script. It also includes one for monogramming that's very intricate. It has 263 built-in designs, some that are even bobbin work. It does not have IQ Designer, but for a machine that the ladies love to do Kimberbell, this one is perfect for class time and taking it to the store with you. It does have one USB port, and it has one that you can put a mouse in as well. And it can also stitch at 1,050 stitches per minute, which is phenomenal. What you do need to know, though, is that the hoop size, even the 8x12, can hold up to 500,000 stitches. And that's amazing. That's a lot of stitching. So if you love to do those OESD tile seams, you can do that for sure. So this technique that we did with the positioning was used to create this on paper. And I've got it upside down. So I used positioning to get this because it's a sheet of paper and there's no way to do any give on that paper. I needed to make sure the design was going to stitch exactly where I needed it to be. So if you use your laser pen, you can position it. Amazing. So now let's take a look at what just happened, because I can't say enough about how that position, that letter D, just perfectly in place. So amazing. The other thing I wanted to show you today are some samples from the machine. So using that border idea and wanting to create some little tags real quick, I put 10 of these in the 8x12 hoop and just tiled them in and did one right after the other. It's amazing. I've got several of them here. They need to be chenilled or chenilled. I'm not sure how to say it. And then did some of these little butterflies. We're going to use them for place markers at a birthday party. And this is cork on the front and cork on the back to help close up that design. And also don't forget your in the hoop projects stitched on the Pathfinder, and just look at the quality of that stitching. It's just amazing. So I could sit here and talk all day long about this machine. I love having mine in the room. I just got it back from the shop, so hopefully get that one out today and start playing on it. Are there any questions? Okay. All right, so the next thing I can show you while we're waiting for the next thing, let's go back into Embroidery Edit. And I just wanted to show you these bobbin work designs that are in here. These bobbin work designs will actually have a 12 weight or a yarn in your bobbin, and they are just amazing. And it doesn't like the mode that I'm in. I would have to change modes. Okay, want to show you some of the kids' designs. We've got a book and a bus. Let's take this guy here. He's cute. I love him. And I'm going to add a border around him just to make him a little splashy. And we're going to choose this one. We're going to hit set. And now we can come in and size this border to go around our design. How cute would that be for a birthday card or a tag? I think it would just be amazing. Let me show you some of the other things that come with the machine. In your box, you'll get some bobbins. So you get a set of bobbins. You get an alternate bobbin case or upper rotary hook. And this one is adjustable, so you can adjust the tension on it. There's a screw on the side to do that. The one that comes in the machine, please try to leave that screw where it is because it's for the bobbin thread that comes with the machine. You get an adapter. So if you accidentally go on the internet and you did like I did and you buy the bobbins that are too shallow, they're not tall enough, this adapter will fit in and help you use those. You get a pair of scissors because Baby Lock is just so awesome. They think of everything in the box. So you will get a pair of scissors, and these are sharp. I absolutely love these scissors. You will get, oh, best thing ever. Have you ever seen the little gray spool cap? That is gold. I have seen these in classes walk off with ladies because they are prized possessions. What this does is it fits in the top of your cross-wound spool and it helps hold it for proper embroidery and sewing if you have a sewing machine as well. Okay. I can get that back on there. Get that wound back up a little bit. You also have a tool that helps you take your plate off if you need to do cleaning. And this little guy is great. If you are doing ball caps and you notice skip stitches, this you can put on the throat plate and it will help control the little loops that you're getting. And it just snaps right on and in place. Also, when I do fleece and things, sometimes I'll use that as well. You get needles with the machine, different to try, and thread nets. If you are not using thread nets, I highly recommend them. They help with metallic threads or any thread that is too loose on the spool to use. Really helps keep things in place for you. Okay.
Now, when that camera's, the sound is on, Blaine, can I talk to it?
Hi, Blaine.
Hey.
I was like filling in there for a second. I was like, what else can I show you?
There you go. Well, hey, thank you so much. Hey, great demonstration. And I know that, you know, this machine is one of those machines. It's a great, great machine, priced right with a ton of features. Yeah. And it's a medium-sized machine, so it's not really overpowering for people to take to wherever they're going to go, retreats or to their friends to go sewing. So thank you so much for showing it.
Yes, and just tell them, remember to grab the right pen when they're doing their laser pen.
There you go. All right. So guys, we're going to tell y'all how you can get this. This is the Baby Lock Pathfinder embroidery only machine. Now, guys, the price on this is incredible. It's $42.99. And again, guys, we have a call-in special on this. You want to call today for this machine. I promise you, we have a great, great call-in for it. Hey, and we have financing available, and we're going to ship it nationwide free for you. And guys, what a great machine. And let me just tell you a little bit of the features of this, because this thing, I'm telling you, is just so built in. Again, it has that 8x12 embroidery field, huge embroidery field, has the LCD touch color screen on it, the never miss automatic needle threader. That's such a good feature now. It has that needle laser beam. So what that beam does, it's going to give you your positioning right where your needle drop's going to be. So when you can test where your embroidery design is going to be. It has the sensor pin for embroidery. And like Michelle was saying, you don't want to grab the wrong pin. Make sure you use that and don't write on your screen. It has that enhanced LED lighting. They call it stadium lighting. It's going to light up that whole big work surface that you're doing. USB, you can use USB to load all your designs on it. 263 built-in embroidery designs. This thing is loaded up with features, and guys, and the list just keeps going on and on with it. So anyway, if you're interested in this, give us a call right now, 800-401-8151. They can answer any of the questions you have. And guys, if you just want to go take a look at this, you can either go to smplive.tv. The product is on the page right there. You can just click on that product and it'll take you to the product page. Or you can just go to SewingMachinesPlus.com and up in that search bar, just type in Baby Lock Pathfinder and it'll take you right to the product page. And you can see all the features and things that come with this. This thing is packed full. And guys, we do have a great call-in special, so give us a call right now. All right, guys, we're going to continue to move on. And so who we got up next? Is it SWF? Garrett. Guys, guess who's next? SWF, and we have Garrett McMinn in the house. Hey, and y'all are going to love, we're talking about the 12-needle SWF today. Guys, this is such a great embroidery machine, and we have unbelievable specials on it today. And Garrett is the national, or not the national, he's the sales manager of SWF, and he's been there about 10 years. He started out as a service tech, actually ranching on these things, so he knows these machines inside and out. And he's worked his way up through that company. He's doing a wonderful job, and we love working with Garrett. So, Garrett, welcome back to the show, buddy.
Hey, Blaine, glad to be back for day 3 and get right into it. So,
I'm telling you, and again, I'm a big fan of this machine, and I tell you, you know what I'm a fan of. I love the digitizing in the screen, and I love the hoop sets and the warranty. There's just so many things to talk about, but I'm going to let you get going because I know there's a lot to cover, and I'll be back in about 25 minutes, and we'll tell them how they can get it.
For sure. Sounds good. So we're actually going to switch it up a little bit today. I'll still go through all the main features and stuff that we went through on day 1, and then a lot of the features everybody's watching day 2 on the MAS15. Since it has the same control panel, a lot of the features are the same, but we always like to go over those key components just because if you miss one day, then we'll show you on this day as well. So this is how the machine comes. It's going to come in like a cardboard styrofoam die fit crate. So everything is packaged very well. It's going to ship very well for you. But the machine's going to come like this, to where basically the only thing you have to assemble is your thread rack, your control panel, and the stand. Everything through the head is going to be pre-threaded from the factory, so you don't have to worry about threading up the 12 needles and everything. All the threads are going to be pre-ran, so once you assemble your thread rack with 4 different components, there's a video on that, very simple to assemble it. But once you get that assembled, you route your thread through, tie it on to the existing thread that's in from the factory. Then you just pull it through the front, and that's going to replace the factory thread with your thread cones of choosing, whatever brand you run or whatever colors you want to put on there. That's completely up to you as the customer. The control panel mounts on here, just 2 bolts to mount the control panel on, so that's very simple. The really cool thing that we like about this control panel as well is every single plug. There's 4 plugs back here to connect the electronics to the machine, but every single plug is different. So what makes that really easy is there's no color coding, there's no guessing where plugs go. There's 1 slot for every plug, and you can't plug them in wrong. So basically that eliminates any of the confusion to where if you're trying to plug it in, you can't plug it in wrong, which makes it awesome. The stand as well. It's going to come in 5 different components with your machine, so you're not having to piece together a huge piece. It's just the 2 outside legs. You got 2 trays to put inside the legs, and then the tabletop as well. to where you're about 2 to 3 hours probably on setup for the machine. It's going to come standard with your quick change cap driver, which is going to be your cap driver. You're going to get 2 cap frames, the cap hooping gauge, and then you're going to get 5 sets of flat hoops as well. We'll get into those a little bit later in the video, just go over the sizings and the quantities and stuff that you get to show you guys everything that is coming in this complete bundle. And I know Sewing Machines Plus, they're throwing in a lot of extra stuff with it, and their call-in special is great. So you're really getting a total package with the purchase of one machine. So what I want to do to change it up a little bit for you guys is I'm actually going to pull the quick change cap driver off, and then I'll load the design in real quick, and we'll go ahead and run it to where you guys can hear it, see how the automatic color change and the automatic thread cut works as well. So it makes it very quick. Once you set your design up, you hit start, the machine does the rest of the work. You don't have to babysit it. You can walk away. If the machine did have a thread break, it's auto thread detect. So if you're away getting coffee or something like that, and you come back, the machine's going to stop on its own if it has a thread break while you're gone. The other thing that we have programmed in there is the machine automatically backs up 5 stitches to where if you do have a thread break, it's usually going to detect it in the first 2 to 3 stitches. So then our machine automatically backs up 5 stitches to where you have no gap in your embroidery work at all. So that's another nice feature. Like I said, it doesn't have to be babysit. You don't have to worry about sitting there watching it, or if it has a thread break, you don't have to stop the machine. It's going to do it all on its own. So I'll pull the cap driver off. Really cool thing with the cap driver is it has the identical brackets as all of our hoops. So this is the patented quick change cap driver that will come with the machine as well. What makes this super nice is, like I said, there are no bolts, there's nothing, no assembly required to go from a cap to a flat. So if you're running a shirt for one customer and then another customer walks in, they want a hat, it's as simple as about a 20-second changeover. And on your standard machine that does not have the quick change, you're going to have to take the bolts off, take your arms of your machine off, grab your cap driver with separate bolts because they're different lengths, and mount that on as well. And you have to worry about the registration of the cap driver, because with the standard ones, the cables and stuff can slip off and you got to worry about the storage of it. With this one, everything is self-contained. There's no way the cables will not come off of it. So you can throw this on a shelf, toss it in the floor, wherever you need to put it. It just makes it very simple for on and off from switching from shirts to a hat as well. So I pulled that off. I'll go ahead and grab our 15 centimeter or your 6x6 round hoop. So I just have some backing in there. Gonna throw that on there for you guys and let you hear it and see it run. So the hoops just click right in, just like so. And then Kyle, you can go ahead and pan into the hoop if you want. And let me get that focused. So the cool thing, I don't know if you guys probably can't see it in the video with the angle that we have, but it does have a laser pointer right here on the needle hole. So that eliminates any of the guesswork. So like right now, I'm right in the middle, I'm on needle 7. So I'm not having to watch the specific needle where it's going in the hoop. I can just keep my eye on the laser, and basically the laser is going to show me exactly where my design runs. So I'll select my design real quick and go through this pretty fast so you guys can see it run. Load my colors, and then I'll show all the stuff I'm doing off screen. I'm going to show you guys right after it gets done running. And then you'll see the frame move. So the really cool thing is we have 2 different tracing options. So your standard trace is just going to draw a box around the design. And then we have an outline option. I prefer the outline option just because the outline is going to give us the true design pattern. So we'll go ahead and do that. You're going to see the frame move. And I'm just watching the laser light here. All right, so that looked to be pretty good for us, fitting in the hoop. I'm just going to move it up just a hair real quick, and we'll hit start. So the machine auto color change, like I see, as soon as I hit start, machine auto color changes for me. It's going to start stitching out. So you can see there that is the auto cut and the auto color change. I'm going to go ahead and start for us again. Okay, so it did sense a thread break there. It's automatically going to back up, and I will hit the start button. All right, I'll go ahead and stop it there just because it's a pretty big design, but I'll show you the work that it does. I just want to give you guys a brief view of basically how the machine runs. Sorry, I'm not sure that's getting the focus there. So that's just a simple H test that comes in the control panel. Basically with that design, it's great for testing your tensions and getting everything set up on the machine. And then, like I said, I just want to show you that quick change cap driver, and then the auto thread detect, the auto color change, and the automatic thread cut. So like I said, once you set your design up, makes it a very quick runtime. And then Kyle, actually, if you want to zoom back in, I'll go into the control panel for him. So all of the changes that I was making off screen, I'll go ahead and show you guys real quick to show you actually how fast it is to set up a design. So your machine comes with a stylus for the touch screen. So this is a 10.4-inch LCD display. Makes everything very easy to access. Everything is very legible. Every button has a wording with it to where you basically, if you're looking for a design button, it says design right there. If you're looking for your needles, it says it on the screen as well. Makes it very easy to where you're not clicking through multiple call screens or multiple selections to find the exact design that you're wanting to run. With this machine, it's really cool because it has 2 USB slots in the back of the control panel here. And then it also has 2 USB slots underneath the control panel. So if you have a USB with a bunch of designs, like let's say 500 designs that you just want to use, that way it's out of the way, not in the back. You can plug it into the bottom of the control panel. Basically, you're creating an extra memory bank as well that you can pull from, and that USB can stay permanent there. You can pull it out whenever. But the machine, like I said, is USB capable. That's your standard format of uploading designs and exporting designs. But it also is Wi-Fi capable as well. So if you have a router in your house, or if you don't have a router, you can direct connect it to your computer. And that allows you to seamlessly send designs from your computer direct to the control panel. And the really cool thing about the software that comes with that as well, it's called SWNS. SWNS is basically our system for sending the designs over to your machine. It allows you to preload the colors in the software on your computer. So while one design is running, you can go ahead and preload your colors for your next design and basically communicate with the machine as it's running to where the next time that you're ready to run that job, it's already in there ready to go. So like I said, the changes that I was making off screen to get that design ready to run, I'll just walk through it real fast for you guys to show you actually how simple it is. So we go to our design button. There's 2 different ways we could do this. Basically, we can go to our USB if the design's on our USB. If we wanted to transfer one via Wi-Fi, you would have done that prior to this step, and it's automatically going to be in the control panel. So I can look at the different designs we have in our memory, which there's 3 right now. If I wanted to pull one from the USB, just select the USB there. It's going to pull all the available logos that we have that we can run. Copy it in. And then right there, it's automatically going to go into the control panel, which is here. We select it to run. Went over this in day 1 and day 2, but we really like this feature because it wraps all of your embroidery settings or your design settings into one screen here. So like I said, I'm not jumping from screen to screen to set up a design. So I can go in here and select my colors for the design. And then each color block behind each number, it is customizable. So once I get my cones on the back here where I want them to be on my machine, I can tell the machine then that, hey, let's say black is on 1, choose black, select needle 1, and then let's say there's a green on 2, select the green from the color palette that I want, then hit the needle number 2. Once I go through the list and program all 12 needles, or in your case, if you have the 15 needle, you program the 15 needles, hit save. And then you can see the color blocks behind 1 change to black, which I selected, and then behind 2 switch to that lime green that I selected as well. That makes it very nice because then you're not guessing back here which cone is which needle. And then also, whenever you're looking at the home screen, it shows it right here. And then whenever you go to select your colors, it shows all of your color changes over on this side. And then right here, it's going to show us the specific part of the design that we're going to select our color for. So right now it's showing it in red right here that we're selecting that very first color. So I'd hit 1 if I want a black on there. It hops to this color over here, or this part of the design showing us it's our color number 2. So I just read through my design, read through the colors like I want it, and then I would close out. And then as long as you're not wanting to change the rotation of your design, that is the only thing I have to do to basically load the design in and get my colors going. It shows all of the design settings over here to where it shows the angle of my design, to where if this is going on a hat or a shirt, towel, anything that has like a special placement, I can change this to 90 degrees, 180, 270, or if you're doing something that requires a specific angle to fit on the garment, you can go in here to your design settings and you can type in any custom angle you want. So if it's a 135-degree angle that you're wanting on your design, just select that, and then our design is going to rotate by 135 degrees. So very simple there. The cool thing is we can hit load and save. It's going to ask us if we want to save the changes that we made to the design. So basically that is asking us if we want to save our color sequence and if we want to change our rotation or anything that we adjusted with the machine or the design. It's asking us if we want to save that. So in most cases, you're going to press yes. And then the design is going to load in for you to run right then. But also, whenever you're hitting yes, that saves it for the next time you want to run it. So if you have a customer that's bringing you a job that you've already ran before, you've already loaded your colors, everything is good to go. Whenever you go to the design button and you pull that design up from the embroidery screen, what that's going to do is it's going to automatically load your colors in, your rotation, everything that you previously saved on that design is going to be right there. So the other thing I'll explain too, so with this control panel, you have 2 different design slots. So you have design and user. Basically, each one of those slots contains 200 fillable embroidery slots. And then the machine has a capacity of 2.4 billion stitches on the stitch count capacity. So the memory is huge. Like I said, if you want to use one of the under USB ports as well, you can almost use it as a third memory slot as well, because you can load from the bottom USB or the top 2 as well. So that makes it very cool. So we'll go ahead and back out of here. And then, so on this home screen here, once we have everything loaded, we can go to the frame, we can do our outline or our trace. But on the home screen, it has everything about our design as well. I can change this to millimeters or inches. In most cases, customers want the inch readout just because that's a little bit easier to understand. But it shows us the total stitch count of our design. I have the option to do like a color change. So if I wanted to change to a different color, I can press that button. It's going to color change to the needle I just pressed. If you're in the middle of a job and you want to do a thread cut, pull your garment off and look at it, you can do the thread cut button right here, which is going to do a thread cut for you. If you do applique, we have a really cool feature. So this is called the offset button. So whenever you're doing applique, you can pull the frame out. Once you get your outline in, you can pull your frame out, lay your applique down, simply hit the offset button right there. Whenever you hit the offset button, it's going to automatically pull the frame back to where your last stitch just was, and then you're ready to hit start again, and it's going to tack that applique down for you. So Kyle, if you want, go ahead and zoom back out, and then we'll go over the hoop sizes and everything else that it comes with. Okay, so for hoop sizes, I mentioned earlier, you're going to get 5 sets of flat hoops, and you're going to get the 2 cap frames. You're going to get the cap system, which is the cap driver, the cap frames, the cap hooping gauge. So this is our first hoop. It is the smallest one that comes with the machine. It's a 4.5-inch hoop. So that's good for small left chest logos. If you're doing baby onesies, sleeves, sides of hats, anything like that, this hoop is going to fit that very well. So you're going to get 2 of this size. And the importance is I'll explain why we send 2 of every size. So we're a very commercial, industrial background business as SWF. So all of our machines are in Nike, Under Armour, Perry Ellis. They're mass producing all of these garments. So they're looking for speed of operation. And most of our customers, I mean, who doesn't want to run the machine faster and complete jobs faster? So what this allows us to do whenever we send 2 of every hoop size is I can have this hoop on here running my logo. And then if I have duplicates of that same logo or same job I wanted to run, I can have that one running. I can go ahead and go to my hooping station, pre-hoop my next logo, to where as soon as this one's done, with everything being automatic, like I said, automatic color change, automatic thread detect, and then it's also auto origin. What that means is whenever that design is done, it's going to return back to exactly where I started it, to where the hoop's going to return back. I pull the one that's ran off, set it to the side. You grab your next hoop that you have pre-hooped, slide it on the machine, and you're not doing any of the setup if you're running a duplicate logo on the same size hoop. All you're doing is hitting start, because the machine, like I said, auto thread cut, auto origin, auto color change. So everything's returning back to its original state that you first programmed into the logo. So then the next size of hoop, which I just ran, was the 6x6 hoop as well. So you're going to get 2 of those, and then a little bit bigger for getting into, like, if you're doing towels, some smaller jacket back designs, again, baby onesies. We send a broad array of sizes. That way you can basically have a size of hoop for any design that you could ever run. So this is our 8x8 hoop. And then we'll get into the jacket back sizes. So this is going to be our 9x9. Customers love this hoop here because it's a square hoop with a 9x9 sewing field. So this gets you into starting like your jacket backs. If you're doing quilt blocks, any type of applique, customers are using this hoop as well. And then even though the MAS 12, as far as a whole, the machine is very small, so it's only 85 pounds. It's 26 inches side to side. The table is a little bit bigger. It's about 30 inches side to side and 30 inches front to back. But the machine itself, like I said, is 26 inches side to side and about 22 inches, 24 inches front and back. So even though it's a small machine that can fit about anywhere, whether it's a RV if you're traveling with it, a trailer, your small office, like home office or anything like that, you can put this about anywhere you want to. The really cool thing as well is it has the feet on the bottom. So the feet on the bottom, you don't have to use the stand that it comes with. So if you have an existing craft table or tabletop that will hold the weight of 85 pounds, you can just simply lift this machine up, put it onto your table that you already have, and then you're good to go. So like I said, even though the machine is very small, it still has a huge sewing field. So this is a jacket here. So this is a 9x14-inch hoop. So even though the machine will fit about anywhere, you do have this very large embroidery space. So you can do your 2X jackets, 3X jackets, very large embroidery space for anything you want to complete with a large sewing field you're going to be able to do. Like I said, keep in mind, I know I keep mentioning it, 2 hoops per size is everything you're going to get as well. So 5 sets of flat hoops. And then you're going to get your quick change cap driver that I showed earlier in the video. So again, this has the same brackets as our hoops. So it's going to slide right on. There is no need for assembly or disassembly of your machine. So you get the 1 cap driver. You're going to get 2 of these round cylinder hoops. So these are what you're going to hoop your hat on. And if you guys come back tomorrow, we're going to run a hat on the MAS 15. So I'll show you guys how to hoop the hat and run it on the MAS 15 as well. But you're going to get 2 of those. So same process applies. You can have 1 hat running. You can have your next one pre-hooped, ready to go, to where as soon as the design's done, pull it off, put your next hat back on, you're good to go. This is the cap hooping gauge. So the cap hooping gauge, it'll fit on any table. So a lot of customers put it on their table that comes with the stand. Basically, it's just a simple adjustment like so. You can run it up or down to fit the different thicknesses of the table that you might have in your craft location. But basically, this is going to slide right on here. And then it's going to lock in for us. And then that just gives you a very sturdy location to hoop your hat. It has the alignment lines there. I'm not sure if you can see that. So it has the alignment there to where you can go ahead and center and basically pre-center your hat to where you put on your machine. It's dead center and ready to go, ready to run. So like I said, 2 cap frames. You're going to get the cap gauge and the cap quick change cap driver in that package as well. We'll go over a little bit of like the service and the warranty that comes with this machine. So you're going to get a 7-year bumper to bumper warranty, which is huge. It is the longest in the industry for any of these type of machines. So the 7-year warranty is great. Sewing Machines Plus, they've been a great dealer of ours, great sub dealer. They do a lot with our customer support and really help their customers out. So you can rest assured if you buy through them, you're going to get a great level of support. And as well as us as a factory, if there's anything Sewing Machines Plus ever can't figure out, they have a direct line to us, and we will get you fixed up because basically Sewing Machines Plus's customer is our customer as well. So we're going to get you guys figured out and get everything fixed on your machine. That's the other cool thing with the Wi-Fi feature if you do utilize that. So nowadays, Wi-Fi, internet, everything's a little more driven towards that. So with the Wi-Fi, it helps us. We can self-diagnose a lot of the problems online just because your machine is connected. We can see error codes. We can see what issues you've been having. So that's just another added benefit of the Wi-Fi. Like I said, though, 7-year warranty, 9 by 14-inch sewing field, has a quick change cap driver. I know that's part of Blaine's special there. And I know they're running a great call-in special. So Blaine, I'll pass it back over to you and you can explain a little bit more about that.
Well, thanks, Garrett. Hey, man, great demonstration. And I tell you what, I absolutely love this machine. So Garrett, thank you for coming on. We'll see you again tomorrow, and we'll be back tomorrow with you, and you're going to show that 15 needle, but
Yes,
we're going to
sir.
tell them how they can get that 12 needle right now. So guys, this is the SWF 12 needle multi-needle embroidery machine. And guys, we have got a deal for you right now. The normal price on this is $9,999, and we've got a call-in special on it. So if you want a better price, give us a call right now. And we're going to also include absolutely free the stand and that cap driver with 2 the cap hoops. And the other great thing about this, not only are you getting 5 different sizes of front hoops for this, we're going to double that and give you 10. So we're basically giving you 2 of each size. So you're getting 10 hoops. You're getting the cat driver with the 2 cap frames, and then you're getting that stand. So a great package put together, and we're going to give you a great Hoop Fest special price, but you have to call in right now to get it. 800-401-8151, and we have some great synchrony financing available as well for it to make it where it's very easy for those monthly payments. So guys, give us a call, 800-401-8151, and our sales team is standing by for your call. So all right, guys, we're going to continue on. And next up, we're going to talk all about some Floriani stabilizer. And we have Judy Friedenberg. Oh, couldn't get it out. Coming back up. And Judy's going to talk all about, she was here on, earlier. And we're going to talk all about the stabilizer now. So welcome, Judy, back to the show.
Thank you. Let's see if we can do this better with the camera this time.
All right, Judy. I'll be back in just a little while, and we'll tell them how they can get it.
All right, awesome. So I thought it'd be kind of nice to talk about what could go wrong with stabilizer. How do you know if you've got good stabilizer? How do you know if it's going to cause you an issue? All of that type of thing. So let's get started here. I'm going to come down, and we're going to go to settings, camera, and let's try that again. All right, Kenny told me how to do it, so let's make sure I do this right. Well, how about I just hold it up? We're not going to worry about this camera today. All right, here we go. So first off, when you look at stabilizers, you need to be able to tell, is it going to cause you an issue or not? So I have a sample of 2 stabilizers here, and you can see one is thin. It's got kind of like little thin spots in it. I hope you can see that on the camera. And the other one's solid. Well, when you're using stabilizer, you need to be able to have a smooth, solid stitching surface. So, of course, this is Floriani. This is somebody else's. I don't even know whose it is, but they are both a cutaway, so you could see the difference. Because when you don't have stabilizers, that will cause little loops, little skips in your stitches. Maybe your thread will come up or your design just won't stitch right. This is a great way to find out the quality of your stabilizer. Okay, that's one thing. Another one is the job of a stabilizer is to stop movement. Movement is your enemy in embroidery. So when you're going like this, see all that? This is like stretching like crazy. This is a knit t-shirt. So what we're going to do is we got to stop it. Well, sometimes what people will do is take this shirt, they'll hoop it with a piece of cutaway, which is what you need, because cutaway is what you need for a stretchy. However, they don't fuse it or they don't stick it. So what happens is it is not very stable. There is a chance for movement, and any chance of movement on a stretchy fabric is going to cause puckering. It's going to cause skip stitches. It will cause outlines to be off. It'll be on perfect on one side, not on the other. No, your design did not move. It's the fabric is moving in the hoop. So the saying that we like to use is, if you can fuse it, use it. It's the best stability there is. Okay. Now the cutaway that we like to use, there is regular cutaway, and you've probably seen it. It's white. It's solid. If you've ever gone to a mass market, to a store, a retail store, I'll bet you're like me. You see an embroidery design, and what's the first thing you do? You turn it inside out to see what stabilizer they're using. Yep, it's probably going to be that big chunk of white cutaway. That's okay, but if you want it to stay soft and supple so that when you have your embroidery design, and you do something like this, where I'm sticking a finger in it, you want it to stay flat. You want it to come down. You want it to move. You want it to stay soft. You don't want it like cardboard. You don't want to sit down and like hit yourself in the chin. So we use the power mesh. Now, the power mesh comes as a fusible and a non, because we like to use this in the hoop projects. Because what's the first thing you have to do in the hoop? Usually is hoop a piece of stabilizers. Sometimes something else, but usually it's a piece of stabilizer, and this is your foundation. So we want it to stay soft and supple, and look how soft this is. And there's no wrinkles, comes right out. There you go. Now I will give you a little tip. When you use the mesh stabilizer, and it only works on the mesh, it does not work on any of our other stabilizers. Kay Brooks has tested it out. It does not work, but this is a cool little trick. You take your stabilizer mesh, and it's hard to see here, but there's little cutouts in this mesh. You hoop one straight up and down. You take another piece and you hoop it at a 45-degree angle. Now, if you're using fusible, you would fuse both of these just to the back of your garment, just like this. This will hold 30,000 stitches on a little 4x4 design. So here's another little tip. A lot of things that go wrong in stabilizing is someone will hoop, but they'll say, oh, I got a lot of stitches. I better put 4 layers underneath there. I've got to have all of this just to support my stitches. But here's the thing. If you're going to wear it or sleep under it, you want to be able to have comfort, to grab it and not be hard. So no more than 3 layers of stabilizer underneath your fabric. So it goes embroidery, fabric, stabilizers. Anytime you have more than 3 layers, you're going to start getting stiff. It's going to start building up. Okay? So 3 layers, because there's nothing worse, even in a quilt. When you reach down in the middle of the night and you grab that quilt and you're like, oh, what's this on my bed? It's not the quilt, because it's too hard. All right? So that's another way, and it keeps it nice and soft. This little shirt that I was going around actually only needed 1. And it stays soft, and you can see it back here. And it really, watch, there's no stretch. Yet right below it, stretchy as all get out. Okay, so that's the job for that one. Okay, another thing that a mistake is made. When you're using stabilizers, any of our fusible stabilizers for Floriani, you want to make sure you use a pressing cloth. Because if you read all the instructions, and every tube, yes, it has a little bit of instructions here, but when you look inside, there's an 8.5 by sheet of paper in there, and there's more information, including on pressing, on how to adhere it. Number 1, it's All of our fusibles are a medium heat. Okay, medium, not high heat, medium. And you use a pressing cloth because the iron doesn't touch the stabilizer. If you don't have a pressing cloth, turn it over and press from the fabric side. You'll get much better results. Okay. All right. Next tips. What can go wrong when you embroider on a towel? Okay. This towel right here, this is a terry towel. It's kind of loopy, kind of a veloury, just really textured. And let me hold this up so you can really get to that. Can you see how the loops are coming through that design? They're actually working their way through. The N stands for there's nothing on here. All right, I just embroidered it directly on, and the more I wash it, the more the loops come up. Now, I did it with a water soluble. Okay, looks better. Here we go. Let me do that. Okay, you can see that it's starting to look better. It's holding its color. It's getting better. However, the more I wash this, the more the loops come in because it washes out. So we've always been told we need a topper for our towels. Water soluble has been the most readily available. However, what happens when you wash it? It's gone, right? There's nothing left. So that means if you miss the loops, they're going to come up through the design. Well, we have something else that will fix that. And this is so great to use. And that's going to be Heat and Gone. Look at the difference. Let's do it this way. Heat and Gone. Let me put it up here. And again, these are the exact same threads. They're washed all together at the same time. And I'll put it next to the water soluble so you can see the difference here. Okay. Water soluble, Heat and Gone. Water soluble, Heat and Gone. Can you see the difference? The color's even brighter on the Heat and Gone because when you put Heat and Gone down, you do the embroidery, you rip off all the excess, then you take a cool iron, and that's where the problem is. First word you heard was heat, but it needs a cool iron, metal sole plate. This is one of the few things that an iron has to touch. So you've done your embroidery, you ripped off the excess, you're going to take your iron and cool, and you're just going to do little circles, and all of a sudden, it'll be gone. All right? It'll be totally gone. But everything that's underneath the thread right here is going to stay. And that's why it looks so much brighter, because the loops can never work their way through the Heat and Gone. They're not going to come up through that. Okay, so when you're doing something with a topper, make sure you use a topper that's going to support those stitches, which is a topper's job, and then stay underneath. Okay, now if this was a piece of cotton, I could use a water soluble, no problem, and I'm not worried about the loops. But think of velvet, velour, corduroy, anything with texture, even the waffle weave, kind of like dish towels. You want to do something like that. Use your Heat and Gone. Just remember, it's not heat. It's a cool iron. It's silk setting. If you use heat, you'll liquefy it, you'll set it, and it doesn't come out. You have to sit there and pick it out. All right, so make sure to test your iron. All right, so this is what they look like. This is water soluble. This is Heat and Gone. Here's something else you need to know about the Floriani stabilizers. We have 4 colors. First color, this was the power mesh I showed you, is red. See the red label? Second color, this is a specialty product, so it's purple. This is blue, so that's water soluble. And then the other color is green. That's a tearaway. So if you're looking for something that's going to stay there when you're done, you don't want to grab the blue label because it's going to wash out 100%. Okay? All right. So there's a little hint on labels. Okay, so let's do this. Here's something else that gets confused a lot of times, and that is when you have to use a sticky. Now, hooping, you should always hoop because your embroidery will be better when you hoop. However, there are things you cannot hoop. Okay, I have this little koozie right here. There's no way I could have hooped that. Okay, so what I've done is I have used Perfect Stick tearaway. Now we have two types. We have perfect stick tearaway, perfect stick cutaway. Cutaway is that you score it, you stick it, you stitch it, and you cut away the stabilizer. But the perfect stick tearaway is a little bit different. You score it, you stick it, you embroider it, but then on the back, you're going to get it wet. And I got a little spray bottle here. Let me get some water on it. And you wait about, well, I'm just lightly dampening this all around. There we go. Now, you could take your finger, you could take a paintbrush, you could take anything like that. It just takes a couple seconds to soak in. It's kind of hard to see on camera, but it's actually soaking in. And then all you have to do is lift it off, just like this. I'm just lifting it off. There is no tearing. Because on this foam, what would happen if I tried ripping it out? I'd be stretching. Let me see if you can see it on this side. See how much this stretches? And I don't want to stretch it and distort my outlines. So now I have dampened it and just lifted it off. And I can just come back and take all these little pieces off just like that. And it'll clean it up. Now, here's the cool thing. When I wash this, if I were to wash a koozie, usually you don't, but let's just say you were doing this on something else that you could wash. Even more of this will wash out. So these are little fibers that are supporting the design, but they're water soluble too. And that's something that the cutaways don't do. So imagine using a linen dress and you've done red work on it and you're going to need to have some stabilizer behind it, but you want to get it out. The first time you wash it, it'll get even softer and less of the stabilizer will remain behind. So that's pretty cool too. That will help a lot. So choose the right sticky for your project. And how you choose the difference is, how do you get it out of the hoop? Can you rip it out? How about cardstock? Any of you do greeting cards, birthday cards, anything like that? You can't rip that out. You're going to use a cutaway. If you're going to do something delicate, then you're going to use the tearaway and you're going to use the water solubles. Now, if you can't use water soluble, you can rip it out if it's strong enough. Like a dog collar, you can just rip that out. You don't have to use the water. All right. So that's something that could go wrong. They're using the wrong stabilizer. Okay. Now, what about this? What about putting your design where you want it? Okay. Well, I have this design here. I've printed it out on template tearaway. Okay. Now here's the thing. We have machines that have cameras. I have machines that have cameras. I have machines that don't have cameras. This technique is for all machines, whether you have a camera or not. And it's a pretty cool technique. This is template tearaway. And what you do is you print your design on template tearaway. Now I printed it with crosshairs because I need it for alignment with my hoop. This is a reusable sticky. So if you've got a family of shirts, let's say you're doing a family reunion and you're going to go anywhere from, let's say toddler to adult, and you're going to be using Fredenberg's name, okay, which is my last name. Well, it's all pretty much the same size, but you got to make it fit somewhere on the garment. You can print out one template, cut it down to fit your hoop size, and this is a 5x7 design, and then stick it where you want it. Okay. Now you can put this anywhere, which is always a good thing because you can check it. You can just eyeball it, put it where you want, or you can measure it. If you have pockets, a lot of store-bought shirts, the pockets aren't in the same place, but your lettering's the same size. So you can actually place it right over the pocket exactly where you want it. You can put it inside of a quilt block. You can put it pretty much anywhere. If you've got a quilt top that's completed and you want to check your lettering, or you're going to do your quilting and you want to make sure your placement is right. For example, this quilt here on the wall, if I wanted to, I could put a template right here with my feathers and know that that's where it's going to sew. But here's what can happen. Now, first off, I've already put my power mesh in here. Okay, it's in here. So you have your stabilizer in. And then what you're going to do is you're going to take your hoop. You're going to put your template down where you want it. So I have the template on the shirt. It's right here. You're going to lay it down. Then you're going to take the next product. And this is one of my favorite products. It's something I have by all my machines because I can use it for more than just embroidery, more than sewing. I can also use it for my serger, pretty much anything. And that's the stitch, excuse me, Stitch Perfection tape. Comes in 1/4 inch and 1/2 inch, which is really cool because it's already cut to size for your hoops. And what you're going to do is you're going to put it on the back of your hoop. Now, some hoops, like this is pretty sturdy, but if you have one of the original hoops, go back about 15 years when we had hoops that were very floppy, you're going to want to put the tape across the bottom and the top and the sides. That's why the 1/4 inch is very good. Now, some of you are brand new to embroidery, so you may not know this. The hoop that has the bracket and the metal pieces on, that's your outer hoop. The one that goes inside of that is your inner hoop, and there's brackets and marks, not brackets. There's marks on here. That's how you know this is the front of the hoop, because you have to see those. Some of them have wording. Some of them have little arrows. That's the front of the inner hoop. So on the back of the inner hoop, on the flat surface part, is where you're going to put the tape. Now, another little tip is on this Stitch Perfection tape, always pull and tear it. Because if you tear it, let me grab one here, you'll be able to take the cover off, because this is another little issue that people will get. When you take this, pull and tear, and you see those little fibers sticking up right there? That's going to make it easier for you to grab and lift the cover off. And then you can just fold it and it's ready to go. And that's what I did for my hoop. Now, if you cut it with a pair of scissors, you seal the ends, and then you sit there and you're like this, trying to get it off all the time. Okay, so just always pull it and tear it. Okay, so I stuck it to the back. I'm going to pull the cover off. Let's get this other one here. There we go. So now I have the double-sided sticky. Stitch Perfection is a double-sided sticky, water-soluble, so it washes right off. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to line it up to those lines on my template on my shirt with the marks on the hoop. And I'll show it to you so you can see it. So it is now stuck to my shirt. It's lined up perfect, because what happens for the next step is, and those of you who've been doing embroidery for a while, you probably realize this, when you go to take your 5x7 hoop and put the bottom piece underneath for this 5x7 design, usually what happens, you have to hold your hand just right, your head just right, everything just right, because it cannot move a millimeter. If you move it and then you hoop it and you go take it to the machine and you try to embroider, the machine's going to tell you, nope, change to a larger hoop, because you've moved it out of the sewing field. So it's important nothing moves. So we have the tape on there. So now I'm going to take this hoop, I'm going to slide it underneath. And again, my stabilizer is already there. Going to line it up, and I'm going to push down. And how fast can you still hoop straight like this? Isn't that perfect? It's not going to move, and you can see that I'm hooped. I'm going to pull my shirt up to the top. There we go. It's all up on the top. I can take it to my embroidery machine, slide it on, make my little, we call it a bird's nest or embroidery nest, where I open up the shirt. There we go. I'll open up so you can see it. A little hard to do when it's not in the machine, but there you go. There's my embroidery, and I can do my embroidery. Now, here's the thing. When you take it to the machine, you can test it, make sure it lines up perfect. Take the template off. Okay? Do not embroider through this. It is not water soluble. It doesn't rinse out. You can take it and stick it on the next shirt if you want. Okay? Just don't embroider through it. Okay? All right. So it goes on the inner hoop at the bottom. So this is the inner hoop on the bottoms where you're putting the tape. Okay? Now, here's another bonus. Those of you that have been embroidering for a while, you've probably had this happen. You're embroidering along and your hoop pops, right? Pops right out of your hoop. Guess what? Because the tape is still there, I can take it right back now and push it right back down, and I'm ready to embroider again. All right, so let's see. Now, Here's something else the tape will, to take it off, you just peel it off. Okay, here's something else this tape is really good for embroidery when you're trying to do something sheer like this. This is organza, all right? And you know, if you hoop organza just like this by itself, because you're not doing anything, you're doing something special, and you want to embroider on this. Well, here's the thing. With the tape, I would put it on all 4 sides so that when I put it on my organza, I can stick it, I can grab it, and I can put it down, and it's hooped. The thing about organza or anything else when you're doing a single layer is you do not want to do what I call the tug, all right? You do not want to come up here and start tugging, because wherever you tugged, the fabric is taut there. It looks really good inside, but as soon as you take it out of the hoop, it relaxes and it goes, and it gets puckers, all right? So if you're tugging your fabric when you put it in the hoop, don't do that. Stick your tape on it. Use the tape to hold it in the hoop. This is for any type of hoop. It'll work. It'll work on your multi-needles. It's amazing for that. But that'll keep it from puckering on you. And you can see this is nice and flat and taut. It's ready to go. I could float water soluble under here if I really needed a stabilizer, but it's ready to go. Okay. Now, another thing you can use that tape for, I cannot bring it over here, but those of you that have a long arm, it is perfect for running along your bar to put your batting on, because it will hold your batting perfectly straight. You don't have to use a sticky tape. You don't have to use anything else. I'm sorry, you don't have to use something that's going to leave residue. This will stay on there. It will hold it perfect. You can roll it. You can use it for your sides when you're doing your top fabric, your batting, and your backing, and maybe you got a little bit of a play there and you want to hook it all together. You can put a piece of this embroidery perfection tape down too, and that will help hold your batting in place for you. Okay. All right. Let me see how we're doing on questions here. Let me go back. All right. I think we're back. All right. So we'll just keep going. Let me see if I can see some questions in here. If there's anything I can answer. Let me go up here. Double-sided tape. Okay, now there's another water-soluble tape. It's 1 inch wide. It's called Wet and Gone Tacky Tape. And that is sticky only on one side. And that's something I would use for holding things in my hoop or for holding my batting together when you got a piece batting. Because when I put my big pieces together and it's on the floor, I can't use an iron. I don't want to sew it. I can just put the water-soluble tape. It's strong enough to hold it. Then when the first time I wash my quilt, it's gone. It's pretty cool stuff. All right, let's see. Okay. All right, tips. All right. How do you remove, sorry, this excess stabilizer from a polo shirt? Oh my gosh, that's a great question. It's an awesome one. I love it. I got a tip right here. Let me show you. Okay. Your stabilizer on the back of the shirt. This is a cool tip here. So I'm just going to show you this shirt, okay? And you can see how it's been cut away here. I've cut around close to the design. That's all I need to do. But if I needed to cut this out, I'm going to use the FLT-4 scissors. These are called the lace trim angle scissors, and the part number is FLT-4. When you look at it, you see the ball right here? There's a ball on the end. I'm going to turn it this way. Can you see how it's very skinny and narrow? But the cool thing is that this bump right here, look, I'm not cutting myself. I'm going to stop right there. I can feel the blade. You are not going to be trimming your stabilizers like that. So what the bump does, it keeps you from cutting what's underneath your stabilizer. So on that polo shirt, when you want to trim, you would stick this down right here, and then you start cutting, and it's not going to pick up the shirt. Isn't that cool? That is so cool. I have this for everything. Whenever I'm cutting stabilizers, anything, I'm going to use these scissors right here because there won't be anything that's going to be lifted up. It's also what we use when we do cut work and white work. Cut work is where you hoop up, wet and gone, your fabric, and you're going to cut a shape out. So let's say it's a heart within a heart. You're going to cut around the heart and the outside edge. You need to cut the fabric and not the wet and gone underneath. You're going to use these. It's the same thing with cut work. When you got to cut out a big piece of fabric, it's this so you don't cut the stabilizers. So hopefully that will help you, give you a little bit of insight on what I use when I'm trimming away the stabilizers so I don't cut what's underneath. Okay. All right. Let's see what we got going here. Okay. All right. Oh, what are the scissors called? These are called the lace trim angled scissors. The easiest way to remember, they're Floriani, and their part number is FLT-4. Frank, Larry, Tom-4. All right. So that's what I use them for. All right. Okay. Something else we can do since while we're waiting for everyone to come back, let me tell you something else you can use this tape for. If you're walking out the door and the hem of your pants is gone because you forgot when you washed them, they came out of the washer without a hem, you can hold it up with the tape. It will stay till you wash it again. And then hopefully you remember to hem it. Otherwise, you grab the tape and you use the tape again. All right. So it's pretty cool for that. It is also good for wraparound binding, meaning I'm taking my quilt and I'm going to wrap the back to the front to create my self binding. It will hold the binding in place as well. Okay. All right.
Well, great job, Judy.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And, thank you to R&K and Floriani for being one of our sponsors and great job. So I'm going to tell everybody how they can get it, and we will see you later. Okay.
Awesome. Take care, everybody. Bye.
All right. Thanks, Judy. All right, guys. That is the Floriani. All their products, guys, give us a call. We have call-in specials on all the products right now from Floriani. And again, I hope that y'all have got inspired and enlightened by some of the products you've seen on the show. But give us a call right now, 800-401-8151 to get the call-in special, because that's the only way you're going to get it is to calling in right now for that. And but anyway, guys, we're continuing on with the show. And guys, next up is our Stay Perfect tables. And you're in for a treat today. We have our very own Kennedy Cook is going to do the demonstration. She did it yesterday. She's coming back today. Yesterday, she talked all about that 2-tier table. Today, she's talking about that single lift electric table. And so Kennedy, are you ready to go?
I am ready, Blaine. Are we good? I mean, can I start?
We are great. And Kennedy, you did such a good job with it yesterday. We said we've got to bring her back to do it today too. So guess what? You're hired for the rest of the week to do the Stay Perfect tables.
Blaine, I am so honored. I could just cry. I need someone to get me a tissue. This is my dream. I'm so excited. And I was just chatting about this, that I'm at the last segment of the day, and I think that that's the best segment of the day because
it is.
We're all just here and I'm listening and hearing about these amazing products, but now you got me, okay? Now
Kennedy, you use this every single day, so you're the best one because you use it every day. So I'm gonna let you take it off. We'll see you back here in about 25 minutes.
Yeah, get out of here, Blaine. Get out of here. All right, now that it's just us, you guys, I'm here to give you the real deal about these amazing tables. And as Blaine was just saying, I do use these all the time. I have the dual tier, which we did talk about yesterday, and I was talking about my experience with them, and they're really wonderful. And this table that we're talking about today is, of course, very similar to these, which they're the best tables. I'll kind of reiterate what I was saying yesterday. I started getting into sewing and quilting when I started doing the shows more frequently, and I really had gotten started with the social media because I wanted to really dive into the product and know what I was talking about and really see what the best of the best is out there. And with all the products that we do offer, I wanted to just see everything and know and really just get the hands dirty with learning about all these amazing products. And I didn't realize how important a table was and furniture is when sewing and doing your crafting, your everyday routine when it comes to sewing. I realized my neck hurts, my back hurts, and I'm uncomfortable, and I really want to find ways that I can, be more ergonomical when it comes to, doing your sewing and embroidery and all that kind of thing. So these are the Stay Perfect tables. Meet them. They are amazing. We have 3 different ones that I'm showing you here. We have our all-purpose table, which is lifted super high up today, that has a steam press on it. This is just kind of showing you the whole family here. And then we also have the single tier, which I'm going to be talking about today, and the amazing accessories that come with it. These are awesome, and I'll go into them a little bit more in just a second. And then we also have our dual tier, which I talked about yesterday. All are great, but let's talk about this one, because this one is quickly becoming my favorite, and I think I have to add it into our studio over at our corporate office, because just look at this. First off, you have 30 by 48 inches of workspace. So this is just wide. You have so much room to play and just to let all of your large projects, small projects, just let them all hang out here. And especially when you're working with quilts too. I know this is Hoop Fest, but when you're working with quilts, it's so awesome to have all that extra space. And it really is great, especially when you're cutting. Something that really was getting to me when I was getting into embroidery and sewing and all that good stuff was I only had one table to work with. So I would, take my mat, set it down on the table, cut, do all of my things, and then I'd take it off and move everything, do my next phase, bring my machine over, and it just got pretty, it just got too much for me to do everything all at once and have to constantly switch things out. It's like embroidery thread. When you have a million different color changes and you're just, constantly trying to switch and get them going, it's a little frustrating sometimes. But with this super wide workspace, it is awesome. And the most important thing that I want to talk about with the table itself is the amazing height adjustment system that we've got going on here. So these are great, especially kind of touching back on that ergonomic way of sewing and really just taking care of your body while you're sewing. Sometimes you want to sit, and that is the most traditional way of sewing, is when you're sitting down, but the pain that you can get in your back and in your neck, it keeps you from sewing for longer and embroidering for longer. So having the option to be able to I'm going to go ahead and move it all the way down to our lowest setting, which is 27.6 inches right here. So this is a perfect height for me personally to sit and sew. I could just pull up a chair and I'd be good, put my machine up, and I'm ready to rock and roll. But say about an hour in, 2 hours in, I want to stand up, or I just want to just move and be somewhere different, stand in a different position. You can, just easily move this up and down to your liking, or you can pre-save all of the heights that you use the most, or that you end up setting up the most, and you're able to just quickly, here's my 2, and this one is the size that I like for when I'm standing. So as you can see, it lifts up an inch a second, and it's so quiet, so quiet. So here, this is at 36 inches, and I'm 5'7.5", maybe, I don't know, but we're somewhere around there. And this is perfect for me to just comfortably sit. I can pull out, all of my supplies. I can grab my ruler, and I can quickly start my project or whatever I need to do. But I'm just going to show you guys here that it doesn't stop here. And you guys saw yesterday that I did get on the table, and we have more things and more surprises coming. Blaine's telling me to get on the table. But look at this, 47 inches, 47.2 inches to be exact, up and high. So if you're really tall, if you're really tall like this, that's really impressive. But, this just gives you so much opportunity. And also, I was thinking about this yesterday. Say, for example, you're a really big embroiderer, sewer, crafter, whatever the case may be, and you also have a big family. Take all of these accessories off, throw a tablecloth over it, and you've got a quick table that you can use and take it out of your sewing room. So many different options. So don't think of this as just a sewing table. This really can fit for anything. You can take it out. Maybe you have grandkids over and you're doing some sort of, fun activity, and you need that extra space. The fact that this has casters as well makes it so easy to just quickly, without going crazy with the cords, I can easily just move this around just with a couple fingers and just easily get it going and where it needs to be. So love that. It's also super heavy duty. This isn't going anywhere. Even when I was sitting on it yesterday, it did not move, it did not budge. So that is very important. So, especially when you're working with sewing machines, you want to be able to trust that your furniture is going to keep it up, right? So, it's great. And one thing that I wanted to show you real quick before I touch on the accessories, I'm just going to move this out of the way. We also have this little ironing mat with the heat protector right underneath that I could easily throw on here. And look at this, you guys. It's going to be a little off-center because I have all of these accessories on here, but it does match the exact size. And look at that. A quilter's dream, an embroiderer's dream, a full ironing station. Look at that. We talked about the double tier here yesterday and how you can add just a small little ironing station to the table, but this takes it to the next level. Then here I can easily just grab this, got my iron, and we're ready to start with any pieces that we're quilting or anything that we're prepping for embroidery. Or if you're using, you're doing your fabric and putting that fusible on there, or like Carly was doing with her applique this morning, the heat and bond, it's great. You have so much space here and so convenient, especially with this heat protector here. You know that your table is not getting ruined. But with this heavy duty material that it is made out of, Blaine has the exact name. He's going to say it. I do forget. Polyethylene. Yes. So it's really high quality, really dense, and nothing can break this table. I'm telling you. Scratches, well, you will not see any scratches on here, dents, anything like that. It is sturdy and it is not going to move, which is awesome. And this, I can easily just roll it up when I'm done, move it over here, and I'm back to doing my normal routine. So let me bring this back over here. Now I want to quickly talk about just some of the accessories that we do have that are available for this table. And you can also get these accessories separately as well, which I know a lot of people were asking about yesterday. So if you love anything here, you can go onto our website at SewingMachinesPlus.com and browse all of our amazing Stay Perfect accessories because they really are game changers, especially this one. This is the rack and roll this is the hanging organizer. Yes. And this is awesome because you've got these little poles here that you are able to either hang things off of. So here I could easily hang, my scissors, say I'm constantly cutting or doing things and I just need them readily available. Just easily grab them off here and you're good to go. But my favorite part of this whole thing is how I can roll stabilizer out on here. So I put my roll of stabilizer, even just when I purchase it, I just get it, take it home, put it on this organizer, and we're good to go. They easily come off, so you can easily just take them off and put them back on. Here, I'm going to put it on the wrong way, of course. But you see this, perfectly roll it out. You've got your cutting mat here ready. You can easily come down here to your hoop hanger and grab any one of your hoops that you need. And here we go, all in one step. All right here ready for me because the hassle of having to walk back and forth to all the different spots of your sewing room to grab different supplies. It can be so frustrating, especially when you forget something. Oh, you guys, I can totally relate. So having all of these here is awesome. And then here, all I have to do is just center everything out and bam, and we are ready to go. It's so convenient. See, I've got some other water-soluble topping on here as well. So I've got this here, just some cutaway. It's so convenient, especially if you're someone who's working with a lot of projects or making many projects. Say, we were talking about family reunions today. Maybe you have a business and you need constantly to be hooping, or you need, you just need to have this space and have all of these supplies ready for you. As soon as you finish that one project, you can get right started on the next. And then if you even have the other Stay Perfect tables, you can just go back and forth and you'll be there all day. So what better way to spend all day in your sewing room, right? Exactly. So here, just perfect. I can even stretch this out. And then once I do my hooping, I'm good to go. So how awesome is that? And also, if I roll this back up so you can see what else is under here, I've got some fabric. You can hang fabric on here if you're working with quilts and you want to be able to roll your backing up. batting as well. The options are really endless, and it does come with those poles like I was saying, but it also has these hooks as well. And these little pieces here help to keep your rolls in place. So if you did have fabric or something, you can easily wrap it. And once you do that first layer onto your pole, you just snap these in right here, roll it up, and it's good to go. And you can start working with your fabrics and your batting. Because also, one thing that I often run into is the sewing room gets messy quickly. If you're not paying attention, your sewing room can very easily become a disaster. And then by the end of your project, you're like, what happened? What just happened right now? So it's nice to be able to have all of this organized. And I feel like it helps just, me personally, it helps with scraps. And, you know, I'm just cutting the exact amount that I need. Once I get it all on here, it's great. I love this hanging organizer. I think it's the perfect helper for any crafter because I mean, it doesn't have to stop at stabilizer. It really doesn't. There's so many different things. Toweling, you know, I can't think of too many things off the top of my head, but feel free to comment down below what you guys would put on this hanging organizer because the essentials that can stay right there and it's perfect. The other thing I want to mention that this is also for our batting and backing people as well. This is another hanging organizer. This is the rock and roll. So you can also roll larger pieces of fabric on here, more batting, anything you need if you have really large rolls of stabilizer, or maybe you frequently use SF101. There's lots of things that you can use with this and just roll it up, get it all ready, and you're good to go. So that is great and awesome. And I love this. And again, really highlighting the importance of the casters. They help so much. You know, I was saying yesterday how all of my sewing supplies and everything that I do where I film all of my Takeover Tuesday videos, they are all using the Stay Perfect tables and they're in my cubicle that we have at our corporate office. It's just an empty cubicle, but it's 10 feet by 10 feet. So I'm able to fit those two tables there and move them around with space. And, you know, I can configure it to whoever or whichever spacing that I want. Say I want it like an L shape one day and then I want them, you know, on top of each other the next day, or I want them on the other sides of each other. Either way, it's so simple for me to just quickly move things around. And then I can also get done with my projects quicker. That is the most important thing. And the most efficient thing is being able to just quickly grab any supplies you need, take it over to your table, cut it right away, and get started with your project. It's awesome. And I feel like any quilter, embroiderer, crafter, anyone can benefit from this because of who doesn't need more space. Roger, I'm sure you would love to have a table this size and, you know, for whatever you need to do.
For me, it'd be great.
Yeah.
The garage.
Exactly.
It just doesn't have to be for your quilting.
No.
It'd be a great present for a husband.
Exactly.
Workstation on.
Angela Wolf mentioned that her husband used these tables and the sew mats for his fishing tools and things like that. So husbands, if you're watching, you can get use out of this too.
Yeah,
so
it's a great workstation.
treat your wife. Let her get this. Let her. But it's awesome. And again, anybody can really benefit from this. And with, again, these amazing height adjustable features, I can easily stand up and sew. I can sit down if I'm feeling lazy one day. It's awesome. And I love the clean look as well. I am someone who just loves very clean looking and sleek furniture, and this is definitely it. And you can feel the quality. Like, I wish you guys could feel this through the camera because you can feel how sturdy it is, how awesome it is. And the last accessory that I'm going to go through today is the quilt stopper in the back of here. Now, this is not attached to the table, so if you thought that this table did have a little backside, it does not. This is actually a separate accessory, and it is a quilt stopper. So if you are laying out huge king-size quilts and you just need this to help it from touching the ground, or maybe you're in a different studio and you just don't want anything hitting the floor or anything like that, I totally understand. This keeps it all together, and that way you can load it all up and you still got your cutting mat here. You can easily trim all of your extra batting away, prep for your quilting, anything you need to do. It's awesome. And yeah, I mean, what more could you want? I'm sitting here looking at this like I'm imagining all the projects that I could start working on right now. So I think it's awesome, and it's super exciting to be able to show you guys these products because they help me so much in my daily life. And we worked really hard to find tables and to get you guys tables that work for you as well and that meet the standards for anyone. So I don't know how much time I've got going on, but let's bring it back to Blaine because you know he's got a special for you.
Well, thanks, Kennedy. Great job. And guys, again, this is our Stay Perfect single tier table. And again, man, we are super proud of these. And guys, I just want to tell you, don't be, fooled by some of the imitations out on the market, because some of these out there, they have the very weak motors in them. They have the kind of the pressed laminated sawdust, they call it, wood with lamination on them. They warp, they don't hold up very well. Hey, ours are made out of the high density polyethylene, and it's a high density plastic basically. And these things are going to hold up forever. And we use 2 motors in the legs. They're high, heavy duty motors. They're going to last for a long time, and they work so good. They're so quiet. But anyway, Kyle's going to put that overlay up there right now for me. Y'all can see it, guys. The price on this is $14.99 for this. It's going to be free shipping nationwide. Also, we have some financing available as well. But guys, we have a call-in special on this. Give us a call and tell them you want the Hoop Fest special, because guys, we've got a great special. And again, all those accessories, Kennedy showed you the ironing mat. That's that wool ironing mat that has that moisture barrier that goes under it. So this way you can actually do steam ironing right on the table, and the moisture is not going to get to the table. The wool is going to keep the heat from transferring. So it is a really great mat to do that. We have the cutting mats, we have the rulers, we have all those accessories. You saw all the other accessories that we had that will hold your stabilizer and all your tools. There's so many accessories that you can get for this table. And again, guys, we're super excited about our Stay Perfect tables. And hey, we're going to have more to show you the rest of the week. So give us a call right now if you're interested in a table, 800-401-8151. All right, guys, guess what? We just completed day 3 of Hoop Fest. And it is going by very quickly. And, we're going to be here in, Friday, and we're going to be going, man, how fast did this go by? But we hope that y'all are enjoying Hoop Fest. We hope that you're just, really loved all the things you've seen so far this week. I tell you, it's hard to not be inspired and motivated to do things when you see all these great educators and see all the new stuff that they're doing. And but guys, guess what? It is giveaway time. So we're going to wrap up the day with some giveaways. Wow. And first thing up, we're going to give away some of our event bags. And guys, these, we sell them on our website. They are $49.99 for a set of 8. They come in 8 different colors. They have unique sayings on each one. Or you can buy them $9.99 for each bag by itself. We're going to give the entire set away to 2 different SMP customers watching out there right now. So Kennedy,
yeah,
spin that wheel.
Go.
Here we go. Counting down. Lori W. All right, Lori, you just won a set of the bags. You're watching today from YouTube. So Lori, to claim your prize, go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of that page where it says claim a prize. Fill out the information, hit submit, and we will get you some bags shipped out next week. All right, Kennedy, spin that wheel again. We'll get a second winner for the bags. So Girl. All right, So Girl, you are our winner. She's watching from YouTube as well. So Girl, same thing. Go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of that page where it says claim my prize. Fill out the information completely. Hit submit, and we will get your bags shipped out next week. All right, next up, we are going to give away some of our sew mats. We're going to give to the SMP customers a mat, and we have 12 colors to choose from, 4 sizes of each color, except for the leopard print. There's only a medium and large in that. So we're going to let you have your choice. So Kennedy, spin that wheel.
Oh, say less.
Here we go, counting it down. Lisa Sosha. So Lisa Sosha, you are our winner watching today from YouTube. So congratulations, Lisa. Lisa, we need you to go to smplive.tv and scroll down to the bottom of that page, fill out all the information completely. where you see Claim My Prize. And most importantly, in the notes section, just put what size of sew mat you want and what color. All right, we're gonna give one more of these mats away, Kennedy, so spin that wheel.
Julie Cameron.
So Julie Cameron is our winner. Congratulations, Julie. You're watching today from YouTube. So Julie, go to smplive.tv, scroll down to where it says Claim My Prize, fill out the information, hit completely, and make sure you, in the notes section, tell us what size and what color sew mat you want, and we'll get that shipped out to you next week. All right, guys, next up, we are going to give a $100 gift card to Sewing Machines Plus. So Kennedy, spin that wheel.
Okay.
All right, here we're slowing down. Ernestine Wilson. Ernestine is watching from Facebook. So congratulations, Ernestine. Go to claim that prize. Go to smplive.tv. Scroll down to where it says Claim My Prize. Fill out all the information. Most importantly, make sure you have a good email address. Hit submit. And next week, we will send you an email back with that gift card code. And you can actually just put that in at checkout on our website, and it'll take $100 off your purchase.
Woo!
That's simple. All right, guys, next up is a dime My Block Piercer software.
Yes.
I'll get it out.
My Block Piercer.
So it is this is a $500 value, and guys, this is a great gift. All righty, Kennedy, spin that wheel. My Block Piercer software. Piercer.
Cindy J.
Cindy J is our winner, watching today from YouTube. So congratulations, Cindy. So Cindy, to claim that prize, go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of that page where it says Claim My Prize. Fill out the information complete, hit submit, and then next week we will send your Block Piercer software out to you. All righty, next up is a Juki DX7. And look at this, guys. This is a $1,699 machine. Wow, what a great machine. And so, Kennedy, spin that wheel.
Okay.
All right, it's starting to slow down. Here we go.
Belinda
Bryan, watching today from Facebook. So congratulations, Belinda. So Belinda, to get your prize, you go down to smplive.tv, scroll down to where it says Claim My Prize, fill out all the information, hit submit, and we will get you your brand new Juki sent out next week. All right, and our next to last giveaway today is a SE 1900 by Brother $2,000 sewing and embroidery machine. Guys, what a great machine this is. 5x7 hoop size. And so Kennedy, spin that wheel.
Okay.
All right, the wheel is slowing down. Here we go. Eunice Gluszewski. I'm not even going to try.
Gluszewski.
I think Eunice knows.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Eunice. She is watching today from YouTube. So, Eunice, you just won yourself Are she on there?
Yeah.
So, Eunice, you just won yourself a Brother SE 1900 sewing and embroidery machine. So, congratulations, Eunice. So, Eunice, we need you to go down to go to smplive.tv. And once you get to that page, just scroll down toward the bottom where it says Claim My Prize. Fill out all that information, hit submit, and we will get your machine shipped out to you next week sometime. So awesome.
Belinda Bryan was also on here. And
Oh, good.
I missed her comment. I can't find it cleared up. So thank you for it.
All right, well, the comments are going by pretty fast right now. So, all right, next up, we are going to give pick our third finalist for the Dream Studio giveaway. And guys, this is big because You're guaranteed to win a prize package, even if you don't win the grand prize on Friday, but now you're going to be entered. This is going to be our third finalist. On day one, we have Debbie Stucken. I think it's how you pronounce it, Debbie Stucken. Won. She was our first finalist. On Tuesday, we had Catherine Hutchison. And today, let's see who it is, Kennedy.
Oh my goodness.
Spin that wheel. Everybody cross your fingers. Here we go.
This is it.
Thelma Jean Hill.
Hill.
So Thelma Jean, you are a third finalist for the $25,000 Dream Studio. And guess what? You are guaranteed a really nice prize package, regardless if you win the overall thing or not. So guys, this is awesome. This is going to be awesome. Tomorrow we will pick a fourth finalist, and then Friday we'll pick our fifth finalist. And then on air, I'm going to put all their names in a hat. I'm going to show you as I'm putting the names in the hat, and then we'll mix it up and I'll pull the grand prize winner out right there in front of you. So it's going to be pretty awesome. And guys, we're giving over $100,000 worth of product away this week. And one of you lucky viewers that still have a chance to get the $25,000 Dream Studio. We have 2 more days left, so you don't want to miss any action at all. And again, guys, all you have to do to win is just make comments, ask questions. If you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel yet, go subscribe right now. Hit the bell notification, give us that thumbs up. And if you haven't liked our Facebook page, just go like the Facebook page. That way you get in, and we also have a Facebook group there. We just hit 1,000 this week, and go join that group. You get some exclusive things that not everybody else gets, some info, some coupons and different things. And if you haven't subscribed to our newsletter, hey, just go subscribe to our newsletter at SMP or SewingMachinesPlus.com. And that way we'll send you emails out, let you know what's going on. But guys, thank y'all so much for joining today. Hey, we're going to start the stream off at 8 a.m. Pacific time, 10 a.m. Central. Tomorrow, I'll come on there about 15 minutes after the hour. Then about 30 minutes after the hour, we'll have our first demonstration. And guys, we hope you have a great rest of your night, and we'll see y'all tomorrow.